When the Dragon King's order came out, the Eternal Seven Stars and Eternal Wind World ignored it. However, they ignored it. The other forces did not dare to resist. They were really afraid that a Godlord-level expert from the Dragon Palace would come and directly suppress them. Although the other forces were somewhat unwilling, they still sent their disciples to perfunctorily search for the whereabouts of the Thunder God Lord. It was impossible for a God Lord to escape and be found. The entire boundless star field became lively, and the story of the Dragon King was quickly spread. Later, when everyone learned that the Dragon Palace had come from the faraway Vipralopa land, they were even more surprised. Half a month later, the entire Dragon Palace moved to the Boundless Sea in the central area. The Dragon Palace was stationed in the Boundless Sea, intimidating everyone. During the half a month, the Dragon Palace was surging with a vast aura every day. After destroying the Eternal Twin Foxes and obtaining the corpse of the Eternal God Lord along with the corpses of more than 20 Peak God Realm experts, the members of the Dragon Palace had received a huge increase. Just the combat strength of Peak God Realm members had increased by 11. Even though Ao Xingmu did not comprehend any laws, he still possessed the combat strength of a God Lord. After this period of time, the dark blazing demonic dragon strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. In the past, he did not have the divine dragon transformation technique, so he could only fight one level higher. Now, with time, his strength had already surpassed that of a God Lord who had comprehended a single law. He could almost fight against a God Lord who had comprehended 2 laws. With time, they would only become stronger and stronger. However, there was still no information about the God Lord of Thunderclap in the past 10 to 20 days. The boundless galaxy was huge. It was too difficult to find a person, especially a God Lord. During this period of time, Wang Xian brought Hu Yen to the Dragon Palace. This made the girls dumbfounded. Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls almost beat him up, considering that Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, and the rest were nowhere to be seen, and that Wang Xian was rather exhausted during this period of time. They didn't bother with him. They could only accept it. Although Hu Yen was also a little stunned, she wasn't too surprised. In this world, there were more than a dozen or even dozens of powerhouses. She could accept it more easily than Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls. Old man, come out. Let's discuss. On this day, Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and transmitted his voice to the god of heaven's formation. Hee, young friend, when are you looking for me? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a shadow slowly appeared in front of him. During this period of time, the god of heaven's formation was waiting for Wang Xian to look for him. He also knew that Wang Xian would definitely look for him. Do you have any way to find the god of shocking thunder? Also, what's the situation at the bright land over at the energy tide black hole? Wang Xian really wanted to ask him something. Firstly, Wang Xian wanted to capture the god of shocking thunder and kill him. Secondly, he wanted to understand the bright land on the other side of the black hole. Now that Qingwei and Lingxiu had passed through the black hole, he wanted to look for them in the future. Furthermore, when the Dragon Palace had reached a certain stage of development, he had to step into a stronger region to seek development. There are naturally ways to do so. My Tao of formations is to seize the fortunes of the world. Trapping formations, killing formations, illusion formations, defense, curses, and looking for people. Tiancheng God Emperor raised his head slightly and said proudly, "Of course, my young friend, you may have looked down on my Tao of formations since you have obtained the Divine Dragon's inheritance. However, when you have cultivated your formations to the pinnacle of the shaman realm, you can still stand at the peak of the universe and not be any weaker than the Divine Dragon." Following that, the Tiancheng Celestial Emperor continued to speak. Shaman. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He had heard of such experts from the Divine Dragon's inheritance. They were not of the same race but a heaven-defying cultivation path. That's right, it's the shaman. When the shaman word is separated, the human word is located at the center. It is a lever that supports the world. It represents that I will stand at the peak of the universe. When one cultivates the Tao of formations to the peak, he will carve the heaven and earth great formation into his body. He will be invulnerable to all kinds of spells. His body will bear the weight of the world and possess the power to destroy the world. Sky Formation God Emperor said with some yearning. Back then, it was because I obtained a heaven and earth great formation and was prepared to inject it into my body to increase my strength. I was harmed by those damn fellows. He growled with some hatred. If you want to learn, I will teach you everything. Very soon, the god of heaven's formation adjusted his emotions and said with a smile, "Oh, you are so kind." Wang Xian looked at him in surprise. "My young friend, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about me. Back then, when I just woke up, I did want to possess your body. However, this was only because I had no other choice. My young friend, you should be very clear about my current situation. With your current strength, you can even make my soul dissipate. I taught you the array formation because I hope that when you become stronger in the future, you can help me take revenge. You can create a body for me and help me revive." The divine emperor of heaven's formation felt a little bitter. At the same time, he spoke with some anticipation. Wang Xian had already become his last lifeline. He didn't dare to play any tricks. Moreover, if he wasn't forced to do so, he wouldn't have done such things. He, who was determined to walk the path of witchcraft, had the sky above his head and his feet on the ground. He was above board and above board. "All right." Wang Xian stared at him and nodded his head faintly. With the current state of the celestial emperor of heaven's formation, he didn't have the ability to play any tricks. Even if he were to build a body for him in the future, his strength might have already reached the 7 transformations of the divine dragon realm by then. By then, even if he had any bad thoughts, he would be able to easily suppress him. "I believe in you, my young friend. I will definitely impart the Tao of formations to you without holding anything back." The Tiancheng Celestial Emperor revealed an excited expression and said immediately, "All right, let's teach some of my subordinates from the Dragon Palace along the way." Wang Xian had a thought and immediately got Prime Minister Gui to call the Fire Hammer clan over. To forge a divine weapon, one needed to draw a formation. Now, it was extremely difficult for the Fire Hammer clan to forge a divine weapon. The main reason was the lack of a formation. In the boundless galaxy, there were very few real formation masters. Most of them would set up some simple formations. There wasn't a single formation that could enter one's body. Whatever. The celestial emperor of heaven's formation smiled bitterly when he heard Wang Xian's words. Back then, he wouldn't agree even if someone wanted him to teach them a thing or two. But now he was teaching a group of people. He shook his head slightly and felt a little helpless. Soon, Wang Xian brought the celestial emperor of heaven's formation to the dragon field. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the divine dragon clan. They actually have such a heaven and earth formation that can improve one's comprehension ability. Such a formation is extremely rare and precious. Upon arriving at the dragon field, the divine emperor of heaven's formation looked around and was slightly surprised. Divine Emperor of Heaven's Formation, thank you for your guidance. Wang Xian smiled at him and said, "All right." The Divine Emperor of Heaven's Formation nodded and immediately imparted the Tao of Formations. The formation is built according to the universe's natural laws. The formation is divided into several stages. I'll only tell you about the stages I've come into contact with. The first stage is to simulate the laws. This is for God-level warriors. Simulating the laws of heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth. The second stage is to establish the laws. This is for eternal God Lord level warriors. Establishing the laws of heaven and earth, controlling heaven and earth. The third stage is the combination of laws. This is for the undying God King level warriors. The combination of laws can change heaven and earth. The fourth stage is the stage I've touched before, the fusion of laws. The power will increase by 10 times. Within the dragon field, Tiancheng God Emperor introduced to the 4,000 members of the Dragon Palace and Fire Hammer clan. The training of arrays, the higher one goes, the harder it is. However, array masters have the ability to fight above their level. It's normal to fight above their level. Back then I was able to fight above 2 levels. It is said that the legendary shaman realm is able to surpass 3 to 4 levels. The god of formation looked at Wang Xian. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. He had some understanding of this. However, to reach the shaman realm, The difficulty was at least 10 to 100 times more difficult than cultivating to the 9th transformation of the divine dragon realm. Among the top races in the universe, they relied on their bloodline and physique. However, the likes of the Magi relied on the world treasures, comprehension, and luck. There were very few records of the Magi in the divine dragon inheritance. It seemed like there were only 12 Magi who were comparable to the ancient god-feeding Kuan master. Of course, the Magi did indeed have the strength to fight against the divine dragon.
Little friend, I'll first teach you the simulation laws. In the cultivation of array masters, if you want to go far, most of them only cultivate spiritual chi and not attributes.
Once you cultivate the attributes, you can only set up an array of one attribute. When you cultivate spiritual energy, you can use it to trigger other attributes.
The good thing is that you can set up any attribute array. The bad thing is that your attack power is weak and you have to rely on the array.
An array master had a special way of cultivation. Such a way of cultivation was not found in the boundless galaxy.
This was also the first time Wuxia heard of it. Instead of cultivating attributes, one would only absorb spiritual energy and use it to trigger the 9 attributes of heaven and earth.
The disadvantage was, as the celestial emperor of heaven's formation had said, one's attack power was extremely weak. One might not even be a match for a peak stage demigod even if one ignited the divine fire. It was just that exaggerated. Of course, if one were to use formations, formation masters could fight against opponents of a higher level.
There is also a huge advantage to elemental formation masters. That is, their cultivation speed is fast. The speed of their comprehension of the simulated laws is 10 times faster than that of non-elemental formation masters, or even more.
My friend, you have 7 attributes. You are a natural-born array master. The lack of wind and lightning is not a big deal. I have quite a number of 5-elemental array formations here. If you cultivate them, you will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Tian Jingzi stared at Wuxia with a slight sigh. This was also the main reason why he wanted to take Wuxia in as his disciple when he found out that Wuxia possessed the 5 elemental attributes. If one person controlled the 5 elements, it would be fine even if he didn't want a ray of light and dark wind and lightning from the array formation. With the 5 elements, if he had a heaven and earth formation, he might be able to step into the shaman realm. Wuxia smiled faintly. The art of formations is vast. I have only grasped the basics of it even after tens of millions of years. You should be looking for someone now. It's not difficult to find someone. Do you know about the mirage? As long as you have the item on the other party, you can set up the law of the mirage. This is a simulation of a water attribute law. If you can set up this formation, you will be able to investigate the past of this area. The god of formation continued his introduction.
Impressive, Mirage. Investigate an area.
Wuxia's eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a method was indeed extremely powerful. Next, I will teach my young friend how to simulate the law. Supporting formations are easier than battle formations. In the next few months, Wuxia began to learn array formations from the heaven array formation.
Array formations were used to simulate the rules of the universe. Once one grasped some of the rules, one could directly set up an array formation for battle.
Using spiritual energy to guide various attributes to attack, the more arrays one could control, the stronger one's combat strength would be. As an existence at the level of Void God Emperor, the Heaven Array could control more than 10,000 arrays. As a powerful array master, he had to learn how to explore arrays from the laws of the universe. Arrays could mimic diseases and could directly curse people. By simulating natural disasters, one could directly set up another natural disaster.
Of course, the power of all this was related to the strength and consumption of the array master.
The words, "Don't provoke the array master" mentioned by the Heaven Array God Emperor in the Resplendent Land had another point besides their scouting ability. If that formation master used all his energy and even his life to curse, even if he was 2 levels higher than this formation master, he would still be in great danger. Ding!
Congratulations to host for comprehending the mirage of the water elemental formation.
Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the darkness elemental formation. Your bloodline is connected. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the sea of flames. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the holy robe of flames. Following that, the system notifications kept coming in. One by one, the 5 elements and light and darkness formations were under Wang Xian's control. Due to the fact that he possessed the 5 elements origin and light and darkness, coupled with the fact that he already possessed the combat strength of a god who had comprehended the power of 2 laws, the speed of his control was extremely fast. In just a short year, he had completely mastered the first stage of the formation simulation formation. However, battle-type formations were of little value to Wang Xian. In fact, they were of no use to him. That was because he could use the energy in his body to simulate the formation directly. The formation master could also set up the formation in advance in the formation compass. He could use it directly during battle. This was much faster than setting up a formation at the last minute. If he set up a sufficient number of formation compasses, he could easily kill those who were a level higher than him. Simulated water attribute law, mirage. Established water attribute law, void memory. 1 month after a year, Wang Xian stood in the dragon field. A virtual image of the entire dragon palace appeared in the sky. Following that, the vast energy in his body entered the mirage. The entire scene in the mirage began to move slowly. His heart skipped a beat. He injected energy again, and the scene in the mirage began to move rapidly. This moving scene was the past. Check the past. This was the first law that Wang Xian was able to establish. The establishment of the law belonged to the second stage of the formation master, which corresponded to the level of the Eternal Lord. In addition, it could be said that he had already become an Eternal Lord-level formation master. Buzz! 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 In an instant, Wang Xian felt that his control over the water attribute had increased by a few hundred times. The speed of his cultivation had also increased by a few hundred times. Ha! Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. His eyes were sparkling. The cultivation of an array master is to simulate the laws. To establish the laws, establishing the laws requires a vast amount of energy. Although I have only ignited 6 wisps of divine fire, due to the conversion of 7 types of elemental energy, I have been able to achieve the level of an eternal God Lord. Although it is just a supporting law, it is still the level of an eternal God Lord. Without the eternal kingdom, Wang Xian was able to advance to the realm of the eternal God Lord, which was the realm of an array master. Could be said that Wang Xian was the only one of his kind. The breakthrough of an array master also improved his control over the water attribute. It also improved his cultivation speed. A hint of a smile appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. In the future, as long as he cultivated in seclusion for 10 years, he would be able to level up even without using any resources. But now, some people are going to die. Very soon. A hint of cold killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. The main reason why Wang Xian practiced formations was to lock onto the position of the Thunder God Lord. After more than a year, he had achieved some success in the art of formations. It was time for him to claim his life from the Thunder God Lord. Formation, black hole. Wang Xian stepped out of the dragon palace and pointed his arm into the void in front of him. Streams of energy were injected into the space in front of him. The formation of the black hole was due to the energy. Setting up a black hole formation could be done with any attribute, even if there was no attribute to rely on the spiritual energy. 10 seconds later, a black hole appeared in front of Wang Xian. In order to test it out, he did not use the formation inside the dragon palace to travel. Buzz! Wang Xian disappeared the moment he stepped in. The black hole set up by the formation was slightly different from the instantaneous movement of the strong ones. The instantaneous movement of the experts required them to sense the position in the distance and move after positioning themselves. As for the black hole, it was heading in a certain direction. The distance of the teleportation was determined by the energy injected into it. This was not fixed, and it had to be in a straight line. However, the advantage was that the distance of the black hole was more than 10 times or even dozens of times greater than the instantaneous teleportation of the experts. Buzz! When Wang Xian appeared, he had already entered the vast void. He took a look at the starry sky map and continued to construct the formation. 10 seconds later, a black hole appeared in front of him. Wang Xian disappeared again.
The Dragon Palace was located in the middle of the boundless sea. It was not too far away from the center of the northern region where the eternal thunderbolts used to be. After more than 10 consecutive black hole teleportation, Wuxia only used a few minutes to arrive at the void where the Lord of the Thunderbolts had placed the Eternal Kingdom.
This speed is really fast. Even the Lord of Eternal God who has comprehended a law is not as fast as this speed. Wuxia floated in the void and was slightly surprised. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at the thunderclap planet in front of him.
The current northern region was completely dominated by the Dragon Palace.
I have to confirm one thing first. Wuxia turned his gaze around and a faint mist was emitted from his body. Buzz.
He waved his arm rapidly. A black and white pattern slowly appeared in the sky. The pattern was the epitome of the space. Formation, mirage.
Wuxia spat it out gently. Following that, the mirage rapidly solidified. Formation, void memory. Using the formation mirage as the foundation, he established the laws and laid down the void memory formation. Wuxia's heart stirred as he injected energy into the picture in front of him.
The picture in the picture started to revolve and started to reverse.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
With the continuous injection of energy, the picture started to reverse at an even faster speed. Soon, an eternal kingdom appeared in the picture.
That was a year ago. Wuxia's heart skipped a beat as he stared at it intently, from the departure of the eternal kingdom to its gradual return. At this moment, the scene from more than a year ago was displayed on the screen. Buzz. All of a sudden, Wuxia pointed his finger at the void and the scene was locked. He frowned slightly as he stared at the earthy yellow stone. He pointed his finger and the scene continued to rewind.
Buzz.
He waved his arm towards the sky and a figure appeared in the void above.
There were 7 rocks floating above the vast figure. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and was filled with coldness.
The scene continued to rewind and the entire void was calm. So the one who tipped off the others was the 7-star divine lord of the eternal 7 stars. A hint of killing intent flashed in Wuxia's eyes. With a move of his hand, a drop of blood appeared in his hand. This drop of blood came from the descendant of the Thunder God Lord.
Formation, blood connection. Wuxia continued to set up formation after formation in the void and placed this drop of blood in the center.
Wuxia waved the mirage and landed directly in the formation with blood connection.
Formation, mirror image.
He shouted softly and the 2 formations reflected each other. An image of the eternal kingdom appeared. Found it. Wuxia sensed the information transmitted from his bloodline connection. Looking at the mirror image, a cold expression appeared on his face. You hid so far away.
Wuxia sensed the location where the Thunder God Lord was hiding. His eyes were filled with killing intent.
I'll deal with you after I get rid of the 7 stars first.
He mumbled as he looked at the Thunder Star in front of him and flew straight into the ocean.
After entering the Dragon Palace of the ocean, Wuxia was teleported directly into the Dragon Palace of the Boundless Galaxy through the formation. Prime Minister Gui, inform Eternal Wind Expanse and the Eternal 7 Stars of the Southern Region immediately. Tomorrow, our Dragon Palace will pay a visit. Wuxia returned to the Dragon Palace and spoke to Prime Minister Gui immediately.
Oh? Dragon King, pay a visit to the Eternal Wind Expanse and the Eternal 7 Stars.
Prime Minister Gui was a little puzzled. With the current strength of our Dragon Palace, it's time for us to occupy the entire ocean of the boundless galaxy. Wuxia said to him calmly. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui immediately nodded his head and replied. Currently, the southern region, the Eternal 7 Stars, and the Eternal Divine Leaves did not occupy the entire boundless galaxy.
It was time to occupy the entire ocean of the boundless galaxy.
Let's visit the Eternal Wind Field first, then the 7 Eternal Stars. Wuxia mumbled. What?
The Dragon King is going to visit our Eternal Wind Field tomorrow. Very soon, on the main planet of the Eternal Wind Field in the southern region, a group of peak-stage Immortal realm experts of the Eternal Wind Field gathered together. When they received the news, their faces were filled with shock.
The Dragon King is coming to visit us personally? Could it be because of the matter of the Thunder God Lord?
We did not help them find the Thunder God Lord.
An old man frowned slightly, his face full of solemnity. They had witnessed the strength of the Dragon Palace. After all, a god lord had fallen in the hands of the Dragon Palace, so they had to be careful. He came with ill intentions, but he told us in advance that he would come to visit us, so he probably won't come to cause trouble on purpose. An old man guessed. The Lord God Lord has found out about this, so he asked us to be ready. Since the Dragon King has come, we will warmly welcome him. An old man in the center stood up and immediately said, "Yes." A group of peak-stage godly realm experts nodded solemnly. 7 stars. Tomorrow the Dragon King will come to visit Eternal Wind Expanse first. You should come too. At the same time, in the void next to Eternal Wind Expanse main planet, an incomparably huge tornado was rotating, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. In a palace located in the middle of the tornado, God Lord Huan Yu looked at the shadow in the mirror and said indifferently, "Okay, Huan Yu, I've said that we should unite. Otherwise, it won't be difficult for the Dragon Palace to break us one by one." In the mirror, 7-star God Lord said with a cold face, "Okay, when the Dragon King visits tomorrow, it's time for us to announce our alliance." God Lord Feng Huan hesitated for a moment and said indifferently, "The Dragon Palace's destruction of a God Lord made them feel jittery. A year ago, the 7-star God Lord had come to him to announce their alliance. But he didn't agree at that time. Now, it seemed like it was time for them to join forces. Their alliance could also make the Dragon Palace worry a little. The two of them joined forces. They believed that even if the other party had 4 God Lords, they could still escape if they couldn't defeat them. Did you hear? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is going to visit the Eternal Wind Universe and the Eternal 7 Stars. What is the Dragon King going to do? Is it because of the Thunder God Lord? The Eternal Wind Universe and the Eternal 7 Stars didn't pay attention to the orders of the Dragon Palace. The news that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was going to visit the Eternal Wind Universe and the Eternal 7 Stars soon spread throughout the boundless star field. The big forces in the endless star field paid close attention to the Dragon Palace's current actions. As the strongest force, the Dragon Palace had once killed a God Lord. Any action of the Dragon Palace would attract the attention of all the forces. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was going to visit the Eternal Wind Expanse Cosmos and the Eternal 7 Stars, which made many people extremely curious. One day passed very quickly. Roar! 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 In the early morning of the next day, roars resounded throughout the ocean in the boundless sea. The boundless sea was an ocean in the void, and the entire ocean was suspended in the void. The depth of the ocean was millions of meters deep. The entire ocean was extremely vast, and the area of the ocean was comparable to hundreds of Earths. There were many aquatic creatures living in the boundless ocean, and it was now the headquarters of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was located in the middle of the vast sea, suppressing an area. Today, in the sky above the sea, 9 extremely terrifying wind divine dragons were pulling a throne and roaring into the sky. The 9 wind divine dragons each emitted an aura that was not weaker than the 9 wisps of divine fire. "Let's go!" Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne while Prime Minister Gui and the rest stood at the side. Behind him, Ao He, the dark blazing demonic dragon, and Ao Xingmu were accompanying him. At the back, there were 20 experts at the peak of the godly state of the Dragon Palace and 2,500 dragon guards. Roar! The wind god dragon roared again, and a strong hurricane engulfed everyone. Boom! The 9 wind god dragons brought Wang Xian and the rest towards the direction of the southern region at a terrifying speed. Their speed was even comparable to experts at the peak of the godly state. Wang Xian did not bring too many members of the Dragon Palace, but this was enough. Ha ha ha! 7-star Lord, please. However, at this moment on the main planet of Eternal Wind Expanse, an incomparably grand banquet venue was already filled with people. In the middle of the venue, God Lord Wind Expanse, who was dressed in green clothes, smiled and said to the figure in front of him, "Ha ha!" 7-star God Lord laughed. The two of them sat in the center and began to chat with each other. Today, Eternal Windward announces that we will form an alliance with the Eternal 7 Stars. We will advance and retreat together.
Not long after, Godlord Windward stood up and announced loudly. His voice resounded throughout the entire planet. We, the Eternal Seven Stars, form an alliance with Eternal Windward. We will advance and retreat together. The Seven Stars Master also stood up and announced loudly. In the center of the huge square, the disciples of the Eternal Seven Stars and Eternal Wind World watched this scene with sparkling eyes. Today, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would come to visit. At this time, they had formed an alliance with the Eternal Seven Stars, and all the disciples could think of the reason. They were afraid that the Dragon Palace would threaten them or order them. The alliance between the two forces was to resist the Dragon Palace. The Eternal Seven Stars are here, and they chose to join forces with the Eternal Wind Universe at this moment. It's obvious that they are here to resist the Dragon Palace. The three Godlords of the Dragon Palace joined forces with the East Divine Leaf Godlord to kill the Double Fox Godlord. Now that the Seven Stars Godlord and the Wind Universe Godlord have joined forces, it's still not as good as the Dragon Palace, but it's impossible to destroy them. The Seven-Star Godlord and Wind Expanse Godlord can also resist the Dragon Palace. After all, if the Dragon Palace really does something, they can contact the Thunder Godlord, who is still on the run. The Thunder Godlord will definitely agree when he gets the news. When that time comes, the three Godlords will be able to fight the Dragon Palace together. On the planet, some people were filled with shock when they heard the two Godlords' announcement. Some of the forces that came to inquire about the news had their eyes twinkling. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a vast roar came from the void. Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly looked towards the sky. Hiss, the Dragon King and the others are here. Look, those 9 terrifying creatures. What a powerful force. 9 divine beasts that are comparable to 9 wisps of divine fire god, pulling a dragon throne. The Dragon King is so powerful. In the boundless galaxy, most of the people had never seen the Dragon King, nor had they seen the disciples of the Dragon Palace. When they saw the group of members of the Dragon Palace flying over from afar, everyone's expression changed slightly. They were all staring at him closely. Welcome, Dragon King, to the eternal expanse of wind. When the Star Banquet Square came out, the Seven-Star Master heard the roar and looked into the void. He swept his gaze behind Wuxia and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Mountain Master and the Dongfang Divine Leaf Master did not follow them. Since the two masters did not follow them, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. Hee, welcome Dragon King. What a coincidence. A few days ago, Feng Huan and I agreed to meet up today. I didn't expect you to come too, Dragon King. I heard that the Dragon King is going to our Eternal Seven Stars as well. It just so happens that we are going together this time. The Seven Stars Lord also stood up and laughed loudly. He cupped his hands toward Wuxia, who was in the void. Haha. The Seven Stars Lord is here. That's great. Wuxia looked over. His eyes were sparkling. Roar! Roar! The 9 divine wind dragons landed on the empty space in the middle. Wuxia flew down from above. Please take a seat, Dragon King. May I know why you have come all the way here? Godlord Feng Huan looked at Wuxia and asked with a smile on his face. It's nothing major. The main reason for my visit is that I need Eternal Wind Huan's approval on one matter. Wuxia stood in the middle of the square and did not take a step forward. Instead, he stood there and spoke quietly. When the god of wind expanse saw Wuxia in such a state, his pupils contracted slightly. The expressions of the surrounding experts and disciples of the Eternal Wind Expanse and the Eternal Seven Stars changed slightly as they looked at Wuxia in unison. May I know what is the matter, Dragon King? The god of Wind Expanse frowned slightly as he asked. I want the oceans of all the life planets in the southern region. The Dragon Palace will control the oceans of all the life planets. Wuxia spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Godlord Wind Expanse's expression turned ugly instantly. The oceans of the life planets? The oceans of every life planet would take up 2/3, 1/2, or at least 1/3 of the entire planet. Now Wuxia was asking for all the oceans. It was equivalent to asking for more than half of the territories of the southern region. Dragon King, aren't you asking for too much of the oceans of all the life planets?
How can Eternal Wind World agree to such conditions? I know that your Dragon Palace is more powerful, but you can't bully people like this. God Lord Wind World's face was solemn as he growled at Wang Xian. He, if that's the case, God Lord Wind World, I, the Dragon King, will experience your strength. Wang Xian smiled faintly and walked forward slowly with his eyes locked onto him.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's words and seeing him take a few steps forward, God Lord Feng Huan and everyone around him stared at Wang Xian in astonishment.
Even the 7 stars God Lord frowned slightly as his eyes sparkled. Let's see the strength of our God Lord Feng Huan. Hasn't the Dragon King not reached the level of a God Lord yet? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace doesn't seem to be at the level of a God Lord yet. Is he challenging the Lord Feng Huan now? Some of the experts stared at Wang Xian and whispered, Dragon King, are you joking?
Are you trying to see my strength? The Lord Feng Huan sized up Wang Xian from head to toe. He was certain that the Dragon King had yet to become the eternal God Lord. Dragon King, aren't you going a little overboard to want the oceans of all the life planets? I'm sure you know the size of the oceans on every planet.
Eternal Wind and Eternal 7 Stars have never provoked you before. Don't go too far. At the side, the 7 Stars Lord said to Wang Xian with a cold expression.
The Dragon Palace was indeed very strong. They were no match for them, but they were not afraid either. If they were really forced into a corner, the entire Dragon Palace would have to pay a terrible price.
Cut the crap and attack. Wang Xian stared at the 7 Stars Lord and said calmly. Haha, all right. Dragon King, I, Feng Huan, would like to see the strength of your Dragon King. If you can defeat me, I, Feng Huan, will give all the oceans to your Dragon Palace. When the Feng Huan Lord heard Wang Xian's somewhat contemptuous words, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes.
If the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace also possessed the combat strength of a lord, then the entire Dragon Palace would be able to mobilize 5 lords.
With 5 god-level masters, even if he joined forces with the Eternal 7 Stars, he would not be able to defend against the Dragon Palace. Let's go. God Lord Feng Huan's eyes were filled with a cold glint. He moved his body and flew straight into the void.
Buzz.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew over instantly. His body was surrounded by the yin and yang poles.
Take this,
Wang Xian said indifferently. His entire arm instantly turned into a dragon claw. The energy of the 5 elements was contained within it as it attacked God Lord Feng Huan. This power. Sensing Wang Xian's attack, God Lord Feng Huan's expression sank.
This power was definitely at the level of a God Lord. Damn it, this is troublesome.
His expression changed slightly. We can't lose or else.
A terrifying tornado instantly condensed around him. With him as the center, the tornado instantly swept towards Wang Xian.
Rip!
Wang Xian waved his gigantic dragon claws and tore at the terrifying tornado.
The grayish destructive energy of the 5 elements instantly tore a hole in the tornado.
What?
God Lord Feng Huan's expression changed. This?
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace also has the strength of a God Lord.
When the 7 Stars God Lord saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Not good. That Dragon King also has the strength of a Master God. Oh my God. The Dragon King is also a Master God. And there are 4 in the Dragon Palace alone, and with the Divine Leaf Master's words. At this moment, all the experts of Eternal Wind Expanse and the 7-Star Eternal changed their faces. The Dragon Palace was becoming more and more terrifying.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is fighting with our Master God. The Dragon King is fighting with God Lord Feng Huan.
What? What happened? On the entire planet, everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the sudden rumbling sound coming from the void. The Dragon King was fighting with God Lord Feng Huan. The Dragon King also possessed the strength of a God Lord? Then, everyone raised their heads in shock and looked in awe.
Boom. At this moment, Wang Xian moved and appeared in front of God Lord Feng Huan in an instant. His terrifying dragon claws tore at him once again. What a fast speed!
God Lord Feng Huan's face was filled with a solemn expression when he saw Wang Xian's speed. Space storm.
His body shook and two gigantic wind wings appeared behind his back. With the flapping of the wind wings, a violent storm ocean attacked Wang Xian. Yin and Yang extremes, seal. Wang Xian waved his arm and taiji patterns slowly appeared around him. Following that, a huge taiji diagram appeared around the god of wind expanse. The taiji diagram revolved and completely surrounded the surrounding area of more than 10,000 kilometers. This is. Below, everyone looked at the taiji diagram that appeared out of thin air. Their faces were filled with shock. Let's lose. Wang Xian stared at the god of wind expanse. With a move of his body, his dragon claws emitted a grayish energy as he attacked the god of wind expanse once again. He clearly hasn't comprehended any laws. How could he have such a terrifying attack power? Godlord Feng Huan's expression changed. Looking at the dragon claws that were attacking him again, he gritted his teeth. Laws, 1,000 miles of wind. His entire body was covered by a terrifying sharp light. A dazzling wind blade appeared. A green light flashed and attacked Wang Xian. Bang! 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 Wang Xian completely ignored Godlord Feng Huan's attack. His dragon claws continued to claw forward. The attack from Feng Huan landed on the taiji diagram in front of him and produced a terrifying vibration sound. The terrifying collision sound could be heard clearly by the surrounding planets. This is bad. However, Godlord Feng Huan's heart sank at this moment. His pupils revealed a look of fear. He flapped the wind wings on his back and hurriedly fled to the side. Voila! At this moment, the taiji diagram floating around him was like a piece of cloth directly wrapping around him. Break for me! Godlord Wind Expanse waved his arm and terrifying wind blades slashed at the taiji diagram. Pung ping ping. However, what frightened him was that all of his attacks could not break through the taiji diagram's defense. Whoosh! In the next moment, the terrifying dragon claw that was tens of thousands of meters in size went straight for him. It contained an energy that made him feel despair. I admit defeat, he quickly shouted in horror. Bang! However, there was no fluctuation on Wang Xian's face. The dragon claw was like a slap on an ant as it landed on his body. In an instant, the god of wind expanse spat out a large amount of blood. His face turned pale. He could feel a destructive energy entering his body and extinguishing his life force. His entire body fell heavily onto the ground. Boom! There was a loud vibration. Everyone could feel the entire planet trembling. Godlord Feng Huan's body was directly hit into the planet, sinking at least 10,000 meters deep. In the middle of the banquet square, there was a huge pit. Hiss! Everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the deep pit, their bodies trembling. Their god lord, who had stood tall in the southern domain for hundreds of thousands of years, had been easily defeated by the Dragon King. This gulp! Wang Xian floated in the air and looked down. His face was filled with pride. He flew down step by step and stared at the huge pit. In the square, everyone couldn't help but gulp. Their faces were filled with shock. The Dragon King's strength was so strong. Such a Dragon King, such a Dragon Palace, who would be able to defeat him? Lord God! The bodies of some peak-stage, immortal-level experts of Eternal Wind Expanse trembled. They looked at Wang Xian in horror and hurriedly flew into the deep pit. Cough, cough. At this moment, the God Lord of Eternal Wind Expanse, who was in an extremely sorry state and had no color on his face, slowly crawled out of the deep pit. When the group of Eternal Wind Expanse masters saw the God of Wind Expanse in such a state, they hurriedly flew over to support him. Cough, cough. The God of Wind Expanse, who was extremely weak, could not help but cough again. He spat out a huge mouthful of blood. He raised his head and stared at Wang Xian with a face full of fear. His eyes were filled with fear. He had a strong feeling that if the Dragon King wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. His eternal divine kingdom was right beside him. Even if he were to enter the eternal divine kingdom, he wouldn't be able to escape. Dragon King, I admit defeat. He was a little frightened and his body trembled slightly. Don't you think it's a little too late? Wang Xian stared at him indifferently. His face was filled with a cold expression. Previously,
He had asked the ocean of all the life planets in eternal wind expanse to disagree. Now it was already too late to agree. Then, Dragon King, what do you want me to do? The god of wind expanse clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and roared weakly.
All the oceans plus all the resources of your eternal wind expanse. Wuxia said faintly. Dragon King, you. Don't go too far.
The god of wind expanse's expression changed drastically when he heard his words. He spoke with some agitation. The expressions of all the experts around eternal wind Huanyu also changed greatly, and their eyes revealed anger. Who? Dragon King, we admit that your Dragon Palace's strength is very strong. But now you want all of our resources. Isn't that too much? At this time, the 7-star God Lord who stood at the side took a deep breath. His expression was uncertain. He did not expect the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to be so powerful. Even the God of Wind Expanse was defeated so easily. What was his strength?
He had comprehended the second law?
Oh!
Upon hearing his words, Wuxia looked at the God of 7 stars and narrowed his eyes slightly.
What I want is different from your eternal 7 stars.
He said indifferently.
Ha! The 7 stars Lord was slightly taken aback. Ao Xingmu, Ao Crab and Enlai. Wuxia shouted softly. It's the Dragon King.
Boom. 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 In the next moment, Ao Xingmu, Ao Crab and the rest locked onto the 7 stars Lord without any hesitation.
At the same time, a vast and mighty force was emitted from their bodies. A terrifying pressure spread across a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings and even the entire planet changed drastically. They felt as if the sky was collapsing.
Even the powerhouses at the peak of the godly state were kneeling down with a face full of fear and shock.
Dragon Palace. There's one more god-level existence in the Dragon Palace. There's one more.
All the powerhouses stared at Ao Xingmu and Wuxia with a face full of shock.
At this moment, they had no will to fight back against the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon King, along with the 3 divine masters beside him and the 4 of them. This was not counting the Dragon King's little brother, Divine Master Shanyu. The Divine Leaf Divine Master who had a good relationship with him. The 6 divine masters had to kneel before the Dragon King even if it was the Thunder God Master and the Double Fox Divine Master who were resurrected.
Is this the full power of the Dragon Palace?
The experts at the peak of the godly state were trembling and their faces were full of shock.
Who could fight against the Dragon Palace?
Who could fight against the Dragon King?
We, Eternal Wind Expanse, are willing to submit to the Dragon King. Sensing the power of Ao Xing, Mu Ao Xie, and the others, God Lord Wind Expanse's face changed drastically.
He lowered his head and said softly, We, the eternal 7 stars, also submit. We also submit.
The God of 7 stars swept his gaze across Ao Xingmu and the others. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he spoke loudly. He. Wuxia stared at the God of 7 stars with a mocking expression on his face. God of 7 stars, isn't it a little too late to submit now? He asked faintly. The 7 stars Lord was slightly stunned. He raised his head with some doubt.
Back then, you informed the Thunder Lord. Do you think I don't know? I will let them off the eternal wind world. However, when you, the 7 stars of eternity, informed the Thunder Lord of the eternal wind world, the outcome was already decided.
Wuxia stared at him and said faintly,
Buzz. As soon as Wuxia's words were spoken, Ao Xing, Wood Ao, Ao Cow, and Lai, and the rest had completely locked onto him.
The 3 of them instantly surrounded him.
What?
Upon hearing Wuxia's words, the 7 stars Lord's expression changed.
The expressions of all the experts in the entire eternal 7 stars also changed. A look of fear slowly appeared in their eyes.
When the Lord of Wind Expanse saw this scene, his expression also changed slightly. His body could not help but take a few steps back. It was obvious that the Dragon King wanted to destroy the 7 stars God Lord and the eternal 7 stars.
You. No, Dragon King, I didn't inform you.
The 7 stars God Lord's expression changed and he immediately shouted. You didn't?
He.
Wuxia stared at him and smiled contemptuously. The surrounding energy began to gather. Ao Yin, Ao Crab, and Enlai were ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. When the god of 7 stars saw Wang Xian staring at him mockingly, his expression kept changing. How? How did you know? How did you know? In the end, he could not help but growl and question Wang Xian. How can a dead man have so many questions? Wang Xian said indifferently. The god of 7 stars' pupils constricted and his expression was extremely ugly. He quickly looked at God Lord Feng Huan who was beside him. Wind expanse, advance and retreat together. If I am killed, you will not have a good life in the future. He immediately stared at the god of wind expanse and shouted sternly. Ha! Wang Xian heard his words and looked at the god of wind expanse. Cough, cough. The god of wind expanse could not help but cough when he saw Wang Xian staring at him. 7 stars, you did not say that you once harmed the Dragon King. Do not involve us, eternal wind expanse, in this matter. We, eternal wind expanse, will respect the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King in the future. God Lord Wind Expanse stared at the 7-star God Lord and spoke righteously. Dragon King, although I'm injured now, if you want me to help, I can do it too. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Xian and spoke with a solemn expression. Everyone around was stunned when they heard God Lord Wind Expanse's words. Is he loyal? He is a little shameless. God Lord Huanyu's submission and loyalty shocked everyone. Especially God Lord Huanyu's stern expression, which indicated that he could fight for the Dragon King, made everyone's mouths twitch. Eternal Wind World's experts and disciples couldn't help but lower their heads. This wasn't the God Lord they knew. But Eternal Wind World's experts and disciples also knew that with the current strength of the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the others, even if they joined forces with the Eternal 7 Stars, they wouldn't be a match for him. Even if the final outcome was the best, their Eternal Wind World and the Eternal 7 Stars would still be destroyed, and their Lord God would be reduced to the same level as the Thunder God Lord. Even if the outcome was almost the same, their Lord God might die. The Dragon King's strength was too terrifying. He had severely injured their Lord God in just a minute. No one could withstand such an existence. God Lord Huanyu's submission actually made all the experts and disciples of Eternal Wind World slightly sigh in relief. As for the Eternal 7 Stars who had just shook hands and conversed with each other, forget it. Who asked you to want to harm the Dragon King? You. When the 7 Stars Master heard God Lord Feng Huan's words, his face revealed an extremely furious expression. He extended his hand and pointed at God Lord Feng Huan in excitement. His body was trembling slightly. They had just joined forces to advance and retreat. Now he turned around and slashed. He stared at God Lord Feng Huan and swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the rest. He clenched his fists tightly. Hiss! The bodies of all the experts from the Eternal 7 Stars were trembling slightly. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear. There were currently 4 Divine Masters from the Dragon Palace, Eternal Wind Expanse, Mountain God Lord, Divine Leaf God Lord, and 6 Divine Masters. How could 6 Divine Masters fight against one of their Eternal 7 Stars? Dragon King, we, the Eternal 7 Stars, are willing to submit. We. The 7 Stars Lord's body was trembling slightly and his eyes were filled with fear. Your death is already destined. Don't even think about escaping. There are people guarding your divine kingdom, Wang Xian said calmly. When he learned that the 7 Stars Lord had also come to the Eternal Wind Field, Wang Xian had already made preparations. He had Chun Feiyong and the Divine Leaf Lord head to the Eternal 7 Stars to prevent the 7 Stars Lord from escaping. Although Wang Xian could still lock onto them with his current means, even if they had escaped, he could still prevent them from escaping. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he instructed Chun Feiyong and the Divine Leaf God Lord to stand guard there. The 7 Stars God Lord would definitely die this time. Dragon King, don't push it too far. The 7 Stars God Lord trembled violently when he heard his words. His eyes turned blood-red instantly as he roared furiously. Kill! Wang Xian looked at his furious expression and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Buzz! Ao He, Ao Yin, and Enlai, who were surrounding the god of 7 Stars, instantly moved under Wang Xian's command. Strike the god! Ao Xingmu shouted softly. In an instant, the god of 7 stars was covered by terrifying thorns. At the same time, Ao Xingmu, Ao He and Lai, and the rest were also covered by thorns. A battlefield that connected to the sky was completely covered by Ao Xingmu. Wang Xian looked over, but there were no fluctuations on his face. With the strength of Ao Ku and the rest, it was a piece of cake for them to destroy the 7 stars Divine Lord. Take down everyone from the eternal 7 stars immediately. At the side, the god of wind expanse looked at the area that was surrounded by the thorns that connected to the sky. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations came from within, and a hint of horror appeared on his face. Sweeping his gaze around, God Lord Huanyu immediately ordered his disciples. It's Lord God Lord. Eternal Huanyu's disciples also knew that they had to perform well in front of the Dragon King. So they immediately shouted out respectfully. They looked coldly at all the Eternal 7 Stars disciples, and their eyes revealed a sinister look. Please don't kill us, Dragon King. All the disciples of the Eternal 7 Stars knelt on the ground in horror and begged for mercy loudly. Kill the direct disciples of the 7 Stars Master. Wang Xian looked over and said indifferently, in order to cause unnecessary trouble, the direct disciples of the 7 Stars Master must be killed. It's the Dragon King. God Lord Huanyu nodded immediately at the side. Dragon King, we are willing to give the Dragon Palace the ocean of all the life planets in the entire southern region. We are willing to offer all the resources. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing to speak to Wang Xian. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Your eternal wind expanse does not have much of a grudge against our Dragon Palace. In the future, the southern region will still be your world. Our Dragon Palace will only rule the Water Tribe. Yes, yes. When the Divine Lord of Wind Expanse heard Wang Xian's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard from the area where the heaven-reaching thorns were entangled. The Lord of Wind Expanse took a look and his eyes sparkled. In the entire boundless galaxy, the Eastern Divine Leaf God was on good terms with the Dragon Palace, while the Northern Thunderclap Godlord was on the run. The Central 7 Stars were about to be killed while the Western Twin Foxes were already destroyed. Only Eternal Wind Expanse of the South was still around. Overall, Eternal Wind Expanse of the South had a better ending. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Although the price he had to pay was relatively high, at least Eternal Wind Expanse of the South was still around and there were no casualties. That's good, that's good. He mumbled and secretly glanced at Wang Xian, who was beside him. In the future, the Dragon King would be revered in the entire boundless star field. With such strength and influence, no one could defeat him. He has comprehended at least 2 laws. He mumbled. Boom, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the heaven and earth began to tremble. The body of the god of wind expanse trembled. Everyone around quickly raised their heads and looked at the sky. Crack, crack, crack. In the middle of the square, the thorn that reached the sky slowly disappeared. On the ground, there was a corpse lying quietly on the ground. He was killed so quickly? Everyone around took a deep breath when they saw this scene, and their faces were full of shock. I'm so glad that the Divine Lord of the Dragon Palace made a choice just now. The Divine Lord of the Dragon Palace is not simple either. God Lord Huanyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Ao Xie and the others with some fear. It had only been a few minutes and he had completely killed the 7-star Divine Lord in less than a minute. Such terror, who would dare to be his enemy? What happened? At the same time, the entire planet saw the wailing of heaven and earth, and the rain of blood pouring down from the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They raised their heads and a wave of grief could not be stopped. This is... a God Lord has fallen. What exactly happened? Just now, God Lord Fenghuan and the Dragon King were fighting in the void, and it seemed like the 7-star God Lord was heavily injured. Could it be that God Lord Fenghuan has fallen? And what was that thorny thing just now? That vast energy that was sealed, what exactly happened? On the planet, the disciples of Eternal Huanyu and the people who had come to inquire about the news were filled with shock. All Eternal Wind Universe disciples, listen up. From today onwards, The eternal wind universe will be ruled by the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King as king.
Everyone on the entire planet looked up at the bloody rain in the sky in shock.
Someone had seen such a bloody rain before. It had covered several planets over 1,000 years ago by the eternal twin foxes. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the fall of the God Lord. The entire planet was shaking. However, at this moment, God Lord Fenghuan's voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then their eyes slowly widened. This is God Lord Fenghuan's voice. This
Eternal Fenghuan surrenders to the Dragon King?
hiss, God Lord Fenghuan is still alive.
That means the 7-star God Lord has been killed by the Dragon King and the others.
Oh my God. Another God Lord has fallen and another God Lord has been killed by the Dragon Palace. Everyone's mouths were slightly agape. They were filled with disbelief. The matter with the 7-star God Lord has been resolved. Let's go and destroy the Thunder God Lord. Wang Xian took a glance at God Lord Fenghuan and said to Aohe and the rest, "It's the Dragon King."
Aohe and the rest nodded their heads. Dragon King, you
go and destroy the Lord of Shocking Thunder. Do you know where he is? When the Lord of Universal Wind heard Wang Xian's words, his body trembled. You can check. Wang Xian looked at him indifferently. Buzz. With a wave of his arm, the blood vessels of the formation were connected. The mirror image of the formation. The two formations were activated instantly. In front of them, the scene of the eternal divine kingdom of the Lord of Shocking Thunder appeared. Formation, black hole. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He set up the black hole formation and looked at the surrounding members of the Dragon Palace.
Let's go,
he said faintly.
Yes. Aohe, Ao Xingmu and the rest nodded immediately.
The group of Dragon Palace members entered the black hole. Wang Xian walked to the front of the black hole and waved his arm. He took the bloodlines in his hand. Buzz. The next moment, he stepped into the black hole and disappeared instantly. When God Lord Fenghuan saw this scene, he was shocked. What is this? A formation.
His eyes sparkled. As a God Lord, he knew a little about formations. When he saw such a method, his eyes were filled with shock.
The picture just now is the divine kingdom of the Thunder God Lord. The Dragon King found the Thunder God Lord through this method. No wonder the Twin Fox God Lord had already escaped back to the divine kingdom and was killed by the Dragon King and the others. This method. Fear flashed in the eyes of the Wind Expanse God Lord. With such a strange method, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Who?
Eternal Wind Expanse disciples, prepare all the resources we have and send them to the Boundless Sea Dragon Palace.
He ordered the disciples around him.
Yes.
The Eternal Wind Expanse disciples who had witnessed the Dragon King's strength weren't surprised at all, and immediately responded. What happened on Eternal Wind Expanse's side spread to the other planets at a terrifying speed. When everyone learned that the 7-star God Lord had been killed by the Dragon King and Eternal Wind Expanse had submitted, countless people were shocked. One had been killed and the other had submitted. The entire boundless star field was now under the control of the Dragon Palace. When the other big and small forces in the boundless star field received the news, they were all shocked, and their eyes sparkled. Even the eternal wind world had submitted to them. What about them? In the past, the 5 great God Lords kept each other in check, and the God Lord level forces couldn't spread far.
Now that the God Lord level forces had submitted and the Dragon Palace wanted the ocean of all the planets, why wouldn't they submit?
Even if the Dragon Palace didn't need them to submit, they had to show their loyalty. All the forces had decided to go to the Boundless Sea as soon as possible to show their loyalty and give them treasures.
Just as the news of the 7-star God Lord being destroyed by the Dragon Palace and Eternal Wind Universe submitting spread to all the planets.
In the east at the edge of the eastern region.
Further east at the edge of the eastern region was the Boundless Void. The Boundless Star Field was very large, but many people in the Boundless Star Field didn't know about the void further away.
The universe was vast and boundless, and the universe was more like a lifeless void.
Take the surroundings of the infinite star field as an example. No one knew what galaxy was around the infinite star field. Even the eternal God Lord had never left the infinite star field before. There was once a God Lord who flew in a certain direction for a few years, but didn't find any galaxy and came straight back. God Masters were also afraid of being lost in the vast void space. Besides, the universe was not completely silent. There were universe storms, space beasts, and universe turbulence. There were also some naturally formed deadlands that were extremely dangerous. In the face of some universe disasters, God Masters were like ants. In a void space close to the edge of the eastern region, there was a distance of more than 1 billion kilometers from the eastern region. At such a distance and in such a deep place, there were no signs of life. And in the center of a few meteorites, there was a vast eternal kingdom located in the center. After the Thunder God Lord escaped from the energy tide, he directly escaped into this void. The eternal kingdom was very large, and there were many of his lovers and servants in it. The Thunder God Lord was prepared to hide here for more than 10 years before he left. He didn't believe that the Dragon Palace would keep looking for him. In a hall in the Eternal Kingdom, he was sitting and reading some information. Although he was hiding here, he still had some loyal subordinates who were sending him some information about the endless star field. Whoosh, 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 boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the entire Eternal Kingdom suddenly trembled. What happened? The Thunder God Lord was slightly stunned. He moved his body and immediately appeared in the sky above the Eternal Kingdom. Dragon King. When he arrived in the sky above the Eternal Kingdom and saw Wang Immortal in the void, he was slightly shocked. His expression instantly darkened and revealed a panicked look. Dragon King. How did you guys find this place? He widened his eyes and roared at them with a gloomy face. You don't need to know. Kill him. Wang Xian said indifferently. Yes. In an instant, Ao He, Ao Xingmu, and the rest began to move. At this moment, the surrounding thorns had sealed off the entire Divine Kingdom. Even the Divine Kingdom was entangled by thorns. Damn it! Damn it! Feeling the terrifying might of Ao He and the other two, his heart pounded violently. Why was there another god-level powerhouse in the Dragon Palace? His face was filled with disbelief. Run, run, run. The Thunder God Lord had no intention of resisting. His body shook and he was prepared to flee immediately. The entire Eternal Divine Kingdom emitted vast thunderbolts that covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Can you escape? Wang Xian floated in the void quietly, looking at the anxious and terrified Thunder God Lord. His face was filled with mockery. With the current Dragon Palace, it was too easy to kill the Lord of Thunderbolt. Devour! In the vast void, the Dragon Palace slowly emerged behind Wang Xian and started to devour the vast Eternal Kingdom. The Thunder God Lord was dead. Wang Xian was not surprised by this result at all. After finding his hiding place, the fate of the Thunder God Lord was already decided. This was the third God Lord who died at the hands of the Dragon Palace. One of them had comprehended the Fire Law, one of the Thunder Law, and one of the Earth Law. The three laws corresponded to the three divine kingdoms. If the Dragon Palace wanted to level up, they still needed to devour the eternal divine kingdoms with the other 6 attributes. Let's go back. As Wang Xian spoke, he immediately set up a black hole array and flew toward the center of the boundless sea. Let's go and take Huar and Kaya with us so that they won't blame themselves. Halfway through, when he passed by the eternal divine leaf, Wang Xian paused for a moment and revealed a smile on his face. He took a look at the starry sky chart and immediately flew towards the location of the eternal divine leaf. In the eternal divine kingdom of the divine leaf god, after Wang Xian arrived, he asked the members of the Dragon Palace to wait. Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. When everyone in the eternal divine leaf saw Wang Xian, their bodies trembled slightly. They hurriedly greeted Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and walked straight in. Along the way, all the disciples of Eternal Leaf stopped immediately when they saw Wang Xian and greeted him respectfully. Who didn't know about the strength of the Dragon King, the Dragon Palace's Eternal Leaf? This was especially so when the news of the 7 Stars Divine Lord being destroyed by the Dragon Palace and Eternal Wind World submission was first reported to Eternal Leaf.
Everyone was extremely shocked. Now that they saw the Dragon King, they all greeted him respectfully.
I remember that 5 or 6 years ago, the Dragon King stepped into our eternal divine leaf as the godfathers of the 2 princesses. At that time, the Dragon King's strength was at most 9 wisps of divine fire, and the Dragon Palace was also a nameless force.
Now that the Dragon King's strength is heaven-defying, and the Dragon Palace is invincible in the world, this is really the luck of our Dongfang divine leaf. Yeah, who would have thought that the Dragon Palace, which came from the Vipralopa land, would be so terrifying now? The current Dragon Palace can easily destroy us. Some people looked at Wang Xian's back and whispered among themselves. Dragon King. When they approached the eternal divine tree, the surrounding guards immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, I'm here to look for the 2 girls. Wang Xian nodded at them and said with a smile, Dragon King, the 2 princesses are inside. I'll bring you there. The guards led the way respectfully. Soon, there were a few experts from the eternal divine leaves around Wang Xian. Each of them pointed the way. Huar Kaier. When they arrived above the eternal divine tree, Wang Xian shouted into the tree.
Old Wang, you still know to come and look for us.
The 2 girls who knew that Wang Xian was coming ran out from the tree and said with displeasure on their faces.
This was the second time that Wang Xian had come to look for them in 5 to 6 years. Naturally, the 2 girls had a lot of opinions.
Aren't you a little busy? Now that everything has been settled, I'm here to bring you to the Dragon Palace of the Boundless Sea to have some fun. Wang Xian stroked their heads with a smile on his face. Are you a little busy? Why did we hear that our Dragon King killed the 2 fox gods and exterminated the eternal 2 foxes in a fit of anger? Huar rolled her eyes at him and teased him. Hee. Who did you 2 girls listen to? Are you leaving or not?
I've gotten a lot of good stuff recently. You can choose whatever you like as compensation.
Wang Xian laughed and quickly changed the topic.
Hee, you said it yourself. We will bring Mother along this time.
Huar Kaier's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded her head. All right, let's go together. You can stay there for a few years and tour the boundless galaxy. In the future, no one will dare to bully you in the entire boundless galaxy.
Wang Xian said with a smile.
Although Huar Kaier was the daughter of the Master of God, they didn't dare to step into the northern region in the past. Neither did they dare to rashly enter the territory of other Masters of God. Now, who would dare to provoke them?
Haha, that's right. Who would dare to provoke us in the future?
Humph.
The 2 little girls raised their heads with pride on their faces. Their faces were filled with pride. Little brother Wang Xian. At this moment, Madame Xinai, who had received the news, walked over with a smile on her face. She greeted Wang Xian with a smile.
Mom, let's go. Let's go to the boundless sea and old Wang's place.
Huar Kaier said excitedly. Madame Xinai, you look good.
Wang Xian looked at Huar Kaier's mother with a glint in his eyes. Back then, her face was full of snow-white hair. Now, her hair had turned black and her body had undergone a huge change. Hee. My lifespan was forcefully extended by Shen Yi.
I have to thank little brother Wang Xian for the current situation. Since you are going to use the divine branches to put out the fire, I have now comprehended a hint of the law of spring after a dead tree. Madame Xinyi said with a smile.
Oh?
You have comprehended a hint of the law. Madame Xinai, Huar, and Kaya are going to the Dragon Palace this time. With the help of some treasures in the Dragon Palace, Madame Xinai, you will be able to level up to the level of an eternal divine lord.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Really, old Wang?
Huar's eyes lit up. She grabbed his arm and said excitedly,
You 2 girls should know the energy of the ancestral tree in the Dragon Palace. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Furthermore, some of the treasures in the Dragon Palace are enough to build an eternal divine kingdom. Wang Xian said with a smile.
Thank you, little brother Wang Xian. A hint of excitement flashed across Madame Xinya's eyes.
Moi. The 2 girls smiled happily. Let's go. They grabbed Wang Xian's arm and said happily,
All right, we just killed the Lord of Thunderbolt and passed by here. There are still members of the Dragon Palace outside. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded and said to the 2 girls, Lord of Shocking Thunder?
Old Wang, have you found him? The 2 girls were slightly stunned and asked immediately, Can he escape from my hands? Wang Xian joked. Awesome, awesome. Let's go. Hua Kaier walked out happily. Buzz.
Prime Minister Gui, inform everyone that the Dragon Palace will host a banquet for all the forces in the boundless galaxy in 10 days.
Also, announce that the Dragon Palace will open its Dragon Gate in 10 days. All aquatic creatures that pass through the Dragon Gate can join the Dragon Palace.
He brought Huakaya and their mother to the Dragon Palace.
He ordered Prime Minister Gui.
Now that the Double Fox God Lord, the Thunder God Lord, and the Seven-Star God Lord had been destroyed, Eternal Wind had submitted and Dongfang Shinai had become his friend. Then it was time for the Dragon Palace to announce to the world that they were sovereign.
Moreover, the Dragon Palace would also need to recruit a large number of disciples. More than a year ago, the Seven-Star God Lord told the Thunder God Lord that the Seven-Star God Lord had been killed by the Dragon Palace and the Eternal Wind had submitted. It is said that the Thunder God Lord has been killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The entire boundless star field is now under the control of the Dragon Palace. In addition, the Dragon King will invite all the forces of the boundless star field to a banquet in the boundless star field in 10 days. At the same time, he will announce a huge news. All the aquatic divine beasts and demon beasts of the boundless star field can break through the Dragon Palace's Dragon Gate. Intruders can join the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace will only accept disciples from the aquatic divine beasts. Hiss, this is the good news for all the aquatic divine beasts and demon beasts. Crazy, crazy, all the aquatic creatures have gone crazy after hearing this news.
The news of the Seven-Star God Lord's death, the news of Eternal Wind's submission, and the Dragon Palace's banquet spread across the entire boundless region. The first reaction of everyone and all the factions after receiving the news was to prepare to head to the boundless sea in 10 days. The water tribe demonic beasts and divine beasts became even crazier and immediately set off to head to the boundless sea.
Join the Dragon Palace.
This was a sky-high achievement for any water tribe creature. What kind of existence was the Dragon Palace now? It was the overlord of the entire boundless star field. As long as one could join the Dragon Palace, it was equivalent to a sky-high achievement. Countless demonic beasts and divine beasts immediately headed to the boundless sea. All the forces were preparing all kinds of treasures and resources to come. Who dared to disobey the order of the Dragon King now?
Little brother Wuxian, thank you so much.
Little brother, your Dragon Palace is a little special. In the future, I'll inform someone to free up the sea. Your Dragon Palace can build a Dragon Palace there. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, Divine Master Shinai was looking at his wife who was cultivating under the ancestral tree with her legs crossed. His face was filled with excitement. When he looked at the ancestral tree, he was also extremely excited.
Haha, thank you very much, Brother Shinai.
Wang Xian smiled and revealed a smile. We are a family. It's too polite to say too much. Divine Leaf Master shook his head.
Now that his two daughters were doted on by the Dragon King, they could even choose the treasures in the eternal divine kingdom of the Seven-Star Master of the God of Thunder.
His wife was cultivating in the Dragon Palace and had the chance to comprehend the laws and become the Eternal Master. In that case, what else could he, Divine Leaf Master, ask for? With the relationship between his daughters, what was wrong with giving the planets to the Dragon King, let alone the ocean?
After all, everyone knew that the boundless galaxy would belong to the Dragon Palace in the future.
As the two daughters of the Dragon King and the two pampered girls, the boundless galaxy would belong to the two girls as well.
Haha, that's true. Brother Shinai will stay here for a period of time and leave after sister-in-law becomes the God Lord. Brother Shinai and the disciples of Eternal Shinai will also come to the banquet in a few days.
Wang Xian said to him.
All right. Sorry to bother you then.
Haha, I won't bother you. The last time I went to Eternal Shinai, Brother Shinai treated me with great hospitality. This time, I will be the host. The two of them laughed and conversed.
Old Wang, come over here. Sister Feng Wan has lit the 9th wisp of divine fire.
At this moment, Hua Er's loud voice could be heard. Wang Xian shook his head and gestured to the divine leaf god before flying towards the dragon field.
When he arrived at the dragon field, Wang Xian saw a pair of wings sprouting from Feng Wan's back in the sky. She was flapping her wings beautifully. Feng Wan. Wang Xian looked at the girls around him and shouted at Feng Wan. Little Xian, I have lit up the 9th wisp of divine fire. Now, I can fight against the god. Feng Wan said with a smile. There's no rush to cultivate slowly. Don't tire yourself out. Wang Xian walked over and patted her head. I know. Feng Wan nodded her head. Ever since Qing Yu and Ling Xiu left, the group of girls had been cultivating diligently. Apparently, the previous incident had dealt a huge blow to them. In the next period of time, you guys should stop cultivating and tour the Boundless Sea with the 2 little girls. Tour the entire Boundless Starfield. I'll settle the matter between Qingyue and Ling Xiu in the future. I'll get them back. You guys must know that Qingyue is the only ancient god Kuan-herding master in the universe. Wang Xian consoled the group. Wang Xian wasn't too worried about Lan Qingyue and Sun Ling Xiu. It had been more than a year now and nothing had happened to the 2 of them. It was unlikely that anything would happen to them in the future. Lan Qingyue, who had the inheritance of the ancient god's Kuan-feeding master, had many tricks up her sleeves. The Kuan in the universe fed on the dragons and phoenixes, which were peak bloodlines. The next time they met, Lan Qingyue might be even more powerful. Okay. The group of girls nodded their heads and felt a little better. In the next few days, Wang Xian accompanied the group of girls to stroll around the Boundless Sea. Wang Xian was not too familiar with the Boundless Sea. The group of them were relaxed and happy every day. During these few days, all the major forces in the Boundless Galaxy surged into the Boundless Sea. Almost 50% of the experts and disciples of the Eternal Wind Expanse and Eternal Divine Leaf had come. Tens of billions of people had gathered around the Boundless Sea. Around the Boundless Sea, many continents were floating. As Wang Xian's mother planet, Earth was also brought to the sky above the Boundless Sea by Wang Xian. The entire Boundless Sea was bustling and bustling. The arrival of all the major forces did not cause any commotion. There wasn't even any conflict. This was because no one dared to fight here. Apart from the tens of billions of people, there were also tens of billions of aquatic creatures. There were even more aquatic creatures rushing over. Once they could break through the Dragon Gate, they would leap over the Dragon Gate and soar into the sky. This is our Earth's Dragon Palace, the Dragon King. All the people on Earth looked at this grand event with pride on their faces. Now, when they walked out and talked about coming from Earth, all of them looked at them with envy. Even the disciples of some powerful forces didn't dare to provoke the people of Earth for no reason. Set up the formation. On the last day of the 10-day banquet, all the members of the Fire Hammer clan of the Dragon Palace flew to the sky above the Boundless Sea. They floated to the surface of the sea and took out formation compasses. These were the compasses they had made. The compasses were thrown into the sky, and a huge dreamy space appeared out of thin air. They used the earth element to form a ground, and the metal element to form tables and chairs. It was a vast square that could be entered by hundreds of millions of people. At the front of the square there were 2 big words, Dragon Palace. The 2 words were shining and giving off a vast power. Hiss, what's that? On the surrounding continents, everyone was shocked when they saw the majestic square formed by the array formation. Tomorrow, we will worship the Dragon King. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with awe. Enter one by one, and find a place to sit according to your strength. The next morning, a voice sounded in the sky above the endless sea. Tens of billions of people had gathered around the endless sea. When they heard the voice, they immediately flew toward the square that was formed by the formation above the endless sea. At the entrance, Ao Yuxia, a member of the Dragon Protection Department of the Dragon Palace, led his subordinates to guard it. He held a trident in his hand and was about 3 meters tall. Each of his body exuded a powerful force. The Dragon Palace had destroyed the Eternal Twin Foxes, the Eternal Thunderbolts, and the Eternal 7 Stars. The number of members who had lit the divine fire in the Dragon Palace had reached more than 2,000. Among them, 3,000 members had reached the peak of the demigod realm and possessed the combat power of a wisp of divine fire. In the past year, the Dragon Palace's strength had increased tremendously. Come on, let's go. I haven't seen the Dragon King yet. I'm finally lucky enough to see him today. I wonder what the Dragon King will announce today? Some people entered with curiosity, awe, and worry. To build such a huge and majestic square in just a few minutes, the Dragon Palace is really powerful. Some people entered the huge and majestic square, their eyes full of shock. At the front of the square, there was a huge statue of a divine dragon. The seven-colored divine dragon was exuding a powerful majesty. Even a statue is exuding a terrifying aura. The forces that came in looked around with their eyes wide open. Those are the people from the eternal divine leaf. The people from the eternal divine leaf have arrived early. Some people looked to the left of the center and saw that there were already several million people gathered there. I heard that the two daughters of the divine leaf master who went missing and died were raised by the Dragon King after they were resurrected. The relationship between the eternal divine leaf and the Dragon King is very good. Some people heard some rumors and discussed in low voices. That's someone from the Eternal Chun clan. According to Divine Lord Shan Yu's wife, the Dragon King is the savior of Divine Lord Shan Yu. Now that the Dragon King has let the Eternal Chun clan control the western region, I'm really envious. That Divine Lord Shan Yu's wife is really lucky. Divine Lord Shan Yu is the youngest Eternal Divine Lord. Lucky? Then you don't know who the Mountain Godlord's wife is? The Mountain Godlord's wife is the biological sister of the Dragon King's only disciple, the Dragon Queen's disciple. Damn, I didn't expect the Mountain Godlord's wife to have such a deep background. The people who came in looked at the Eternal Chun clan's position and discussed animatedly. See, the one next to the Eternal Chun clan is the Dragon King's disciple. He has already ignited 7 wisps of divine fire. Only 7 wisps of divine fire? The power of 7 wisps of divine fire is a little low. What do you know? This disciple of the Dragon King is only in his 30s. You said that his power is a little low. Fuck. He lit 7 wisps of divine fire in his 30s. How is this possible? How is this possible? Discussions and exclamations could be heard as the various major forces walked toward the seats one by one. Make way, make way. Eternal Wind Expanse Master has arrived. He has personally brought his disciples here. At this moment, voices could be heard from behind and some people hurriedly made way. The once 5 great godlords of the endless starfield were now only left with Godlord Shinai and Godlord Fenghuan. Although Eternal Wind Expanse had submitted to the Dragon Palace, their strength had not decreased. Now, apart from the Dragon Palace and Eternal Divine Leaf, they were still the strongest. Even the Eternal Chun clan was much weaker than them. Hee. Godlord Wind Expanse, who was standing at the front, glanced around and walked straight toward the unknown. Little brother Shao Ran, Mountain Godlord. Godlord Wind Expanse walked to the position next to the Eternal Chun clan and cupped his hands toward Shao Ranshin and the others. Godlord Wind Expanse. The two immediately stood up and responded politely. Haha, there's no one around, right? Then we'll take our seats. Godlord Huanyu gestured to the seats next to him and said with a smile. Godlord Huanyu, Eternal Huanyu, please take your seats. Chun Feiyong raised his head slightly and said. Eternal Huanyu and the others sat next to him with smiles on their faces. More and more people gathered in the square. Soon, there were more than 100 million people. The members of the Fox Mark Divine clan are here. All of a sudden, surprised voices arose. At least tens of millions of people looked at the entrance. The Fox Mark Divine clan is the one who has reached the sky in one step. Some people said slowly. Walking past the members of the Fox Mark Divine clan in front of so many people, they were filled with emotion. More than a year ago, they had a glorious time. However, that glorious time was only in the western region. Now it was in the entire Boundless Star area. From the looks of the other forces, they could see how envious the Fox Pattern Divine clan was. Hu Fei has really given birth to a good daughter. Some disciples of the Fox Pattern Divine clan slightly raised their heads, their faces full of pride. The Hu Wen celestial race had been walking forward, sitting next to the Eternal Divine Leaf. In 2 hours, almost all the forces in the Endless Star field had arrived. Buzz. At this time, Divine Lord Shinai and his wife walked out from the seabed behind them, heading straight for the Eternal Divine Leaf. The Dragon King is coming out. Seeing Divine Master Shinai and the rest coming out,
Some people thought to themselves, "Roar!" At this moment, a dragon roar came from behind. Splash! On the surface of the water in front of them, figures slowly emerged. Wang Xian stood at the center and was surrounded by 10 girls. Prime Minister Gue stood at the right and front while a group of dragon guards accompanied him at the back. Wang Xian, who was draped in a colorful dragon robe, swept his gaze across everyone around him and walked forward indifferently. A group of girls and members of the Dragon Palace followed behind him. Buzz. When Wang Xian arrived at the front of the dragon throne, everyone from all the factions and demonic beasts stood up in unison, paying respects to the Dragon King. A deafening voice resonated in the sky above the boundless sea. All of them bowed and cupped their fists. Their faces were filled with respect. "Sit down." Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. His voice entered everyone's ears. "Thank you, Dragon King." Everyone from all the factions responded quickly and sat down on their seats. They looked at Wang Xian in awe and swept their gaze across everyone around him. That's the group of dragon queens. The 2 twins should be the daughters of the god of Shinai. As expected, the 2 daughters of the god of Shinai have a very high status in the Dragon Palace. That's Hu Yen-er. Hu Yen-er from the Hu-Wen celestial race. Some of them saw the group of girls sitting on the dragon throne and imprinted it into their minds. This was an existence that they could not afford to offend. It was also someone they needed to please. The Dragon Palace has gathered everyone here for no other reason. Firstly, the Dragon Palace will build a branch palace in the ocean of the life stars in the entire boundless galaxy. Secondly, from today onwards, all aquatic creatures will be able to break through the Dragon Gate. Those who break into the Dragon Palace will become disciples of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace will not be involved in the rest of the matters in the boundless galaxy. Please do not harm the heavens. Wang Xian's voice reverberated in everyone's mind. He didn't say too many things. The Dragon Palace was only in charge of the ocean in the boundless galaxy. The Dragon Palace couldn't do anything else. Currently, the Dragon Palace only had more than 50,000 disciples and 700 to 800 life planets in the boundless galaxy. In comparison, the Dragon Palace had too few people. It was already considered good enough to be able to control the ocean completely. Even if the Dragon Palace recruited a large number of members in the future, the number would only be more than 100,000 at most. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The devouring dragon in Ao Crab's body was not included. The devouring dragon in Ao Crab's body had now reached more than 1 million. However, this devouring dragon could not be compared to the ordinary members of the Dragon Palace. Next, the major forces offered congratulatory gifts to the Dragon King, the Dragon Palace, and so on. Every force that could enter this place had a few godly state experts. The items that they brought out were at least at the godly state level. The gifts that were sent over by so many forces were also extremely huge resources. They were even comparable to the treasure trove of an eternal level force. All kinds of treasures were sent over. At the last moment, even the Divine Leaf Master sent a gift. It was a withered sapling. When Wang Xian looked at the sapling, he could feel the ancestral tree trembling slightly. This made his eyes light up. However, Wang Xian did not look at it on the spot. The entire huge banquet lasted for about 5 hours. The Dragon Palace had prepared some food. More than 100 million people were dining together. Such a scene was extremely grand. Since the end of the banquet, it was time for countless aquatic creatures to celebrate. Countless aquatic creatures rushed toward the Dragon Gate crazily. They jumped through the Dragon Gate and turned into dragons. As long as they could enter the Dragon Palace and become disciples of the Dragon Palace, they would become existences that no one dared to provoke in the endless star field. In the next few days, thousands of new members of the Dragon Palace joined every day. The Dragon Palace also began to cultivate the aquatic creatures that joined. Currently, the number of berserk dragon species in the Dragon Palace had reached a few hundred, and there were also 50 to 60 thorn dragon species. The strength of the Dragon Palace was improving rapidly every day. The Windbreaker Tree? Windbreaker Tree? In the Dragon King's hall of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian stood in front of the ancestral tree and looked at the branch of the Windbreaker Tree. His eyes were sparkling. This branch was given to him by the divine leaf god that day. This branch was one of the 3 branches that the divine leaf god had obtained when he was given a great opportunity. One of the branches was almost withered while the other branch of the eternal divine tree was nurtured and placed in his eternal divine kingdom.
The last one was this windbreaker tree.
According to the divine leaf god, this windbreaker tree was placed at the center. Its level is comparable to the soul-returning wood, endless wood. Other than increasing the cultivation speed of the members of the wind attribute dragon palace by 4 times, it doesn't seem to be of much use at the moment.
Wuxia mumbled to himself. Now he had the endless wood, the soul-returning wood, the serval tree, and the nirvana lightning tree. Each of these trees possessed powerful abilities.
Especially the soul-returning wood. My young friend, you have almost settled your matters here. When are you leaving?
This area is still too remote. The spiritual energy is still considered average, but it's a little difficult to comprehend the laws. There are also fewer resources.
With your talent, if you stay here for 1 more day, you will be wasting 1 day of your life.
At this moment, the phantom of the god of heaven's formation appeared before Wuxia and spoke to him. Go to that bright land? Wuxia's eyes were sparkling. That's right. I'll find a backer for you when you get there so that you can increase your strength quickly.
Also, didn't your little girlfriend also enter that place? It's a good time to go and look for her. The divine emperor of heaven's formation said directly. Yes, we have to go. But we have to wait. Wuxia looked hesitant.
Now that the Dragon Palace was the king of the boundless galaxy and the Dragon Palace controlled most of the resources, the members of the Dragon Palace would improve very quickly in the future.
However, it would be much more difficult to advance to the level of the Eternal Divine Lord.
In fact, the current resources were no longer sufficient to support the members of the Dragon Palace to reach the level of the Eternal Divine Lord. Regardless of whether it was the resources of the boundless galaxy that had reached its limit or the matter of the beautiful green moon, Wuxia had to go to that dazzling place.
However, he wasn't planning to go there for the next 2 years. He had to accompany a group of girls and be fully prepared. Since young friend wants to wait, let's wait a little longer. During this period of time, you can learn the rest of the formations. It was obvious that the god of formation wanted Wuxia to inherit his Tao of formations, even if Wuxia wanted to be his disciple. He also knew that Wuxia's inheritance wasn't something that his Tao of formations could compare to. Unless he was a great wizard, he would only be qualified to take Wuxia as his disciple. All right.
Wuxia nodded his head.
Although the art of formations was of little value to Wuxia in terms of combat, it was very good in terms of support, especially when it came to searching for people and targeting enemies. In the following period of time, Wuxia accompanied a group of girls every day. When he was free, he would follow the god of formation to cultivate formations.
The group of girls also knew that Wuxia might be leaving after a period of time. They also cherished the time when he was around. Time passed slowly. A year or 2 years passed in the blink of an eye for them. 3 years later, Wuxia brought the group of girls back to the Dragon Palace from the outside. During these 3 years, they toured more than half of the boundless star field and toured more than half of the mountains and rivers of the boundless star field.
During the 3 years of free time, Wuxia had also simulated the laws of formations and established the laws. Although he had mastered quite a lot of the laws of formations with his strength, he could only set up a level 1 formation of a master god.
His combat strength could at most fight against a master god who had mastered 2 laws.
Overall, his Tao of formations was still inferior to his own strength.
After all, even a great wizard could only fight against a peak divine dragon. Back in the Dragon Palace within a radius of thousands of kilometers was much more lively than before.
Now, the members of the Dragon Palace had reached about 150,000. In 3 years, the Dragon Palace had increased by 100,000, and the number of members of the Dragon Palace was still increasing. After all the water tribes in the Endless Star Field wanted to join the Dragon Palace. The number of water tribes was more than 1 trillion. Each member of the Dragon Palace was 1 in 100 million, or even 1 in 1 billion. The strength of the Dragon Palace had improved a lot in the past few years. With the resources that the Dragon Palace controlled, more than 10 godly state experts could be born every day. The number of members who had lit the godly fire had exceeded 5,000. There were 5,000 members of the Dragon Palace who had ignited the divine fire. There were also 10,000 peak-stage demigod experts. All in all, it was equivalent to 15,000 divine realm experts. This number was absolutely invincible in the entire endless star field. Even if all the other gods were added together, there were not so many.
However, this power was very weak in the eyes of the divine Emperor Tianqian.
In his words, the divine realm was a stage that belonged to the heaven's chosen divine sons. Those who were less than 500 years old in the resplendent land were collectively known as youths. Those who were less than 2,000 years old were collectively known as youths. Many youths had already stepped into the divine realm. As for those heaven's chosen divine sons, they had already ignited 7 or 8 wisps, or even 9 wisps of divine fire when they were young. There were even some who had reached the peak of the godly state when they were young. And in the boundless galaxy, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to reach 7 or 8 wisps of godly fire in 2,000 years. Xiao Ran had reached such strength at such a young age because he relied on Wang Xian. He had consumed the eternal embryo fruit and the eternal embryo fruit. These 2 fruits belonged to the pinnacle of the universe.
Qin Feiyang was able to reach the godly master realm at such a young age because he was too lucky to obtain the inheritance of 2 godly masters consecutively. For a young man to have the strength of a god level, one could imagine how terrifying that place was. A powerful force, an army of tens of millions of warriors, all of them were at the god level.
The eternal God Lord might only be a commander, only an undying God King could be a general. A land of cultivation, and according to Tianqian God Emperor, and the inheritance of the Dragon God, the true glorious land, the center of the universe with the richest resources.
There, it was as glorious as the primeval era. The universe nurtured the most precious treasures of heaven and earth, and all races competed for it.
Giants could chase the sun, draw a bow and shoot the sun, and uproot mountains and rivers. Even the celestial emperor of heaven's formation did not set foot in such a glorious place.
Dragon King,
just as Wang Xian was deep in thought, Prime Minister Gue walked in and greeted him respectfully.
Mem, the Dragon Palace will have to trouble you for the next period of time.
Wang Xian said to him. Don't worry, Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head heavily. I will make a trip out tomorrow. I don't know when I will be back for the time being. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at the girls around him.
We have been playing for 3 years. On the day you leave, we will also be in closed-door cultivation.
The girls said to him, Let's go. Let's have a good rest tonight.
Wang Xian said to them with a smile. The group of girls rolled their eyes at him.
The next morning, Wang Xian came directly to the side of the energy tide through the teleportation formation of the Dragon Palace. Behind him, the group of girls, Hua Kaier, Master Qin Feiyang, and the rest followed him. Dragon King, this is the treasure-seeking ant that you left behind with us. An expert from the eternal divine leaf walked over and handed the treasure-seeking ant to him. I almost forgot about this little guy. Wang Xian smiled and reached out to take it. Let's go back. When my cultivation base reaches the level of the eternal divine master, I will be able to return to the Dragon Palace directly. He turned around to look at the people behind him and said with a smile, Little Xian, be careful. The group of girls said to him with concern. Don't worry.
Wang Xian nodded his head heavily.
Xiao Xian, you must bring Qing Yu and Ling Xiu back. Leave it to me. Wang Xian nodded his head at them. Then, he waved his hand and looked at the energy-tide black hole in front of him. Heaven formation. Are you sure that the incipient Saint Wings can ignore the violent energy inside? He walked to the entrance of the energy-tide black hole and transmitted his voice to the divine emperor of sky formation behind him. Don't worry. I obtained this incipient Saint Wings by accident. It's very mysterious. Even when I was at my peak, I couldn't destroy it at all. However, I haven't been able to find out what abilities it has. Its level is definitely higher than the divine emperor of void.
The Sky Array God Emperor replied.
Buzz. Wang Xian nodded his head. His body shook and the incipient Saint Wings appeared on his back. He moved his body and stepped into the black hole of the energy tide. The enormous energy tide contained a terrifying power. A god master who had comprehended a law had to unleash his full strength in order to withstand this terrifying energy. However, the incipient Saint Wings completely ignored this energy and flew forward at a terrifying speed. This black hole was a little strange. It didn't appear in front of him the moment he stepped into it. Clearly, the distance between the black hole was a little long. Wang Xian flew in the pitch-black black hole for a few hours without seeing the end. The further he went in, the more violent the energy became. The distance between this black hole is so long. How did this black hole form? Wang Xian asked the god of heaven's formation with some doubts. The heaven-nibbling black hole is an extremely terrifying formation. I died in this formation. The deep voice entered Wang Xian's ears, causing him to be slightly stunned. The heaven-nibbling formation. The moment the formation is activated, tens of thousands of black holes will appear instantly. With the power of the black holes, everything in the formation will be torn apart. The god of heaven's formation's voice continued to enter his ears. Your enemy is very strong in that bright land? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. One of the top few, the god of formation said plainly. But my young friend, don't worry, I have already fallen. No one will think that I'm still alive. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Looking at the black hole in the void in front of him, he continued to accelerate. Are we there yet? After flying for more than 30 times and disappearing, a ray of light appeared in front of him. Be careful. That battle back then affected tens of billions of kilometers. The entire space has turned into an energy turbulence. This turbulence might cause the Immortal King to fall. Listen to my command. At this moment, the voice of the god of heaven's formation suddenly entered Wang Xian's mind. He nodded his head with a solemn expression. Buzz. Light appeared, but this kind of light was very strange. Red, green, blue, and green lights were reflected in his eyes. In the surroundings, energy was wreaking havoc. A large number of stars and meteorites were wreaking havoc in the space. Wang Xian took a glance at his surroundings. His eyes were filled with shock. Fly to the right. The god of heaven's formation immediately commanded. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. He flew straight to the right. In the surroundings, Wang Xian could see many weapons floating in the air. There were also skeletons that were emitting light. The energy contained in these skeletons made Wang Xian's heart palpitate. Occasionally, he could see weapons floating in the air. Some were good and some were bad. All of them were divine weapons. Did you kill all these corpses? Wang Xian took a glance at them. He could see many of these corpses that contained powerful energy. It was hard to imagine how many of them there were in the entire area. If these corpses were collected, they could easily be forged into powerful divine weapons. Although they have ambushed the celestial emperor of Tianqing, they will have to pay a heavy price if they want to kill me. Proud voice from Tianqing god emperor's mouth. That battle lasted for a whole year. The number of immortal godly monarchs who died in my hands reached more than 100,000. The number of godly master-level powerhouses was in the millions, and there were countless godly stage powerhouses. If they knew that I'm not dead yet and that they encountered an existence like you, they would definitely die of anger. An extremely carefree voice came from the god of formation's mouth. However, when Wang Xian heard his words, he was shocked. There are more than 100,000 immortal kings and a few million eternal god lords? Wang Xian asked in surprise. That's right, my friend. There's no name in the starry sky ahead, because it's connected by several galaxies. If the boundless galaxy is placed here, it can only be said to be 1/100th of the size of a complete galaxy. And here, there are 7 galaxies. The divine emperor of heaven's formation said indifferently. So big? Doesn't that mean that even the eternal god would need 1 to 2 months to cross a galaxy? Wang Xian said in surprise. It would take 1 to 2 months to achieve teleportation in diameter. The eternal god wouldn't dare to teleport recklessly in this region. There are many dangerous and unknown places. There are some places that the divine emperor wouldn't dare to enter. There are also some places that even the immortal king would be afraid to enter. Let me put it this way. There is a huge planet in the galaxy that is as big as the entire boundless galaxy. The God Emperor of Tiancheng said, "A planet that is as big as the boundless galaxy?"
Wang Xian was extremely shocked. Wouldn't that mean that a city on this planet would take a god-level powerhouse 10 days to half a month to fly out of the city?
This was simply
terrifying.
Humans are not the masters of the universe.
At this moment, the god of heaven's formation suddenly said another sentence.
Humans are not the masters of the universe. Wang Xian agreed with this sentence. In comparison, in the entire universe, humans could only be considered as a race with a relatively large number.
Among the myriad of races in the universe, humans could only be ranked in the top 20.
If it wasn't for the fact that humans were good at learning and using weapons, humans wouldn't even be ranked in the top 20.
It's the same in this bright land. The space beasts, demons, universe desolate beasts, and robots can all compete with humans.
The divine emperor of heaven array continued his introduction.
Robots? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a look of astonishment.
That's right, they are robots. Robots created by humans. After they possess intelligence, they will form a brand new race of life. In this bright land, there is a race of robots. They are the masters and can fight against the God Emperor powerhouses. They are extremely powerful. Their learning ability is also very terrifying. All kinds of high-tech weapons can easily destroy planets. The God Emperor of Heaven's formation said slowly. Wang Xian was slightly moved when he heard his words. There is an energy storm ahead. Fly to the left immediately. Quick! The celestial emperor of heaven's formation's reminder rang out. Wang Xian's body moved and he flew to the left immediately. Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz!
After avoiding the terrifying energy storm, Wang Xian swept his gaze across and discovered that a star that was the size of the moon was instantly annihilated. All that was left was a speck of dust.
Wang Xian's pupils constricted slightly. Under such circumstances, it was as though he had been staying in the beginner's village all this while. When he suddenly came to the main city, he was surrounded by peerless experts.
This was too difficult.
Tianqin, where are we going now?
Wang Xian immediately asked him. It's only 100 years since my death. Let's go to a nearby planet. I'll find you a backer there.
Although the other party only has the strength of an immortal king, it should be enough.
Tianqin immediately replied. After we get out, I will use the formation to look for Qingyu and Lingxiu. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Suddenly, he saw a meteorite crashing towards him. His body moved and he quickly dodged to the side. Pang! The energy released by the meteorite was abnormally terrifying, causing Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. Pang!
He stretched out his arm and turned it into a dragon claw that tore upwards.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The terrifying force caused him to retreat hundreds of thousands of meters. The clothes on his body were torn apart. Wang Xian moved his body and used energy to condense a set of clothes. He exhaled slightly.
Be careful. This piece of energy is completely chaotic due to that huge battle. It will take at least 10 days for it to fly out of here. The god of formation reminded him. Okay.
Wang Xian nodded his head and braced himself. 13 days later, at the edge of the famous battlefield of the Emperor's destruction in the Tianhai Galaxy, an extremely pathetic figure flew out.
His clothes were tattered, and there were a few scars on his arms. Even his face had 2 scars. His clothes were burned by the true Samadhi fire, and the scars on his face were caused by the 4 layers of sword laws. If it wasn't for the divine emperor of heaven's formation commanding him, he might not have been able to fly out for more than 10 days. Phew! This place is really dangerous. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. There are still many formations that I set up in this place that have yet to be activated. The divine emperor wouldn't dare to venture out recklessly.
If you didn't know that your girlfriend is still alive, I would have thought that 99% of you had already perished.
The god of heaven's formation said.
I want to search for the location of Qingyu and the rest.
Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out Qingyu and Ling Xiu's hair and began to set up an array. Array formation, blood connection. Wang Xian immediately set up an array formation. However, what made his expression ugly was that the blood connection could not sense their location. If the blood connection cannot be sensed, there are only two possibilities. The distance is too far and your strength is too weak.
It's better for you to improve your strength first. If you can reach the realm of the Void God Emperor, it won't be difficult to find two people.
The Divine Emperor of Heaven's Formation said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head with a bad expression. It had been more than 4 years, and the entire resplendent land was so big. If he wanted to find it as soon as possible, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible.
Do you think the backer you found for me is reliable? Wang Xian asked.
Don't worry, I was just pointing at a little fellow in the past. Although his talent is a little lacking, there's no need to mention his character. I won't reveal any information about my existence for the time being. You just have to give him this piece of paper.
A piece of paper floated in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian reached out and took it. There were no words on the paper. Instead, there was a voice message that could be heard when he opened it.
Let's go. I'll guide you,
the God of Formation said.
Wang Xian's body moved and he immediately flew forward.
This was a vast void. He flew forward and soon he saw many huge stars.
Some stars were burning with huge flames. It was extremely terrifying.
Some stars had a terrifying suction force that made people tremble.
This is the Bright Land. The Tianhai Galaxy was one of the 7 galaxies in the Resplendent Land. The Natural Selection Continent was an incomparably vast continent. This was not a planet, but a continent that was perfectly round. Wang Xian looked at the continent in front of him and felt extremely tiny. This kind of continent was similar to the continent plates in the boundless galaxy that had a circumference of tens of millions of kilometers.
It was not enough for those continental plates. Compared to the one in front of him, it looked extremely tiny.
Wang Xian could see the thickness of the continental plates. He did not know how many kilometers thick they were. Even with his current strength, he could not see the bottom at a glance. The entire continent was filled with the aura of desolation.
However, the continent in front of him was filled with a sense of technology. Cars and airplanes shuttled between the ground and the air. It was filled with Sci-Fi.
However, in the Sci-Fi, trees that were 10,000 meters tall rose up from the ground. Their branches and leaves were lush. There were some huge birds and beasts flying in the sky. It looked like it was filled with fantasy. This is the Natural Selection Continent. It is a continent with no night. It has always been under the illumination of the sun. In the past, the development of technology was the main focus of the Natural Selection Continent. After the development of technology reached a bottleneck, it entered an era of cultivation. Emperor Tiancheng's voice entered Wang Xian's mind. He was obviously very familiar with the planet in front of him.
This continent is really strange. How high is the level of technology here? Wang Xian looked around with curiosity.
It can eliminate existences at the level of the Eternal God Lord, but it is impossible to surpass the level of the Eternal God Lord. There are more than a dozen immortal godly monarchs on this continent. This place is completely different from the boundless galaxy. Be it technology, arrays, or cultivation, they have already formed a system. There are a few powerful organizations. From now on, it will be much more convenient for you to join these organizations.
The Divine Emperor of Heaven Array introduced to him. Continue flying forward. Following that, he continued to give orders.
Wang Xian nodded his head and flew straight towards the Tianzi continent.
As soon as he reached the main road, Wang Xian sensed a feeling of being monitored.
It's the Heaven's Eye, the most advanced technology in the Tianzi continent. By scanning with the Heaven's Eye, it can detect if you are a wanted criminal.
The God of Heaven's Formation transmitted his voice. Heaven's Eye?
Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He looked a little surprised. In the major planets of the 7 galaxies, most of the technology and formations are connected. Once some of the most vicious criminals are wanted, they can be found on other planets. Of course, there are also some planets that do not prohibit these people from entering. These planets often involve darkness. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation introduced. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He had a vague idea of this bright land. In the bright land, humans were not the dominant force. Therefore, humans were more united.
The major planets were connected together like an internet. Any criminals who entered could be seen directly. This was very beneficial to a planet, a continent, and a faction. Normally, no one would reject it. Furthermore, humans are not the dominant force in this bright land. As humans are facing a threat, the major planets can teleport. Therefore, the security of the various places is better. Although this starry sky is still under the control of the major forces, there will basically be no indiscriminate killing of innocent people, even the disciples of the major forces. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the sky and continued to fly. The divine emperor of heaven's formation continued to explain to him. Why? Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Because, once the ruler of a force does things unfairly and oppresses others, it will result in the loss of population. In a place like this where one can teleport to a planet, when ordinary people see such a situation, they will choose to go somewhere else. The loss of population means the loss of the strong. It will be extremely difficult to fight against other powerful existences. As time goes on, they will either perish or dissipate. The celestial emperor of heaven's formation explained the rules of this resplendent place to Wang Xian. The strong could not kill the innocent, on the premise that the weak could not provoke them. The various major factions would not bully others based on their power. They would even do so in order to ensure the morale of the people in their respective regions. It would be fair and just. This was a pretty good environment for competition. Because humans are not the rulers of this region, the major factions do not dare to do as they please. This environment is pretty good. Wang Xian thought to himself. There was no control in the sky. The people flying around were very fast. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and realized that he could see the god-level powerhouses. Among the 1,000 people, there was probably one powerhouse who had ignited the divine fire. However, there were not many god-level powerhouses. Wang Xian had only seen one after flying for more than 2 hours. God-level powerhouses were very ordinary. A god-level powerhouse could be called a powerhouse. An immortal god king could oversee a region and suppress a planet. The planet here was much bigger than the boundless galaxy. One planet was equivalent to 500 to 600 life planets in the boundless galaxy. The difference was huge. We are here, Xian Heaven Domain. After flying for more than 10 hours, the celestial emperor of heaven's formation's notification sounded. Wang Xian looked ahead. In the middle of a huge canyon, there was an entrance. The entrance was more than 100 kilometers wide, and there were people and cars coming in and out. In the sky above the canyon, there was a huge arched door with the words, Xian Tian Territory, written on it. Go to the Xian Tian Academy in the Xian Tian Territory. The celestial emperor of formation instructed him directly. Wang Xian nodded and entered immediately. The entire Xian Heaven domain looked extremely vast. Waves of majestic energy came from within. In the surroundings, Wang Xian saw numerous gigantic divine trees. These divine trees possessed intelligence. Some of them even had the appearance of a human. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and was slightly shocked. Vast? Compared to the boundless star field, there was a huge difference. Even the Dragon Palace was far from it. After flying for another 7 to 8 hours, Wang Xian saw an incomparably huge academy. Ancient buildings, vast ancient pagodas, and majestic energy, as well as those laws that made one's heart tremble. Non-Xian Tian Academy disciples are prohibited from entering. When Wang Xian stepped into the entrance of Xian Tian Academy, a middle-aged man at the guard's office stared at him and said indifferently, I'm here to look for Senior Xian Tianzi. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said directly, Xian Tian. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. Then his expression turned cold as he sized up the man from head to toe. It's not easy to meet our dean. It's also not easy to meet anyone. Let's go. He said directly. Meet their dean? Who is their dean? An undying god-king level existence, the strongest in the entire dark sky domain, one of the pinnacle experts of the Tianze continent. How could anyone meet him? Those who were qualified to meet their dean wouldn't do it this way. He was looking at the attire of the young man in front of him. There were 2 sword marks on his face and burn marks on his arms. Although his clothes were neat and tidy, he still looked a little embarrassed. This. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw that he couldn't even enter the door.
Heaven formation, what should we do now? We can't even enter the door. Wang Xian was a little speechless as he transmitted his voice to the god of sky array. Fortunately, the middle-aged man who was guarding the door had a better quality. He didn't look down on others and directly ordered him to scram. Of course, this action of the middle-aged man might also save Wang Xian from having to show off and slap his face.
Throw away the spiritual paper. That kid will be here soon.
The god of sky array said indifferently. As the god of void who had lived for tens of millions, he could still consider such a small matter. Wang Xian nodded his head. He took out the spiritual paper and threw it lightly in front of him. The spiritual paper flew directly into the mysterious Sky Academy. Oh? What are you doing?
The middle-aged man's expression changed. He watched as the spiritual paper waved its arm and a wave of spiritual energy surged towards the spiritual paper.
However, the spiritual paper trembled slightly and disappeared. Damn it!
The middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly. With a wave of his arm, a formation compass appeared in front of him instantly.
The formation compass revolved, and with a wave of the middle-aged man's arm, a ring of fire trapped Wang Xian instantly. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he looked at the ring of fire around him.
Come in.
The old man waved his arm and pulled him into a room at the side. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and didn't resist at all.
Old Tang, what happened? What did you put the spiritual paper for? Tell me honestly.
After entering the room, the middle-aged man stared at him coldly. A few guards at the side immediately looked at him in puzzlement. I'll inform Senior Tian Xuanzi. He will be here soon.
Wang Xian said faintly. Inform our principal to come over?
Kid, I think you have a screw loose. A middle-aged man raised his head slightly and sized up Wang Xian from head to toe.
It'll only take a few minutes. I can't escape anyway. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and stood there without moving. His gaze swept across the few of them.
Among the few godly state experts, one of them was an elder who had reached the realm of the eternal God Lord. One of them was guarding the entrance of the academy and was at the level of the eternal God Lord. This was rather unbelievable.
Oh!
When the people around saw Wang Xian's calm expression, they were slightly stunned. Lock him up here first. The old man who was at the level of the God Lord said faintly. There was some doubt in his eyes. Dean, this time around, more than 20 of our teachers and students have been completely annihilated. Those sea monsters in the underground sea are too cunning. Now that the new semester is starting, we will have to reassign some teachers. At this moment, at the top of a tall tower in Shentian Academy, a few old men stood in front of a white-bearded old man and reported with a grim expression on their faces.
The white-bearded old man frowned slightly.
Wang! At this moment, a piece of spiritual paper suddenly appeared in front of him. The white-bearded old man was slightly stunned and full of astonishment. With a wave of his arm, the spiritual paper landed in his hand. Boom! In the next moment, the white-bearded old man suddenly stood up. His face was filled with excitement and shock.
All of you retreat first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared.
Oh! The few old men in the room were slightly stunned. They looked at each other and walked out with puzzlement. Buzz! At the same time, a figure appeared at the entrance guard of the Shentian Academy.
When Wang Xian saw the old man who suddenly appeared, his pupils constricted slightly.
Very soon, he guessed the identity of the old man. Greetings to the dean. At the entrance guard, the few of them saw the appearance of the old man and their faces were filled with shock. They immediately bowed respectfully.
They glanced at Wang Xian who was beside them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief.
Senior Tian Xuanzi?
Wang Xian looked at the old man and cupped his hands.
Let's go, little brother. Let's go to my place. The white-bearded old man was Tian Xuanzi. With a wave of his arm, he enveloped Wang Xian.
The two of them disappeared instantly.
All that was left was the shocked expressions of the guards in the security room. That kid really knew their principal.
In just a split second, Wang Xian sensed the drastic changes in the surroundings. He was already standing at the top of a mountain peak, surrounded by clouds.
There were also mountain peaks around him. All of the mountain peaks contained majestic energy, as if they were forming a huge formation. The spiritual energy here was extremely dense and was even higher than the Dragon Palace. Phew, little brother. I didn't expect you to be an old friend of Senior Celestial the Arch of Heaven's Formation. Since Senior Celestial the Arch of Heaven's Formation asked me to take care of you, you can live peacefully in my Xian Heaven domain in the future. Xian Tianzi's eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Xian. He took a deep breath. Thank you, Senior Xian Tianzi. Wang Xian was slightly silent. He nodded his head and thanked him. Don't worry. Although I don't know why Senior Tianchen handed you over to me, I owe you a debt of gratitude. This debt of gratitude is greater than the heavens. It's a pity that Senior Tianchen. Xian Tianzi shook his head slightly and looked towards the east. Forget it. It's better if you don't know some things. I will teach you well in the future and arrange a place for you to stay. Oh right, what kind of formations are you cultivating? Xian Tianzi hesitated for a moment and asked Wang Xian. Yes, it's related. Wang Xian nodded his head. What's your cultivation level now? Xian Tianzi looked at him and asked. I've just been able to establish laws at the level of a god lord. Wang Xian replied. Oh? You've already been able to establish laws? A hint of shock flashed across Xian Tianzi's eyes. He sized up Wang Xian from head to toe and sensed his aura. Judging from his vitality, he's very young and belongs to the stage of youth. The way of formations in the youth stage has already reached the level of a god lord. It's unbelievable. Senior said that this is the son of his deceased friend. To be able to be related to Senior, his talent is absolutely terrifying. Also, before Senior died, he might have left behind his inheritance. Could it be? All of a sudden, a powerful luster shot out from his eyes, and his body trembled. Even if he didn't obtain the inheritance and only obtained a tiny bit of it, it would still be a treasure that would drive all array formation masters crazy if placed outside. This youth definitely has boundless potential in the future. Xian Tianzi's thoughts were active. Little brother, are you willing to take me as your master? After hesitating for a moment, Xian Tianzi's eyes flickered as he looked at Wang Xian. I don't want to take anyone as my master. Wang Xian shook his head. He didn't even agree when the Celestial Emperor of Tianqing wanted to take him as his disciple, let alone Xian Tianzi. Although Xian Tianzi's strength was extremely terrifying, he couldn't teach him anything. Xian Tianzi didn't seem to be too surprised by Wang Xian's response. Since that's the case, let's forget about it. Then, according to the instructions of the Divine Emperor of Heaven's Formation, little brother, you will marry into our Xian Tian territory in the future. Don't worry, I will find you a girl that you are satisfied with. There are many goddesses in our Xian Tian territory. There will definitely be someone that you are satisfied with. I will watch you grow up, get married, and have children. I will not disappoint Senior Tiancheng God Emperor. He suddenly said slowly, his voice full of emotion. His words stunned Wang Xian. Marry into the family? When Wang Xian heard Xian Tianzi's words, he was stunned when he saw the old man staring at him with a glowing face. He was stunned. Tiancheng, you old man, you told him to let me marry into their Xian heaven domain? You told him to watch me get married and have children. Wang Xian's face turned dark as he transmitted his voice to Xian Tianzi. No, I told him to take care of you after you became an old friend of mine. The god of Tianqin was also a little stunned. Soon after, he became speechless. Maybe this kid sees that you have good talent and is related to me. That's why he wants to keep you in their mysterious sky territory. Yeah, I used to see this kid's honest face. I didn't expect him to be so cunning. Looks like he's getting smarter and smarter. However, my young friend, you have benefited from me this time. No matter what, this old fellow is still a godly king. Among his descendants, there will always be beautiful women. When that time comes, won't you be able to pick any beautiful women you want? The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation said with a smile on his face. Fuck. Wang Xian was speechless. He turned around and looked at Xian Tianzi. Don't be in a hurry to reject him. You are now working for this old fellow. In the future, you'll have to let him take care of you. I haven't seen this old fellow for more than 10,000 years. It's not a big deal to betray yourself. The Tianqing God Emperor seemed to be very happy when he saw Wang Xian being defeated. He transmitted his voice to him. This, Senior Xian Tianzi, I am still young. Let's not talk about other things. Wang Xian replied to Xian Tianzi with a dark face.
Haha, there's no hurry. Let's go. I will bring you to a place to stay. Xian Tianzi said as he waved his arm. The two of them instantly appeared on another mountain peak.
This mountain peak was not too far away from the previous one. On top of the mountain peak, there was a string peak.
The entire mountain peak contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. It was one of the better mountain peaks in the vicinity. Little brother, you can stay here. This is the mountain peak that belonged to a kid of mine back then. However, due to an accident.
Oh, I forgot to ask little brother your name.
The old man looked around with a nostalgic look. Then he smiled and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, Renshan Xian.
Wang Xian said to him, your name is not bad. I'll call you Little Xian from now on. This will be your home from now on. If you need anything, just look for me. I'll get someone to take care of your daily life later. Also, it's very difficult to cultivate in the path of formations. If you need anything, you can look for me. I don't know what you lack either. I'll give you some resources. As Xian Tianzi spoke, he waved his arm. Numerous divine pills with law flowing on them floated around Wang Xian. There were dozens of eternal divine pills. Their level was around level 2 and level 3 of the eternal divine lord. They were also the most suitable for Wang Xian's current strength. Thank you, Senior Xian Tianzi. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A trace of gratitude appeared on his face as he said solemnly, it's just some small elixirs. If you need them in the future, come and look for me directly. Xian Tianzi waved his hand and looked around. He continued, look around first. I'll get someone to call you later. We'll be nagging. All right. Thank you, Senior Xian Tianzi.
Wang Xian nodded his head in gratitude. Haha, no need to thank me. We'll be a family from now on. Xian Tianzi said cheerfully. He waved his hand and left immediately.
Wang Xian's face turned black when he heard his words.
Fuck, a family.
What is this old man trying to do to me?
However, this Xian Tianzi is indeed not bad.
Wang Xian muttered as he looked at the eternal lord-level elixirs in front of him.
If the people from the Xian heaven region knew that a powerful man could treat him in such a manner, they would be extremely envious.
They would even feel that it was unbelievable. These dozens of elixirs should be able to ignite 1 or even 2 wisps of divine fire again. Wang Xian's heart was burning. Although that old fellow has some ulterior motives, it's still not bad. Back then, he knelt in front of my hall for 5 years and I didn't take him in as my disciple.
Sigh. The voice of the god of heaven's formation rang in Wang Xian's ears. Finally, he let out a sigh as he thought of his disciple who betrayed him back then.
Wang Xian ignored the self-pity of the god of heaven's formation. He floated at the top of the mountain peak and strolled around the entire mountain peak. This string peak was indeed extremely luxurious. There was also an eternal divine grass in the room on the mountain peak that was emitting divine light. Buzz.
After scanning his surroundings, Wang Xian immediately stared at the elixir in front of him. With a wave of his arm, he swallowed it directly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, waves of majestic energy transformed into the dragon qi in his body.
Wang Xian had only ignited 6 wisps of divine fire. After consuming the elixir of the eternal divine lord level, the dragon qi that was converted from the 6 wisps of divine fire was extremely terrifying.
The majestic energy of his energy surged as the aura on his body continued to rise.
As he did not transform into the body of a divine dragon, the phantom image of a 7-colored divine dragon appeared around him. Ding!
Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have lit up 7 wisps of divine fire.
Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have lit up 8 wisps of divine fire. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin Yang 5 elements divine dragon. Mandragon unity. Level. 8 wisps of divine fire. 5th change of the divine dragon transformation. Divine crystal. 17,735.4 billion/1,000 billion.
Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals.
Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation.
Supernatural ability, soul-absorbing, spirit-attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes.
Aspect. 5 elements Great Mill. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Dragon head under the heavens. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Yin-yang poles. Yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl. Divine Dragon Tail Swing.
Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace.
Dragon Palace. Level 6. Dragon Palace members. 153633. Phew. 2 levels in a row. Wang Xian opened his eyes and revealed an excited expression. Indeed, it was different to have someone protecting him. With 8 wisps of divine fire, he was able to fight against or even kill the eternal God Lord who had comprehended 4 laws.
This speed of improvement, is this the inheritance of the divine dragon?
Is a peak existence that terrifying? The god of heaven's formation muttered as he sensed Wang Xian's improvement.
His strength was already very strong. According to what he knew, there were only 2 realms above him. However, he was still a little shocked when faced with Wang Xian's rapid improvement.
Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and set up a blood-linked formation. After failing to sense Qing Yu and Ling Xiu, he shook his head helplessly. With your improvement in strength this time, you should be able to master more formations. You can learn them in the next few days. The god of heaven's formation transmitted his voice to Wang Xian.
All right.
He nodded his head. Young Master Wang, our master is calling you over for a meal. At this moment, an old woman's voice came from outside. Wang Xian walked out and nodded his head. Young Master Wang, I will take care of your daily life in the future. If you have anything to tell me, you can tell me.
The old lady said with a smile.
All right. It will be troublesome in the future. Wang Xian nodded his head and walked towards the main peak under the guidance of the old lady. My young friend Wang Xian, give the spiritual paper to that old fellow later. Don't say too much. Just tell him that it was given to him after he took you in. Following behind the old lady, the god of heaven's formation transmitted his voice to Wang Xian. A spiritual paper appeared in front of him. All right. Wang Xian nodded and didn't ask anything.
Come, little Xian, have a seat.
Upon entering the main peak where Shen Tianzi was, Wang Xian greeted him warmly when he saw him entering. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. Thank you for taking care of me, senior.
Haha, I've already said that there's no need to be so polite.
Shen Tianzi shook his head and gestured at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian looked at the food on the table. All of them were valuable items and the ingredients were at the godly state level.
He smacked his lips and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes.
Try it. I don't usually eat like this. Hee, give me a glass of wine. This is a 100,000-year-old wine. Shen Tianzi greeted him warmly.
Wang Xian nodded and greeted him politely. Shen Tianzi didn't have any special purpose. He was just introducing some information about the mysterious sky territory to him.
The mysterious sky territory was one of the 4 major forces in the Tianzi continent. It occupied 1/5 of the Tianzi continent. As for how big it was, Wang Xian did a rough calculation. It was equivalent to the area of 1,000 previous Earths. That's right, it was 1,000. That was how terrifying it was.
A city in the mysterious sky territory was equivalent to the size of a few Earths. After 3 rounds of drinking, most of the time Shen Tianzi was the one talking. He was telling him how awesome the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation was back then. How did he obtain the guidance of the Tiancheng Celestial Emperor? However, it was obvious that Shen Tianzi had concealed the fact that he had been rejected after kneeling for 5 years. Wang Xian realized that Shen Tianzi was also a man of character. No wonder the Tiancheng Celestial Emperor said that he had a good temperament. Senior, I won't disturb you anymore. This is a piece of spiritual paper. The Tiancheng Celestial Emperor asked me to give it to you after you took me in. Before Wang Xian left, he took out the spiritual paper and placed it in front of Shen Tianzi. Ha! Shen Tianzi was slightly stunned. He pointed his finger at the spiritual paper and his body began to tremble very quickly. Huff, huff, huff. Some of the core formations of the Celestial Emperor of Tiancheng. He growled in a low voice. His face was flushed red and his face was filled with excitement.
Senior Celestial Emperor of Tiancheng only taught these core formations to his personal disciples. Although you have already fallen, if one day I, Xian Tianzi, can step into the Celestial Emperor realm, I will definitely avenge you. It's just that I might not be as talented as you.
Xian Tianzi mumbled and clenched his fists tightly. In the next few days, I will first master the Tao of formations. Then, I will think of a way to earn resources and increase my strength. Wang Xian returned to the Flux Disciple Peak and thought to himself, Sky Formation. Hand over the formations that I can master now. As Wang Xian spoke, he said to the god of Sky Formation, Didn't you hear that old fellow say that I'm so awesome just now?
I didn't take him in even after kneeling for 10 years.
Look at you now. I almost became your nanny.
The god of Sky Formation said with a rare indignant tone.
All right. Recognize yourself. You're already dead. Wang Xian smiled. When my strength reaches the level of Celestial the Arch, I will give you a body.
Huff.
The Celestial the Arch of Heaven's Formation took a deep breath and began to teach Wang Xian obediently. Now he was counting on Wang Xian. In the next 10 days, Wang Xian did not leave the Flux Disciple Peak. He had been cultivating all kinds of formations.
In the next 10 days, Wang Xian had mastered more than 20 formations. Some of them were auxiliary formations while the rest were offensive formations.
What a monster! Seeing that Wang Xian had mastered a formation that was comparable to a level 3 Divine Lord, the god of Heaven's Formation muttered to himself. Back then, which formation didn't take him hundreds of years to master?
It wasn't as easy as him. However, the god of Heaven's Formation knew that this was mainly due to Wang Xian's mastery of 7 attributes and his own strength.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to master them so quickly. 7 attributes and the origin of attributes. This was no joke.
It's not bad. Although it's a little useless, it's good that we don't waste too much time. Wang Xian stretched his body and said indifferently,
Xian Tianzi will beat you to death when he hears your words. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven's Formation said indifferently. Next, we have to consider the matter of obtaining resources. Do you know how to obtain resources quickly?
Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he asked the god of Heaven's Formation. Oh, I have been the god of void for more than 50 million years. I don't know about these things.
The god of Heaven's Formation shook his head.
Wang Xian was speechless. However, it made sense when he thought about it. How would an existence at the level of the god of void know how to obtain resources faster?
Go and ask that old fellow. He is the dean of the Xian Tian Academy, so he should know more about it.
The god emperor of Heaven's Formation suggested to him.
All right. Wang Xian nodded. He immediately took out his communication device and sent a message to Xian Tianzi. Soon. Xian Tianzi replied.
Wang Xian stopped him from coming over to pick him up and flew directly in the direction of the Xian Tian Academy.
There was a formation protecting the mountain peak. However, Wang Xian had Xian Tianzi's keepsake on him, so he was not affected by the formation. While flying in the air, Wang Xian could feel the vast aura around him. This aura was similar to the prehistoric world in the Legends of Earth, as well as the world in sci-fi movies. Cars, spaceships, and airplanes shuttled through the prehistoric world. Wang Xian actually saw entertainment venues such as bars,
strange mountains and rivers, wild sci-fi. Hey, there seemed to be a lot more people.
When Wang Xian arrived at the towering and eye-catching Xiantian Academy, he saw that there were a lot more people at the entrance of the academy compared to the last time. Most of them were young men and women with prominent figures. School has started? Wang Xian was puzzled and walked into the academy.
Beep beep, non-students are not allowed to enter.
This time, a voice rang out as soon as Wang Xian entered.
At the guard's office, someone immediately stared at him. Some of the students also looked over curiously.
Eh? It's that young man.
A middle-aged guard's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian. He quickly went forward to welcome him. Young master, what are you doing? This person in front of them was personally welcomed by the dean, who was so elusive that they couldn't even see his face. Go and look for Senior Xian Tianzi.
Wang Xian said with a smile. Come. The Xiantian Academy is very big. Young master, I will bring you there.
The middle-aged man said to him respectfully with a face full of respect.
All right. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble, no trouble. The middle-aged man who had a cold expression the last time brought Wang Xian into the academy respectfully this time. The entire academy was indeed huge. They flew at full speed for an hour before they arrived at the tower where the central principal was. The entire academy had also opened Wang Xian's eyes. It was too vast and majestic.
This is where the principal works. However, I don't know if the principal is inside.
Sometimes, the principal will not come to the academy for hundreds of years.
After the middle-aged guard brought Wang Xian over, he said to him,
"Thank you." Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked at the entrance and walked straight ahead. The simple and unadorned tower occupied an area of 5,000 to 6,000 square meters and was tens of thousands of meters tall. The entire tower was enveloped by a powerful array formation and was emitting a powerful pressure.
The vast aura that came at him made Wang Xian's heart skip a beat.
Ha! When he had just stepped into the bottom of the tower, Xian Tianzi, who was at the top, sensed Wang Xian's arrival. He waved his arm gently.
Buzz!
Wang Xian, who had just entered the entrance, instantly sensed that he had appeared in an ancient and luxurious room. Senior Xian Tianzi.
Wang Xian shouted at Xian Tianzi. He had a better understanding of the immortal godly king's strength.
Take a seat. What's the matter, little Xian? Xian Tianzi asked with a smile. Senior Xian Tianzi, I would like to ask, is there any way to obtain resources quickly? Wang Xian asked directly. Resources?
What resources?
Weapons?
Elixirs?
Xian Tianzi was slightly taken aback. If you need anything, I'll give it to you. No need, senior. I can't just ask you for all the resources.
Wang Xian shook his head and thanked him.
Haha. What does it matter? We're family. Xian Tianzi laughed nonchalantly.
Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly. Senior, I might need a lot of resources. I also need to know how to earn resources quickly. To earn all kinds of resources, you need to take risks. You have just reached the Divine Lord realm and you are still too weak. I am worried. How about this? Xiaoxian, you are also at the Divine Lord realm. You have come to Xiantian Academy to teach your students. The treatment given to the teachers in the academy is not bad. If you can teach some outstanding disciples, there will be many rewards.
Xian Tianzi said to Wang Xian.
This. Wang Xian was a little speechless when he heard what Xian Tianzi said.
Be a teacher? This? Senior, I have never been a teacher before. I want to get some resources quickly. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous. Wang Xian said in a speechless manner. No, you are still young. Although your strength and talent are not bad, you can't take risks rashly. Tell me what resources you need.
Moreover, the teachers of the Mysterious Sky Academy are also very free. They can only attend 7 or 8 classes a month at most. Some students need to pay credits to listen to your lectures. The teachers can exchange their credits for treasures in the academy. Of course, if you feel that a disciple is not bad, you can specially teach him. The teachers with excellent results will also be rewarded.
It doesn't matter if you don't have experience. The strength of a God Lord is enough to teach some students who have ignited the divine fire. Xian Tianzi immediately retorted and started to introduce the tasks of the teachers in the academy to him. Wang Xian was speechless. From the look of him, it was obvious that he didn't want him to take the risk. A hesitant look appeared on his face as he was thinking about how to convince this old fellow. Not long ago, more than a dozen teachers from our academy led the students into the underground sea and all of them perished. Currently, there are no teachers in the academy. Xiaoxian, please help me, this old man, to teach some new students.
Xian Tianzi, who had lived for millions of years, could tell that Wang Xian was unwilling at first glance. He immediately said that.
Oh, the underground sea? Died.
Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face.
The underground sea is the underground world of the Tianzi continent. Although the natural selection continent is a continental plate, its thickness can reach up to hundreds of millions of kilometers. Other than the surface of the sea, there is also the underground sea. The subterranean sea is occupied by sea monsters. These sea monsters are extremely powerful. There are even existences at the Immortal King level.
In addition, becoming a student of the Xiantian Academy is not just about cultivating in seclusion. Entering the greater world to gain experience is also the most important thing. Xian Tianzi introduced to him. Subterranean Sea. Greater world. Wang Xian's face was filled with doubt once again as he mumbled. Senior, what is the greater world? He could not help but ask. The 7 galaxies are vast and endless. There are billions of planets. Although the major forces are divided, humans are not the rulers of this place. Sometimes, they will encounter attacks from desolate beasts, demons, and monsters. Some planets and some forces cannot withstand the attacks, or they can avoid the loss of a large number of people. They will issue missions, and other major forces on other planets will be able to see it. If anyone wants to obtain the rewards of these missions, they can accept the missions and carry out planet teleportation. Other than that, there is also the alternate dimension created by the Godly King, collectively known as the Greater World Mission. Xian Tianzi introduced it to Wang Xian. Can the Xiantian Academy accept the Greater World Mission? A glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he asked immediately. Yes, but Xiao Xian don't have such thoughts. Come and be a teacher in the academy. Xian Tianzi said to him immediately. How many classes do you have in a month as a teacher? Do you have a high degree of freedom? I want to cultivate too. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking. 1 class lasts for 2 hours. There are at least 6 classes in a month. There are about 30 students with you. They are all students who have ignited the divine fire. You will be teaching the formation from a wisp of divine fire to its peak. There will be 2 formations in each stage. One will be for combat and the other will be for support. If the students wish to learn more formations, you will have to take them in as your disciples and exchange them with your points in the academy. As for the teachers, if you are not prepared to take the students in person, you will have a high degree of freedom. You will basically be able to stay in the academy for 3 to 4 days a month. Xian Tianzi spoke. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Since Xian Tianzi had spoken, he couldn't reject him. Furthermore, after agreeing to him, he could use his identity as a teacher of the academy to take a look at the greater world and the sea monster. Haha, all right. It seems like it's only a few days since the freshmen are reporting. I will get someone to bring you there. Xian Tianzi stood up happily and looked down as though he was transmitting his voice. Principal. Soon, a woman dressed in battle armor walked in. The golden battle armor wrapped around her body, making her look like a violent god of war. The woman bowed respectfully to Xian Tianzi. This is Wang Xian. Arrange a place for him to be the teacher of this batch of freshmen. Also, give him a place to stay in the forest. Xian Tianzi spoke expressionlessly with a dignified expression when he faced his subordinates. It's the principal. The woman was shocked. She looked at Wang Xian with a shocked expression. She felt extremely shocked when she sensed Wang Xian's aura at such a young age. For an expert to be able to sense the age of a person from his aura, it might not be too much of a preparation. However, it was enough to determine the youth and the young man. Some experts who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years could sense the aura of time and desolation from their bodies at a glance. Teacher Wang Xian, the new students have just registered not long ago. There are no teachers to teach them for the time being. However, the official selection of the students will begin tomorrow morning. I'll bring you to the back forest first. The back forest is a place that the academy has prepared for some of the powerhouses in the academy. In the future, teacher Wang Xian can temporarily stay there. The woman who followed Director Jean came down from the principal's tower and said to Wang Xian, Yes, thank you, Director Jean. This is my first day at the Xiantian Academy. I don't know much about this place and I don't know much about some of the teaching. Wang Xian thanked Director Jean. It's all right. Since the principal wants you to be an array teacher, you must be strong enough. Since teacher Wang Xian is so young, he must be a genius. I'll bring you around the academy later. If you need anything, you can come to me directly. Director Jin's attitude towards Wang Xian was very good. After all, Wang Xian was brought here personally by the dean. His relationship with the dean was obviously not simple. As the ruler of the Shen Heaven domain, the dean was one of the top experts in the entire Tianzi continent. Even if she wanted to meet the dean once, it would take her at least a few hundred years. If it wasn't for the recent major incident that happened in the mysterious Sky Academy, the dean wouldn't have come.
Dean Jean brought him around the academy. The entire academy was huge, covering an area of at least 10,000 kilometers. There were hundreds of thousands of students in the academy. They were the most outstanding talents in the entire mysterious sky territory. The entire academy even included a rather large mountain range. It was extremely vast.
This is the back forest. Teacher Wuxia, you can stay here. Of course, you can also stay in other places. It's just a little more convenient here.
Director Jean brought him to a small forest filled with bamboo. A stream flowed through the bamboo forest. Beside the stream, there were many simple and natural houses. Beside each house, there was a bamboo at the level of a deity.
Wuxia scanned his surroundings and was slightly surprised. There were at least hundreds of thousands of bamboos in the entire bamboo forest. The lowest level of these bamboos were at the demigod level.
There were even quite a number of divine-level bamboos. The greater world is a dazzling place. Wuxia could not help but sigh in his heart.
Teacher Wuxia, you can go to the place I brought you to tomorrow morning. I will introduce you to the other teachers then.
Director Jean said to him. Wuxia nodded his head and left after exchanging a few words with him.
He entered the courtyard and swept his gaze across the surroundings. A satisfied look appeared on his face. Although it was not as good as the Flux Point Peak, it was still a pretty good place to live. As for the amount of spiritual energy, Wuxia did not care much about it. To him, if he wanted to improve quickly, devouring resources was the fastest way. Wuxia took out some books that he had bought along the way about the Mysterious Sky Territory and the Mysterious Sky Academy and started to read them carefully.
There were no days and nights in the Tianzi continent. However, they were still divided into days and nights according to time. After one night, Wuxia walked towards a square that Director Jean had brought him to yesterday.
When he arrived, he realized that there were already many people in the square.
There were more than 10,000 young men and women standing in the middle of the square. At the front of the square stood more than 300 middle-aged and elderly people. One could sense from their aura that they were all god-level existences. Director Jean stood proudly in the middle of the square.
"Eh?
This student. Go and stand below immediately."
When Wuxia walked onto the stage, a middle-aged man at the edge of the square looked at him and shouted softly,
"I'm the new teacher." Wuxia was slightly taken aback as he said with a smile, "Oh."
The middle-aged teacher was slightly taken aback. "Teacher Wuxia, come over." At this moment, Director Jean, who was seated in the middle, saw Wuxia. A smile appeared on his cold and dignified face. "Ha!" When the teachers saw this scene, they were filled with astonishment.
They looked at Wuxia in unison. Many of them were filled with astonishment. This is also a teacher. He's so young.
The group of teachers were extremely puzzled. They were all array teachers. Now that they had all reached the stage of establishing laws, they were on par with the Eternal Lord. Wuxia was dressed in black and there was a 7-colored divine dragon embroidered on his clothes. He looked rather domineering.
However, with his young and tender face and aura, he could tell that this was a young man. He might be even younger than all the students present. Could he be a teacher? Yes, Director Jean. Wuxia nodded and walked towards Director Jean. The teachers around him were looking at him in astonishment.
Wuxia nodded at them kindly and walked to the side of Director Jean. "Teacher Wuxia, this is the list of the freshmen this year. The 500 to 600 students at the front are the more outstanding students this year. Under normal circumstances, each teacher can choose 2 more outstanding students.
The rest will be chosen according to the order.
However, Teacher Wuxia can choose his own students as he pleases. He can choose whichever student he likes." Director Jean said to Wuxia.
Wuxia was slightly taken aback when he heard her words. All the teachers around him widened their eyes and looked over immediately. "Director Jean, how can this be?" An elder beside him frowned and said discontentedly.
However, before he could finish his sentence, Director Jean raised her arm and signaled him to shut up.
The old man was stunned. He was the descendant of the immortal godly king of the Shen Heaven domain after all. Although there were more than 10 generations between him and Shen Tianzi, he was still a direct descendant. He did not expect Director Jean to interrupt him directly.
Usually, Director Jean would give him face.
However, he was not stupid. When he saw that his words were interrupted, He looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. This is not good. I think it's better to proceed like the other teachers. Wang Xian knew that Dean Jin had opened the back door for him. He said in a slightly speechless manner, "It's all right. You are a new teacher and you are the oldest. I should take care of you," Dean Jin said nonchalantly. Some of the teachers around were slightly dazed. This kind of thing had never happened in the Shen Tian Academy. Sometimes, in order to compete for an elite disciple, even the descendants of Shen Tianzi would be embarrassed. Now, this young man was actually allowed to choose his students. Damn it, if he were to choose 30 out of the 500 to 600 outstanding disciples, the academy would be at a huge disadvantage in the future. This? Wang Xian nodded his head helplessly. The students below also saw Wang Xian on the stage and heard the words of the teachers. This made many students dumbfounded. He is also a teacher. He is too young. Damn. He can choose his students directly. Wow, this is a teacher. The teacher of our Xiantian Academy requires the strength of the eternal God Lord. Could it be that he can establish laws? This is too young and too handsome. My God. He is actually our teacher. In front of the Xiantian Academy's freshman square, more than 10,000 students were sizing up Wang Xian, who was standing in front of them. He was young, handsome, and had an extraordinary temperament. This made the eyes of many girls present shine. However, there were also many students who were filled with curiosity and doubt. Wang Xian was too young, and he didn't look older than them. At such an age, he was qualified to be their teacher. One must know that they were considered geniuses in the entire mysterious sky territory. There are 30 students in a class. Student Wang Xian can choose any 30 of them. He can choose the more outstanding students. Director Jin said directly to Wang Xian. The corners of the teachers' mouths twitched. Their faces didn't look good. Was this kid a relative of Director Jin? It shouldn't be. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Wang Xian shook his head and looked ahead. My name is Wang Xian, one of the new teachers. If you are willing to be my student, please come forward, he said to all the students. Ha! Dean Jin and the teachers around him were slightly stunned when they saw his actions. They smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The more than 10,000 students below looked hesitant when they saw Wang Xian standing out. He's so young. Isn't he a little unreliable? Yeah, he said that he's a new teacher. He's definitely not as good as the previous teachers. He's too young. His actual combat experience is definitely not strong. Some of the boys mumbled softly. I'm willing. Teacher Wang Xian is simply too handsome. I'm also willing to become teacher student. To be able to become a teacher of the Xiantian Academy at such a young age is definitely the pride of the heavens. Even in the greater world, he would be the pride of the heavens. Some of the girls' eyes lit up as they spoke loudly and walked out. There were also some girls who thought that Wang Xian must be extraordinary to be able to become a teacher at such a young age. Hence, they walked out as well. In an instant, 50 to 60 girls walked out. Among them, there were quite a few who looked stunning. The girls were different from the boys. It was uncomfortable for the boys to find a teacher who was younger than them. However, the girls found it very interesting. There was no room for two tigers on a mountain unless it was a male and a female. Such a situation was very suitable here. When Wang Xian saw that the 40 to 50 people were all girls, the corner of his mouth twitched. The female students are pretty good. They are all more obedient. Among them, 3 of the girls are more talented. Director Jin, who was standing at the side, said with a smile on his face, I will choose 30 of you. Wang Xian looked at the 40 to 50 girls and shook his head. Then he waved his arm. In an instant, illusory pillars appeared around the group of girls. With a wave of his arm, 30 of them instantly appeared around 500 meters away. Water element formation, teleportation. Only an array master who had ignited 8 wisps of divine fire could achieve such a feat. On the other hand, Wang Xian's formation covered 40 to 50 people, but he had managed to accurately teleport 30 of them out. One could see how skilled he was in the art of formations. Teacher Wang Xian is really fast in setting up the formation. To be able to reach the level of a god lord at such a young age, he's really amazing.
The old man who had spoken earlier said with a smile.
Wang Xian smiled at him. To be able to cast an 8-wisp divine fire-level formation in an instant, it seems like our teacher is really amazing.
Wow, I'm starting to regret it. This teacher Wang Xian is not weak. Most importantly, the entire class is filled with girls. If I were to enter this class, the girls who were chosen were all excited when they saw Wang Xian's move. Some of the boys were also starting to regret it.
The quality of these 30 girls was rather high.
All right, let's start distributing the students.
After Wang Xian had chosen his students, the other teachers began to choose their own students as well. Soon, about 10,000 students were taken away by more than 300 teachers. These were not all the freshmen of this batch of Xiantian Academy. They were only freshmen in the field of formations. There were about 40,000 to 50,000 freshmen in each batch. Among them, there were about 10,000 students who practiced formations. The rest were ordinary cultivators. Xiantian Academy would recruit students every 10 years. There were about 40,000 to 50,000 students in each batch. There were a total of 30 batches of students. There were at least hundreds of thousands of students who died halfway through. There were about 800,000 to 900,000 students in the academy all year round. There were also some who went to the greater world to do missions.
Wang Xian's classroom was located in a huge manor in the academy. There were places for students to stay in the manor as well.
Each class occupied an area of a few kilometers.
Wang Xian brought them to the luxurious training grounds and swept his gaze across the 30 girls. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Wang Xian. I will be your teacher in the future. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me.
In the first 3 days of every month, I will stay here to teach you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I might not come over at other times. Now, you guys can introduce yourselves. Let's start with you. If you have any other questions, you can ask them directly. Wang Xian stood in front of the group of students and said calmly, "All right, teacher. My name is Huang Jejia. Now, I have lit 2 wisps of divine fire."
Hello, teacher. My name is...
One by one, the girls started to introduce themselves. Wang Xian remembered their names. Is there a problem? After the girls finished introducing themselves, Wang Xian asked indifferently, "Teacher, how old are you this year?" One of the girls rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Hee, let's not talk about this anymore. It would be a blow to all of you."
Wang Xian shook his head.
The girl who asked the question was a little disappointed.
"Teacher, do you have a girlfriend?" A girl asked with a face full of anticipation.
"Yes."
Wang Xian answered directly. Some of the girls were embarrassed.
"All right, I think you guys should stop asking. I'm going to teach you guys about formations now." Among you guys, Huang Jejia, Sita Yen lit up 2 wisps of divine fire. Heavenly Oxygen lit up 3 wisps of divine fire. And the rest of you lit up 1 wisp of divine fire.
Let me see the formations that the 3 of you girls have mastered. The rest of the girls who have mastered formations, let me see as well. The academy stipulates that each level will teach 1 attack and 1 auxiliary formation.
If you guys want to cultivate more formations, you can exchange them with your points. Wang Xian continued speaking to them.
Teacher, do you accept disciples? What do you think of me?
Huang Jejia looked at him expectantly and said,
The teachers of the Xiantian Academy would accept some of the more talented students as their disciples. They would impart some formations to them for free so that they could receive more guidance.
Many students hoped that their teachers would take them in as their disciples, especially those without any background. I won't take them in for the time being. If any of the students have made greater progress, I will impart formations to all of you for free.
Wang Xian said directly.
Oh. Huang Jejia nodded her head slightly.
The rest of the female students also nodded their heads slightly. Their faces also became serious.
They were here to cultivate, not for fun. Naturally, their main focus was on cultivation. Although Wang Xian was here to pass the time and did not want to reject Xiantianzi, he would not let his students down either. Although Wang Xian had never been a teacher, he had the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation behind him. Back then, the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation had taught him how to teach his students. The learning of formations was extremely difficult. It was much more difficult than ordinary cultivation. The most famous thing in Shentian Academy was formations.
The power of formations was very strong. If a formation master with a wisp of divine fire was given enough time and sufficient treasures, the formation he set up could kill hundreds of people of the same level. This was like a trap. It could even kill 2 or 3 wisps of divine fire.
The prerequisite was that the other party didn't know that there was a formation here.
Huang Jiejie and Situ Yan had already lit up 2 wisps of divine fire and 3 wisps of divine fire with heavenly oxygen. They were considered outstanding in this batch, and their backgrounds were pretty good too.
The 3 of them had mastered quite a number of formations. Wang Xian didn't have any comments when he saw how many formations they had cast.
The rest of the female students had yet to come into contact with God-level formations.
Before I teach you formations, I want to tell you a few rules. You are my students. Fighting and scheming are prohibited among you. If you are found out, you will be expelled or killed immediately. As my students, I don't expect you to be kind to others. However, don't cross the bottom line. Just maintain your true self. When facing others, you are not allowed to bully the weak. However, if someone bullies you, stick together and look for me if you can't defeat them.
Wang Xian said to them calmly. His body exuded the aura of a strong person.
At this moment, the aura on Wang Xian's body underwent an earth-shattering change. He had been smiling earlier, but now he looked down on them like a high and mighty king.
When the 30 girls saw the change in Wang Xian's temperament, their expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked and terrified.
All right, I will teach you the first attack formation, the ice formation. You 3 girls, I will teach you 2 wisps of divine fire and 3 wisps of divine fire respectively. Wang Xian retracted his aura and waved his arm. The formation in front of him appeared. The formation was formed bit by bit. The formation of 1 wisp of divine fire involved millions of steps. Each step had to be done accurately. Otherwise, the formation would collapse instantly. Even for a godly state expert who had a photographic memory and could see 10 lines at a glance, it was still very difficult to use the spiritual energy to guide the energy in the surroundings. The slightest mistake would result in failure. The group of girls put away all their thoughts and listened with some respect. Next, let's start practicing. I will set up a few areas. The concentration of the spiritual energy and various attributes in the areas will be different. This way, we can choose according to the conditions.
Wang Xian spoke to them as he took out a simple array compass and set up a few arrays here.
With the assistance of arrays, the speed of the cultivation of arrays would be much faster.
Teacher, you actually know so many auxiliary arrays.
When the group of girls saw that Wang Xian had set up more than a dozen auxiliary arrays, they were shocked.
According to what they knew, an Eternal Lord-level array formation could control at most 100 arrays. There were many differences between array masters and array masters. Some were good at attacking arrays, some were good at defending arrays, and some were good at supporting arrays.
Of course, there were also formation masters who were more balanced. However, it was already very strong for an Eternal Lord to be able to control more than 100 formations.
However, Wang Xian casually set up more than a dozen supporting formations, and it was the kind of formations that merely supported the formation master's cultivation.
There were very few such formations. As far as they knew, there were no such formations in the Shentian Academy. Only the Spell Formation Guild had such a rare formation that could help spell formation masters to cultivate. Is it too much? Wang Xian shook his head. All right, you guys can continue to cultivate here. I will stay here for 3 days every month and explain any problems to you within 3 days.
There were more than 2,000 formations under his control now. All of them were accumulated by the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation. It wasn't difficult to cultivate this kind of auxiliary formation.
The group of girls felt a chill in their hearts. Tianxiu, Huang Jiejie, and Situ Yan's eyes sparkled as they scanned the formations one by one excitedly. They had some background in their family. It was also because of this that they knew how terrifying this auxiliary formation was.
It was as if the entire Shentian Academy did not know about it.
For a moment, Wang Xian made many of the girls look mysterious.
After explaining the first formation to them, Wang Xian taught Huang Jiajia, Situ, and Yan Tianxin, the three girls, a formation that was of a higher level. After teaching them, Wang Xian sat there leisurely and watched the girls cultivate one by one. The cultivation of the formation required him to train nonstop. The improvement of his strength required the girls to cultivate. The teachers in the academy were basically very idle. After watching them train for 3 days and 3 nights, Wang Xian clapped his hands and called them over. When a godly state expert trained, it was fine to not sleep or rest for a year. "Teacher Wang, what's the matter?" A group of girls walked over with some attentiveness, and their eyes were sparkling. Wang Xian was in a good mood as he looked at the group of pretty girls. There were 40 to 50 girls. Wang Xian had chosen them based on their looks out of selfishness. All of them were pretty good-looking. At the very least, they were pleasing to the eye. "I will stay here for 3 days every month. I have something to ask you," Wang Xian said to them. "Teacher Wang, please ask. We will tell you everything we know." The group of girls answered immediately. "Do you know much about the underground sea?" "And the greater world?" Wang Xian asked with a twinkle in his eyes. The underground sea, the greater world. The group of girls were stunned. "Teacher Wang, I live by the sea. I am more familiar with the underground sea." At this moment, a girl who looked a little weak opened her mouth and said, "Oh, you Bing Bing, tell me." Wang Xian looked at the girl and asked immediately. He had a deep impression of this girl because she was a Murloc, a human who was born from the strong humans and the aquatic race. Our natural selection sea is connected to the underground sea. The Tianzi Sea covers 1/6 of the entire Tianzi continent, but the underground sea is as big as our Tianzi continent. There are all kinds of powerful sea monsters living in the Tianzi Sea. It seems that our Xiantian Academy has many missions related to the underground sea. The northern edge of our Xiantian Academy is the sea. It suppresses the sea monsters to prevent them from causing trouble. The mission pavilion of Xiantian Academy has more detailed information. Many of our students need to go to the sea or the underground sea to increase their strength and earn resources quickly. Yu Bingbing introduced. As for the greater world, there are also missions in our Xiantian Academy. From our academy, we can enter millions of planets. Don't you know about this, teacher? Yu Bingbing added. This, I haven't been in the Tianzi continent for long. I'm not familiar with it. Wang Xian shook his head embarrassedly and looked towards the north. All right, you guys cultivate first. I'll see you in a month. Our teacher Wang is so handsome and powerful. It would be great if I could become your teacher's wife. Don't even think about it. Why don't you see what kind of strength our teacher has and what kind of strength you have? Hey, don't you feel that our teacher is so mysterious? The aura he gives off is so powerful and majestic. We have really chosen the right teacher. That's right, especially the formation set up by our teacher. I've never heard of it before. It's easier to analyze the formation than to analyze it. The speed of his cultivation is more than 10 times faster than before. As they watched Wang Xian leave, the group of girls looked at his disappearing figure and started to chatter among themselves. They were still in their teenage years. Naturally, they couldn't help but have some fantasies when they met such an outstanding teacher. Even Huang Jiajia and the rest had sparkling eyes. After witnessing such an outstanding existence, how could they be interested in other men? Mission Pavilion. Wang Xian came to a mission pavilion in the Xiantian Academy. The entire mission pavilion was huge, but there were not many people inside. Wang Xian went in and scanned the place. Other than the students who had submitted their missions, there was no one else. One could receive missions directly from the communication stone plate issued by the Academy. They only needed to come here when they handed in their missions. The entire mission pavilion was solemn and solemn. Wang Xian walked up and bought a computer. As a world where technology and cultivation coexisted, the technological level of the Tianzi continent was very high. A computer was much more useful than a communication stone plate. As a teacher, Wang Xian processed one and pressed the computer. Immediately, information was reflected in front of him. This is really high-tech. Wang Xian looked at the lifelike scene in front of him and smiled. Leisure and entertainment, news from the Tianzi continent, the deeds of the Xiantian Academy,
missions from the underground sea, and the greater world. There were all sorts of functions, and the functions were even more abundant than the computers in the past. Wang Xian casually clicked on them. He actually saw a concert and a live broadcast in the leisure and entertainment aspect. This broadened his horizons. The content of the live broadcast was very clear. Most of the live broadcasts were about adventures, battles, and entertainment. The news on the natural selection continent was also all kinds of information. There were information about the deaths of teachers and students in the mysterious sky domain, as well as information about the strong ones. Wang Xian clicked on the missions in the underground sea. He searched for the bones of various sea monsters, the ambergris of the dragon whale, and the missions to protect a certain place. There were all sorts of missions. There were more than 1,000 of them. As long as you had the ability, you could accept the missions. The rewards of the missions are not bad. Some of them can be exchanged for elixirs of the level of the Eternal Lord. However, they are useless to me. The sea monsters can increase their dragon energy by devouring them. Some of the divine herbs and divine trees can also increase their strength. Most of the missions are useless to them. Wang Xian took a look at the missions above and opened the information and strategies on the ocean of natural selection and the underground sea. This underground sea can help me level up quickly. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. With a move of his body, he immediately flew towards the north of the academy in the underground sea. Walala. Wang Xian flew for an hour before he arrived at the north of the academy. What is this? There was a huge platform in the north. It was a platform made of steel. Silver-white steel covered the surroundings of the ocean. The length of the platform was so long that one could not see the end of it. In front of the ocean that was made of steel, there were huge cannon barrels. The dark cannon barrels were emitting a terrifying energy. This was an energy cannon that was used to guard the coast and prevent the sea monsters from attacking. Such an energy cannon could be killed by even the Eternal God Lord. In the surrounding area, there were some students and teachers flying in and out of the sea. The underground sea was the natural enemy of the entire Tianzi continent. From time to time, there would be sea monsters flying out of the underground sea to launch devastating attacks on the human cities. As the sea monsters were underground, there were even Immortal God King level sea monsters. The experts on the human side could not wipe them out. The humans of the Tianzi continent had been fighting against the sea monsters for countless of years. Standing on the silver-white platform in front of him, Wang Xian looked at the deep and dark ocean in front of him. In the sky, there was a dark blue sky. Standing here, one could feel one's insignificance. One could also feel a sense of heroism. Ocean. Wang Xian's eyes slowly revealed a burning look. With a move of his body, he flew straight into the ocean. Splash. He felt exhilarated as he entered the bottom of the ocean. The ocean in the boundless galaxy could not be compared to the ocean here. The ocean here was the real ocean. Roar. Wang Xian let out a low roar and stared straight ahead. This time, entering the ocean gave him the same feeling as when he had just obtained the divine dragon system and stepped into the ocean. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across the surroundings. There were many creatures on the seabed. Some ordinary fishes had the strength of transcendence and void interpretation. Buzz. Rule. Wang Xian shouted softly. In an instant, all the aquatic creatures within a radius of 100 kilometers trembled. Come! He shouted softly, and all the aquatic creatures within 100 kilometers immediately flew towards him. There were about 500,000 to 600,000 aquatic creatures within 100 kilometers. Among them, there was even a god-level aquatic creature. This was the sea monster that people in the Tianzi continent were talking about. It was similar to some of the fish on Earth, but it was even more powerful and terrifying. Dragon head. Wang Xian had a thought. His head immediately turned into a huge dragon head and devoured all the sea monsters. The next upgrade will be much easier. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He had already ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. He could directly control the sea monsters below the 8 wisps of divine fire. As long as he devoured more than 100 sea monsters at the level of the Eternal Lord, he would be able to upgrade once again. Go deep into the sea and swim like a dragon, Wang Xian mumbled. With a move of his body, he flew deeper into the sea. His speed was very fast. After 5 to 6 hours of flying, he entered the vast deep sea. The surrounding water was extremely deep. The bottom of the sea was bottomless. I can't go any deeper in this area. After all, there are immortal king-level sea monsters here. Wang Xian sensed his surroundings. Some immortal-level sea monsters were roaming around. He didn't dare to swim any further.
In fact, it wasn't very safe here either. This was because the location below was the underground sea. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any terrifying sea monsters flying over.
However, Wang Xian had the strength of someone who had comprehended 4 laws. Hence, he wasn't too afraid of them.
Let's start the hunt,
Wang Xian thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings with his extremely sharp eyes. Wang Xian moved his body, and the aquatic creatures that were less than 6 wisps of divine fire within a radius of 100 kilometers trembled and flew towards him. Roar! Roar! However, his suppressive force also caused some of the sea monsters to be furious. The rule of the divine dragon was a provocation to them. Roar! Roar! Roar!
In the southern part of the Tianzi Sea, the roars of some sea monsters could be heard within a radius of 100 kilometers.
Even if they were in the sea, their roars could still be heard. The sea water could not stop their roars.
However, Wang Xian could. The draconic aura covered an area of 100 kilometers and ruled over some aquatic creatures. At the same time, it also infuriated 2 sea monsters with the strength of 6 wisps of divine fire and above.
Each of the 2 sea monsters had a body of 10,000 meters. They were like ancient sharks that were charging at Wang Xian. Their eyes were filled with blood as they stared at Wang Xian. A row of golden teeth were exposed, and they were extremely violent.
Golden-blooded explosive sharks.
Wang Xian looked at the 2 violent sharks that were charging at him. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
He shook his body slightly and instantly transformed into a divine dragon that was 30,000 meters in size.
Roar!
Wang Xian let out a low roar. He opened his gigantic mouth and directly devoured the 2 golden blood sharks.
Crack! Crack!
One by one, the 2 sea monsters that only had the strength of 7 wisps of divine fire were instantly devoured by Wang Xian.
Roar! Roar!
He opened his mouth and all the aquatic creatures within 100 kilometers flew towards his mouth. At this location, there were 7 celestial-level sea monsters within 100 kilometers. Such a high density surprised even Wang Xian. Continue. Wang Xian swayed his dragon tail slightly and arrived 100 kilometers away in an instant. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across the surroundings and the dragon aura spread out in all directions. Roar! 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 Very soon, the sea monsters were swallowed into his stomach one by one.
At such a speed, Wang Xian was wandering around. In less than an hour, he had swallowed more than 200 celestial-level sea monsters. Although there are more than 200 of them, it's still not enough. Do you want to take a look at the bottom? Wang Xian looked at the extremely deep seabed. The bottom was like an endless abyss.
The underground sea was divided into 10 layers. This division was made by an immortal king. The area above 10 million kilometers of the underground sea belonged to the surface of the sea. 10 million to 20 million kilometers belonged to the first layer of the underground sea. 20 million to 30 million kilometers was the second layer. By analogy, they reached the 10th layer.
The deeper they went, the stronger the sea monster became.
The area where Wang Xian was currently at was considered the first level. He had already dived below 10 million kilometers.
10 million kilometers was not 1,000 kilometers.
When a demigod-level powerhouse entered this area, the water pressure would be able to crush him to death.
I'll go down and take a look. Fortune comes from danger. As long as I advance to the level of the eternal God Lord, I'll be safer.
Wang Xian thought to himself. He stared at the bottom and dived straight in. The sea bottom was pitch black, but to them it was no different from daytime.
Boom! 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 However, at this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from the right. The energy covered an area of at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was not the sky. To be able to cause such a commotion at the bottom of the sea, which was tens of millions of kilometers deep, it was definitely not an ordinary creature.
Ha! Wang Xian immediately turned his head and looked to the right. On the right, a 1,000-meter-wide underwater machine with a metal blade was swimming at a terrifying speed. On the submarine-like machine, more than a dozen young men were standing on it with pale faces. At this moment, the few girls on it were on the verge of crying. They looked behind them and their bodies were trembling. It's over. It's over. How could we be so unlucky? We've already returned the sea monster cubs to them. Why are they still attacking us? One of the young men said with trembling lips. They had accepted a mission to search for the sea monster cubs. After they had easily completed the mission, they wanted to continue searching for more cubs. Their luck was also very good. Coincidentally, they had encountered the turtle eggs of the twin-armored sea turtles. This made them extremely excited. Some twin-armored sea turtles could be upgraded to the Eternal God Realm. The value of the pet eggs of these twin-armored sea turtles was very high. After being nurtured for thousands of years, the lowest level of strength was the peak of the God Realm. However, what they did not expect was to suddenly encounter the attacks of the twin-armored sea turtles. There were over 1,000 twin-armored sea turtles, and there were 5 or 6 god lords. They were only students of the Shen Tian Academy. Even the strongest heaven's favorite had only ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. In front of the twin-armored sea turtles, they were like ants. If it weren't for the rich second generation among them who owned a sea god boat, they would have been finished long ago. Humans are not the rulers of the Tianzi continent or the entire greater world. If we can lend a hand among our own kind, we should lend a hand. Wang Xian looked to his right and thought of what Shen Tianzi had said. The uniform of the Shen Tian Academy. As the sea god boat approached, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the uniform on it. His body moved and immediately transformed into a human body. He looked at the twin-armored sea turtles that were chasing behind them and narrowed his eyes slightly. 6 twin-armored sea turtles of the first level of the Eternal Celestial Master. A smile appeared on his face. Buzz! 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 Wang Xian waved his arm and streams of water elemental energy shot into the void in front of him. He set up an attack formation, the Sea God's Bind. The Sea God's Bind was equivalent to a level 1 Eternal Lord level formation. However, this formation could trap level 2 Eternal Lord level sea monsters. The thousands of sea monsters in front of him could all be trapped. Buzz. In 2 seconds, the formation was formed. Whoosh! At this moment, the sea god's boat had already arrived within 10 kilometers of Wang Xian. There's a person in front. Oh no, it's a young man. He's going to die too. On the sea god's boat, 2 young men saw Wang Xian and immediately reminded him loudly. Buzz. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt that the sea god's boat beneath them was flying to the side uncontrollably. From where they were just now, they had formed 2 enormous tails that looked like the tails of a whale. The 2 tails were over 1,000 kilometers in size, and they surrounded the twin-armored sea turtles behind them. This is an array formation. It's an array formation. When the dozen or so young men and women on the sea god ship saw this terrifying whale tail, their faces were filled with shock. It's the Sea God Bind. It's an Eternal Lord rank 1 Sea God Bind. We're saved. The group of youths widened their eyes in excitement. Boom! 2 enormous whale tails surrounded the twin-armored sea turtles from both sides. Boom! Boom! The powerful array formation was not only able to trap them, but the attacks from the whale tails also caused the twin-armored sea turtles to scream in pain. Hiss, what a powerful force! Are they the experts of our heavenly academy? When the group of people saw the group of twin-armored turtles that were chasing after them being restrained, their eyes were filled with awe. They looked at Wang Xian, who was standing in the middle of the ocean. He's so young. When they saw Wang Xian's face, everyone was astonished. Dressed in black, the 7-colored divine dragon embroidered on his chest stood proudly in the ocean. At the front, the terrifying whale tail had completely trapped all the twin-armored sea turtles. Half of the sea turtles were killed by the power of the whale tail. The offensive power of the formation is really not weak. Wang Xian looked at the scene in front of him and smiled. He ignored the young men and women around him. He moved his body and entered the formation directly. Roar! 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 When Wang Xian entered the sea god's bind, the 6 double-armored sea turtles,
who were at the first level of the Eternal Lord level, let out an angry roar. Their blood-red eyes stared at Wang Xian, filled with violent killing intent. Die! Wang Xian stretched out his right arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. With his current strength of 8 wisps of divine fire, it was a piece of cake for him to kill a level 1 Eternal Lord sea monster. Boom!
The dragon claw went over and the shell of a dual-armored sea turtle cracked instantly.
Roar!
Roar! The dual-armored sea turtle who was at the level of the Eternal Lord was covered in blood. A look of fear appeared on his face.
Roar! Roar! He let out an extremely shrill scream as his body trembled slightly.
Buzz!
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw its figure flashing. In the next moment, the twin-armored sea turtles disappeared instantly. Roar! Roar! The other twin-armored sea turtles also let out an indignant and angry roar. Their figures disappeared quickly. Damn it! Wang Xian's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. He had let them escape.
It was very difficult to kill any creature that had reached the level of the Eternal God Lord. They could escape back to their eternal divine kingdom in a very short period of time.
It was also because of this situation that the glorious land was created. It was very difficult to kill experts above the Eternal God Lord. With millions of years of life, they would naturally make this area even more glorious. This was also the reason why the word eternal was added before the word Lord.
It was because they were very difficult to kill. Of course, it was very easy for the Immortal King to kill the Eternal Lord.
6 Eternal Lord level twin armored turtles escaped, leaving over 1,000 Immortal level turtles.
However, the combined value of these over 1,000 Immortal level turtles was only equivalent to 1 Eternal Lord level turtle.
Wang Xian didn't look too good. His head turned into a dragon's head and headed straight for the twin-armored turtles. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar. In less than 10 seconds, he had devoured all the twin-armored turtles.
I'm still short of 95% of my dragon energy to level up. It's still a little slow. He took a look at his attributes and thought to himself,
what is this?
The double-armored turtle was devoured. There were a few white eggs floating in front of him. Each egg was about 1 meter in size and contained life force.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the system showed that the double-armored turtle eggs could grow to the peak of the godly state. It's a little useless. Wang Xian looked at the pet eggs and shook his head. Buzz. He waved his arm and the surrounding formations were withdrawn instantly. All the twin-armored sea turtles have been killed. Such a fast speed, so powerful. Outside, more than a dozen young men and women who were standing on the sea god's ship were shocked when they saw the formation being withdrawn and all the twin-armored sea turtles inside had disappeared.
Let's go and thank Senior.
A young man in the middle hesitated for a moment before controlling the sea god's ship to fly towards Wang Xian's position. Thank you for saving my life, Senior.
More than a dozen people came over and cupped their hands. They looked at Wang Xian in awe and astonishment.
No need. Wang Xian glanced at them and shook his head. He didn't mind it at all.
It's the eggs of the twin-armored sea turtle.
At this moment, a girl saw the pet eggs in front of Wang Xian, and her face lit up with excitement. It's still 3. The few of them looked over and were visibly moved. Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining 3 such precious pet eggs, a young man said with a smile on his face. Oh! Wang Xian looked at them and then at the pet egg in front of him. Are these pet eggs at the peak of the godly state very valuable?
He asked. Senior, you don't know?
More than 10 people were slightly stunned.
Senior, a peak divine realm pet egg can be raised to peak divine realm as long as it is properly nurtured. This is more than 10 times less than nurturing a peak divine realm expert. Moreover, raising a pet from a young age can build a great rapport with the owner. Although sea beasts are desolate beasts and their wildness is greater than their intelligence, raising them from a young age can reduce their wildness and increase their spirituality.
A pet egg at the peak of the godly state is something that many people are willing to spend a lot of money to buy.
Following that, more than a dozen people immediately spoke up.
Oh? How much is this pet egg worth?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked.
If it's a pet egg, it can be exchanged for about 10 pills of the same level.
A young man in the middle spoke up. 10 pills? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled.
Then, if it's an adult sea monster pet, how much is it worth?
He asked immediately.
An adult sea monster pet?
Sea monsters are difficult to tame when they reach adulthood. Of course, if it's a powerful beast tamer, it's possible to tame an adult sea monster.
We are not very clear about the price of an adult sea monster, but I believe it's definitely not lower than the price of 50 pills of the same level. The young man estimated. 50 pills.
Wang Xian's eyes lit up.
Compared to the corpses of sea monsters of the same level, the amount of spiritual herbs and pills that could be absorbed by the dragon energy sea monsters should be around 2 to 3 times. However, even if it was 2 to 3 times, if he could tame and sell it, it would be 50 times. One of them was equivalent to a dozen to 20 sea monsters in the past. In other words, he could reduce the amount of resources by 10 to 20 times when he leveled up. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wang Xian had to tame the sea monsters.
Wang Xian had already mastered beast taming when he was in the Transcendence continent.
However, he wasn't lacking in resources, and he didn't want to waste this time.
I can tame and sell sea monsters myself. Wang Xian was quick-witted.
This was a shortcut for him to increase his strength quickly.
Senior, do you want to sell your pet egg?
The young man who had been speaking hesitated for a moment before asking. I want to sell it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Wang Xian replied indifferently.
All right. Senior, I still have 40 divine herbs and elixirs of the peak of the godly state in my possession. I'll give them all to you as a token of my gratitude for saving your life.
I am Hong Longwan from the Shen Academy. May I know your name, Senior?
The young man nodded his head excitedly.
Wang Xian. Wang Xian said 2 words calmly and gave the pet egg to them. Senior. This is the elixir. The young man immediately handed the divine elixir to him.
Wang Xian took a look at it and kept it with a wave of his arm. Then he turned around and left.
More than 10 young men and women opened their mouths slightly when they saw Wang Xian leaving. Our luck is really good this time. If this senior didn't appear, we would be dead for sure. A young man said softly as he looked at Wang Xian's disappearing figure. That's right, Wang Xian. I don't think our Shen Academy has such a name. Could it be from another faction? That can't be. All the array masters are in our academy.
A few students were puzzled.
Wang Xian didn't talk too much with the group of young men. When he learned that taming sea monsters could be exchanged for more resources, Wang Xian was tempted. With his current strength, he could directly rule over sea monsters below 8 wisps of divine fire. It was very easy to tame them.
It would take some time to tame sea monsters above 8 wisps of divine fire. However, it was definitely worth it to sell the sea monsters.
Looks like I have to change my strategy. Wang Xian was floating in the sea with a contemplative look on his face. Since he could obtain more resources by selling the sea monsters he tamed, he would sell the sea monsters he tamed. He opened the AI on his arm and started searching immediately. The value of the pets, the information of the beast tamer, how to sell the pets, and so on. Wang Xian looked up all kinds of information. Soon, all kinds of resources appeared. Beast tamers are even more special than array masters. Powerful beast tamers belong to the existence that all the major forces are fighting for. However, the job of beast tamer seems to be very difficult. It's even more difficult than array masters. It's very rare.
It's also because it's rare. The value of all kinds of pet mounts is very high. Wang Xian read through the information one by one.
In this vast world, there were humans, demonic beasts, robots, and other powerful living creatures.
Among intelligent creatures, they were basically equal. For example, divine beasts and demonic beasts were as intelligent as humans. Under such circumstances, there were very few intelligent demonic beasts as human mounts and pets.
Only desolate beasts and sea monsters would be used as mounts and pets.
Furthermore, humans did not dare to make fey beasts their mounts and pets without absolute confidence.
Mounts and pets were the closest combat partners. When fey beasts with intelligence fought, they might kill their masters for freedom. The tamed desolate beast sea monsters were different. They would acknowledge you as their boss and not dare to resist.
Creatures without intelligence were sometimes more loyal than intelligent creatures. This was like the birth of a mechanical race.
The mechanical race was created by robots created by humans with intelligence. After killing their masters, they would establish a huge mechanical race.
In the natural selection continent, there were people who sold pet eggs and tamed mounts. They were sold on a street beside the Mystic Heaven Academy.
Similarly, if there were a large number of mounts and pets, there would be forces that would come to purchase them after the news was released. In short, tamed pet mounts were definitely priceless in the greater world. Even if one were to get a few million of them, they would be able to digest them.
This is good news.
Wang Xian revealed a smile as he looked down. Continue to go deeper. However, before that, I have to find a way to trap the Eternal Lord Sea Monster.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew deeper into the underground sea.
His speed was very fast. Since he was in the middle of the sea, the water pressure could not cause any pressure to him.
Wang Xian continued to go deeper into the sea as he stared at his surroundings vigilantly. Heaven Formation, do you have any way to trap the Eternal Lord so that he cannot return to his divine kingdom in an instant?
He asked Sky Array God Emperor as he swam.
There is one way, but it will have to wait for you to level up.
A Tier 4 array formation of the God Lord can interfere with space after it is set up. Even the Eternal God Lord cannot return to his own divine kingdom.
This array formation is very rare. It is best not to set it up in front of too many people just in case.
Emperor Tiancheng replied. A formation that could restrict the Eternal Lord from entering the divine kingdom was definitely not something that other Eternal Lords wanted to see.
Such a formation might arouse the killing intent of some people. Do I need to ignite another wisp of divine fire? Wang Xian frowned slightly. It would take a lot of time for him to ignite another wisp of divine fire. Especially if he couldn't capture the sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level, the speed of his improvement would be even slower. Forget it, I'll take it slow.
Wang Xian sensed that he had entered the second level of the underground sea. He scanned his surroundings and his body trembled. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, the bodies of the sea monsters trembled and immediately flew towards him. There are 5 of them at the divine level. 2 of them are too low and won't fetch a good price. Wang Xian thought to himself as he swept his gaze across the sea monsters that were under his control.
The value of a pet mount was higher than 7 wisps of divine fire, including 7 wisps of divine fire.
The value of 1 or 2 wisps of divine fire was very low. After all, 1 or 2 wisps of divine fire was nothing in this resplendent land. 1 sea monster with 7 wisps of divine fire and 2 with 8 wisps. However, these are sea serpents, so they might have a lower value. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a wave of his arm, he stored all the sea monsters into the mother nest. Wang Xian immediately devoured all the other sea monsters. Buzz.
When he reached the second level of the underground sea, there were many more sea monsters. Most of them were stronger than the ones above.
In less than half an hour, Wang Xian had collected more than 20 sea monsters with 7 wisps of divine fire, including those with more than 7 wisps. Buzz.
Wang Xian continued to fly in the underground sea. The dragon aura on his body spread out in a radius of 100 kilometers.
Woo woo. However, all of a sudden, when his dragon aura swept out, a low roar came from below. Master level. When Wang Xian heard this low roar, a solemn expression appeared on his face.
His gaze was fixed on the location below.
Under the inspection of the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements, 4 aquamarine sea monsters that looked like seahorses were staring at him with cold eyes.
The might of a dragon could rule over weak aquatic creatures, but to those powerful creatures this was a provocation.
Sensing Wang Xian's provocation, 3 Eternal Lord-level sea monsters charged at him. This is the main sea monster of the Miao Ma God. It's also a level 1 Eternal Lord-level sea monster.
Wang Xian looked at the sea monster that was charging towards him and frowned slightly.
It wasn't that the 3 main sea monsters of the Omen God level were very strong. It was just that the main sea monsters of the Eternal Master level would run away before they encountered a big crisis.
Sometimes the danger instinct of living creatures was even stronger than that of humans. The main sea monsters of the Eternal Master level could only escape by killing them instantly.
Let's give it a try. My current strength is only 8 wisps of divine fire. I should be able to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he stared at the three sea monsters with a vigilant look on his face. Woo woo! The three sea monsters were not big in size. They were only 10 meters in size. Their aquamarine bodies were flowing with water. They had pieces of extremely sharp aquamarine scales. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and stood there without moving. His body was emitting the power of 8 wisps of divine fire. Woo woo! One of the main sea monsters increased its speed abruptly. An excited look shot out from its eyes. Humans had strong blood and qi. They were the favorite food of the sea monsters. Woo woo! The other 2 main sea monsters saw their companion increasing his speed abruptly. The other 2 growled in dissatisfaction and also increased their speed immediately. Woo woo! The 3 sea monsters stared at Wang Xian furiously. They had already treated Wang Xian as a prey. From the aura that Wang Xian had unleashed earlier, they could roughly sense it. This human was easy to bully and could be eaten. Wang Xian stared at the sea monsters that were charging at him and didn't take any action. He slowly gathered his strength and prepared to kill the 3 main sea monsters in one move. Woo woo! At this moment, the main sea monster that was at the forefront of the group opened its ghastly mouth. The teeth in its mouth were blood-red in color. It looked like they were filled with blood. Buzz! Seeing the 3 main sea monsters enter a range of 1,000 meters, Wang Xian moved his arm in the next moment. He stretched out his arm and instantly transformed it into a dragon claw. The gigantic dragon claw covered the entire main sea monster. The destructive energy contained in the dragon claw caused the seawater in the dragon claw to boil. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian's sudden burst of strength caused the main sea monster to reveal a look of fear. This sudden burst of strength was sufficient to fight against a level 4 main sea monster. They could be killed in an instant. The threat of death enveloped the 3 main sea monsters of the Omen God level. Their faces revealed a terrified expression. Bang! However, in the next moment, a terrifying dragon claw landed on the body of the main sea monster of the Omen God level at the front. In an instant, the body of the main sea monster of the Omen God level began to collapse. Roar! A shrill scream came from his mouth. The main sea monster of the Omen God level revealed a terrified expression. Roar! Roar! The other 2 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level at the back were extremely terrified. Their figures were flickering. Trying to escape? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His arm suddenly accelerated. Bang! The dragon claw landed on the body of a sea monster with a flickering body. Large chunks of flesh and blood were caught in his hand. Ha! However, the next moment, the 2 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord disappeared instantly. One of them had more than half of its body caught in Wang Xian's hand. However, even though more than half of its body was captured, it still managed to escape. With the regenerative ability of the Eternal Lord, it would be able to fully recover within 10 days to half a month. Damn it! There's only one left. These Eternal Lord level sea monsters are all spiritual beings. Wang Xian looked at the flesh and blood in his hands and a corpse beside him. His expression was a little ugly. He instantly killed 1 main sea monster and 2 escaped. It was too difficult to kill an Eternal Lord level creature. Moreover, these sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level would run away whenever they were in danger. Now, it's difficult for me to kill them, let alone tame them. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the corpse beside him. He turned into a dragon head and devoured the main sea monster of the ancient horse god. He looked at the other half of the corpse and hesitated for a moment. Let's check it out. Wang Xian moved his arm and drew 2 formations in front of him. They were connected by blood. A mirror image. Buzz. The 2 formations went down and soon an image appeared in Wang Xian's vision. This was a part of the underground sea. This was a very strange place. The top part of the place was filled with soil, and many aquatic plants were hanging below. In the image, there was a row of caves located there. As for how many there were, Wang Xian didn't know. This is... Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. His eyes were sparkling. The lair of the sea monsters. Furthermore, it was the lair of a group of sea monsters. Regardless of whether it was the human eternal god or the sea monster's eternal god, they would hide their eternal kingdom in a safe place. As long as their eternal kingdom wasn't found, once they hid, they wouldn't be able to kill them.
The eternal God Lord would place his God country in a safe and hidden place. The undying emperor was even more powerful. The undying emperor could open up a dimension space. Hence it was even harder for them to find his undying God country. The nest of the horse God Lord sea monsters was obviously very safe too, and this was a small race's nest. It's about 100 million kilometers away from me. It's not too far away, and this place should be.
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly.
The place shown in the mirror should be beneath the natural selection continent. The underground sea was located beneath the natural selection continent, and those hanging seaweed should be the lair of the sea monsters. According to the information, the strength of the sea monster of the Lord of the Rolling Horse God should not exceed level 2 of the Lord of the Eternal God. Even if there are dozens or hundreds of them in a tribe, I can still kill them.
Wuxia pondered in his heart.
Should I go and take a look? As long as I reach their lair and their eternal kingdom is there, they wouldn't be able to escape at all.
I'll go and take a look. If there's any danger, I'll escape immediately. Wuxia made up his mind.
He moved his body and flew towards the south according to the blood connection formation.
That was the area below the landmass of the Tianzi continent.
The distance of 100 million kilometers was neither too close nor too far. With his speed, it would only take him 20 minutes if he didn't teleport. Very soon, a line that seemed to separate the land from the sea appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. This place was about 20 million kilometers away from the ground. It was below the continental plate. Wang Xian stared ahead. Under the continent, there were seaweed floating in the air. There were also some strange corals that were emitting light.
This caused other colors to appear on the pitch-black seabed. I still need to go about 20 million kilometers deeper.
Wang Xian stared ahead. This area could be considered as the real underground sea area. Compared to this area, the area he was in just now was safer. Once he encountered danger here, it would be difficult for him to escape. I'm comparable to a God Lord who has mastered 4 laws and a sea monster who is comparable to an eternal God Lord of level 4. As long as my luck isn't too bad here, it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Xian moved slightly and concealed his figure as he flew forward. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements were constantly vigilant of everything around him. He didn't dare to get too close to the continental plate above him. Instead, he was located about 50 kilometers below him. As he kept walking forward, the occasional roars of the sea monsters could be heard from his surroundings. Wang Xian didn't dare to fly at full speed. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, streams of black energy that looked like poisonous arrows shot towards Wang Xian from the sky. The dense number of poisonous arrows covered an area of a few hundred kilometers. Eh? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his head. The surroundings of his body were instantly enveloped by the yin and yang poles.
In the sky, countless terrifying black poisonous arrows were aimed at him. At the center, an ice-cold sea snake with a triangular head swooped down.
A level 3 sea monster. Wang Xian's pupils constricted. The taiji pattern around him spun and slowly covered the countless poisonous arrows. Bang!
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 The poisonous arrows landed on the taiji pattern and produced a sound of collision. However, the poisonous arrows didn't dissipate completely. Instead, they turned into a dark green poisonous fog.
The area within a few hundred kilometers was instantly covered by this dark green poisonous fog. This is a poisonous fog. What a strong poison! In the underground sea, Wang Xian sensed the poisonous fog around him. A solemn expression appeared on his face.
The poisonous fog even corroded the surrounding seawater. The entire area seemed to be a terrifying space.
Humph! Wang Xian snorted coldly. The taiji diagram floated around him and completely enveloped him, blocking the poisonous fog around him. He looked at the triangular-headed sea snake in the sky. Buzz. 5 elements millstone. Golden sandstorm. Wang Xian growled and the 5 elements millstone appeared in the sky above him. In an instant, a terrifying array formation burst out from the 5 elements millstone.
Golden Sandstorm was a level 3 array formation of the Eternal Lord. Once the array formation was set up, it could fight against level 4 Eternal Lord creatures. The 5 elements millstone was now used by Wang Xian as a formation compass. He had set up 5 formations of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth on it. The formation compass had the greatest advantage of using energy to form a formation during a battle. That was, it could be released immediately. This was similar to the moves of other experts. With a wave of his arm, he could release it. Many formation masters would bring along a few formation compasses. This was because if a sudden battle broke out, the formation master would not be able to react in time. Although formation masters were strong, there was a prerequisite. They had to set up a formation. It would take some time to set up a formation. During this period of time, it was easy to be ambushed and killed. Wang Xian had gathered 5 formations on the 5 elements millstone. This could allow the 5 elements millstone to unleash an even more terrifying attack power. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the golden sandstorm formation erupted, the surrounding area within a few thousand kilometers was covered by a golden sand sea. The golden sand contained a terrifying penetrating force as it attacked the triangular-headed sea snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the golden sandstorm was 10 times faster than that of the triangular-headed sea snake. In an instant, drops of golden sand arrived in front of the triangular-headed sea snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The triangular-headed sea snake spat out a long tongue. The black mucus on it corroded the golden sand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, very soon, the triangular-headed sea snake revealed a look of panic in its cold triangular eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, Wang Xian's terrifying dragon claw clawed at him. Chirp, chirp. An extremely urgent sound came from its mouth. Its figure started to turn illusory. P38. The dragon claw swung over. Wang Xian was holding a 5-meter-long snake head in his hand. Meanwhile, the body of the triangular-headed sea snake had disappeared. It escaped again. Wang Xian grabbed the head of the snake and shook his head helplessly. This was the terrifying and tenacious vitality of the Eternal Lord. As long as he could escape with a body, a piece of flesh, or even a drop of fresh blood, he would not die. Although the head of the triangular-headed sea snake was cut off by Wang Xian, it was not dead. It was just severely injured. With its recovery ability, it would be able to recover completely in a few years. However, this head is equivalent to a level 1 corpse of an Eternal Lord. Wang Xian turned into a dragon head and devoured it directly. The surrounding space was still filled with poison. With a move of his body, he stepped out of this space. Raising his head and looking at the land above, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. This place was a little dangerous. Some powerful sea monsters would set up an ambush here. Those who were weaker or were not careful would have the chance to die here. Wang Xian showed a hesitant look. His strength was still a little weak. It was not very safe here. I will be safer when I truly break through to the realm of the Eternal Lord, he thought to himself. When he reached the realm of the Eternal Lord, he would be able to return to the Dragon Palace in an instant. His survival would be increased by dozens of times. Be careful. If I can't, I'll leave immediately. Wang Xian thought to himself as he continued to fly forward. This time, he was even more careful than before. Especially the position above him, he was constantly on alert. In the next 10 million kilometers, Wang Xian encountered 2 more attacks. However, the sea monster that attacked him was not very strong. One of the sea monsters, a level 1 Eternal Lord, was killed by Wang Xian. We're here. The journey that took about 10 minutes took Wang Xian more than an hour. A notification came from the blood connection formation. Wang Xian looked forward. The sky was covered by seaweed. It was so dense that he couldn't see anything at a glance. However, under the sweeping gaze of the Yin-Yang 5 elements dragon eyes, Wang Xian saw many holes in the seaweed. It was very secretive. Ordinary sea monsters and humans that were at level 4 or 5 of the Master of Eternal God might not even be able to discover it. Sea monsters also had their own eternal kingdom. However, they were not called eternal kingdom but nests. There are more than 20 nests. Could it be that there are more than 20 Master of Miaoma sea monsters in there? Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He did not fly over rashly to attack. Instead, he checked his surroundings, set up a formation and kill them all in one go. There were no other nests or other creatures in the surroundings. It was likely that this was the territory of the main sea monster of the Miaoma god. The other sea monsters wouldn't dare to come over. Wang Xian took out the 5 elements millstone and waved his arm. Buzz. On the 5 elements millstone, the water elemental divine dragon trembled slightly. Streams of aquamarine water elemental energy spread out in all directions. The water elemental energy was like a curtain in the sky, forming a water curtain space. Roar! Roar! The moment the 5 elements millstone started to move, low roars were heard from the 20 over nests in the sky. Yin-yang diagram, seal the path. Wang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. With a wave of his arm, the power of the yin and yang poles spread out in the surroundings, sealing off the area of more than 10,000 kilometers. Roar! 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 When the power of the yin and yang poles erupted, the chief sea monsters of the Miaoma god in the 20-odd nests also erupted completely. An incomparably violent roar came from within. Following that, Wang Xian saw 25 chief sea monsters of the Miaoma god appearing in front of the nest. Ta-ta-ta! The chief sea monsters of the Miaoma god in the largest nest in the center stepped on the water with their hooves, emitting waves of ripples. Soon, all the lord of the Miaoma sea monster stepped on the water with both of its hooves. Boom! 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 It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred in the entire sea area. Waves of seawater surged violently from the bottom of the sea and attacked the sky screen of the formation. This time, where do you think you are going to escape to? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold look. He transformed into the body of a divine dragon and dashed toward the 25 lord of the Miaoma sea monsters while swaying his huge body. The strongest sea monster of the master of the flowing horses was at level 2 of the eternal celestial master. He could easily suppress it. Roar! 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 A dragon roar came out from his mouth. At the same time, he unleashed all of his strength. The dragon's might was overwhelming. The surging seawater flowed backward towards the group of sea monsters of the master of the flowing horses. Roar! 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 The overwhelming dragon's might caused the group of sea monsters of the master of the flowing horses to panic. They shook their bodies uneasily. The central eternal god lord rank 2 horse god lord attacked Wang Xian restlessly. Boom! 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 The second-level master eternal celestial being's main sea monster was charging towards him. Behind him, the second-level master eternal celestial being's main sea monster did not hesitate at all. This was their lair. Even if they wanted to escape, there was nowhere for them to escape. Bang! 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 Wang Xian saw 25 second-level master eternal celestial beings' main sea monsters charging towards him. His dragon tail swept towards them. The continuous sounds of collisions rang out. The group of level 2 eternal celestial master level sea monsters had no ability to resist at all. They were sent flying at an even faster speed. Their attacks couldn't even break through Wang Xian's defense. 5 elements restraint. Wang Xian moved his body and streams of energy were directed at the 20 sea monsters. Due to the suppression of their strength, the sea monsters didn't have much strength to resist. A-woo! 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 A series of terrified sounds came from the mouth of the sea monsters. All of them were extremely flustered. Among them, there were 2 sea monsters that were escaping into their lair. Walala! Wang Xian waved his arm and the grayish chains wrapped around all of them. Trying to escape, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Among the 25 sea monsters, 3 of them had reached the second level of the Eternal Lord. If Wang Xian were to devour them immediately, his level would increase immediately. However, he did not do so. Boom! 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 Waves of majestic dragon might suppress them, causing the sea monsters to tremble. Woo-woo-woo! They looked at Wang Xian in fear and begging for mercy. Their eyes were filled with respect and fear. Bang, bang, bang! Wang Xian flew to their side and waved his dragon claws. The powerful force caused them to tremble slightly. It might be difficult for others to become a beast tamer, but it wasn't difficult for Wang Xian. He suppressed them with his dragon might and divine dragon's blood, and tamed them with his beast taming technique. With Wang Xian's strength, it wasn't too difficult for him to tame the desolate beast sea monsters that were weaker than him. Furthermore, his speed was very fast. Roar! After dripping the blood that contained the power of the divine dragon, half an hour later, the main sea monster of the omen god in front of it let out a weak growl.
Wang Xian did the same thing. He used 10 hours to tame all 25 divine beasts of the omen god. Phew, the harvest is not bad. I can make a huge profit. Wang Xian stared at the 25 divine beasts in front of him. His eyes were burning with excitement. If he sold these divine beasts, he could ignite 9 wisps of divine fire. He wouldn't be too far away from reaching the level of Eternal Lord. Oh right, there's also their lair. Wang Xian moved his body and looked at the more than 20 caves above him. He moved his body and immediately flew into the holes one by one. This is primordial water? Primordial water of the Eternal Lord level. These are the bones of the other sea monsters. There are 3 of them that are of the Eternal Lord level. These bones can be used to forge divine weapons, or even eternal divine weapons. There are also baby sea monsters of the Master of the Rolling Horse God. There are 7 of them in total. Haha, I'm rich. After entering the nest of the Master of the Flowing Horse God, Wang Xian quickly found many treasures. Other than that, there were 7 baby sea monsters of the Master of the Flowing Horse God. Although the value of these babies was not as high as those tamed sea monsters of the Master of the Flowing Horse God, they were still worth a lot. Other than that, there was also an eternal elixir which was also worth a lot. Bring your nest into the mother nest. After Wang Xian had plundered all the good stuff, he ordered the group of sea monsters. Sea monsters were the natural enemies of humans in this dazzling place. They had no intelligence and were bloodthirsty. Not only did they kill each other, they also liked to devour human powerhouses. Although Wang Xian belonged to the Divine Dragon Clan and the Aquatic Clan, he did not have any qualms about this kind of wild aquatic clan. There was a saying in the competition between the water tribe creatures. The bigger fish would eat the smaller fish. It was a battle that was far more intense than that of humans. Let's go back and improve my strength first.
Wang Xian did not stay here. He immediately flew out.
This area was still too dangerous. Even if Wang Xian was careless, he would die. This was only the 2nd level of the underground sea. There were 10 levels in the entire underground sea.
The deeper one went, the stronger the sea monsters became. The sea monsters in the entire Tianzi continent were stronger than humans.
If it wasn't for the fact that the subterranean sea was more suitable for them to survive, the natural selection continent might have already been destroyed.
The recent tens of millions of years had been slightly better. Humans had switched from technology to cultivation and were getting stronger and stronger. Wang Xian's speed was very fast. Whenever he encountered an attack, he would immediately dodge it. He didn't stay for long. Along the way, Wang Xian encountered a few waves of humans who came to the underground sea for an adventure. Some of them were experts at the level of the Eternal Lord, while some of them were weak. Splash!
Wang Xian rushed out of the water and flew straight into the sky. Only then did he let down his guard. It was much safer on the surface of the sea. He could see some cruise ships on the sea and flying cars and airplanes in the sky. Wang Xian flew into the sky and took out his artificial intelligence. A smile appeared on his face. Now he was going to sell the chief sea monster of the Miao Ma God. The chief sea monster of the Miao Ma God was not very big. It was about 10 meters in size and had the water attribute. It had reached the level of an eternal god. Their combat strength was not too big in the sea and the ground. It was just that they were closer to the sea.
Such a pet mount was the ideal combat partner for many people. Tianhai Island, Pet Egg, Beast Taming Shop.
Very soon, Wang Xian found information one by one. The Heaven's Choice continent was considered a relatively good continent in the entire Bright World and the Greater World. There was an immortal god king overseeing it. Most of the planet continents were not as prosperous as the Tianzi continent.
The Tianhai Island was an island in the northern waters of the Xian-Tian territory. At the same time, it was also one of the most prosperous trading grounds in the Xian-Tian territory.
The entire island covered an area of 1,000 kilometers. People who entered the underground sea to search for treasures and hunt sea monsters would usually pass by here. Over time, a large number of people gathered here to trade. After 1 million years, it had become a separate trading area. Even people from other parts of the Tianzi continent would come here to buy or sell items. There were pet eggs and beast taming shops here. As a continent with a population of 700 to 800 billion people, there were thousands of beast tamers in the entire continent, even though beast tamers were extremely rare. Naturally, there were beast taming shops too. Let's go to those beast taming shops and take a look. If I can sell it to them, it will save me a lot of trouble. Wang Xian moved his body and flew towards the Tianhai Island according to the navigation of the AI. Selling it directly to the pet shops and the beast tamers would save him a lot of time. As long as the price was not too low, Wang Xian would sell it. At the same time, he also wanted to check out the market. The Tianhai Island was not too far away from the northern coast of the Shentian Academy. After flying for more than 2 hours, Wang Xian saw a huge island. The entire island was neatly divided into 5 zones. There were divine herbs, pills, weapons, formations, cultivation techniques, and the central core zone. It was also known as the precious items zone. Let's go to the central area. Wang Xian entered the entrance of the Tianhai Island and headed straight for the central area. There was a rule in the central area that the value of the items sold could not be lower than 6 wisps of divine fire. The value of pet eggs and tamed pets was relatively high. The entire Tianhai Island was very large. Even the central street was 1,000 meters wide. There were many luxurious shops on both sides. When Wang Xian entered the divine fire in the central area, the surroundings became even more luxurious. There were transparent glass windows and the storefronts of the shops were slightly sci-fi. The luxurious interior could be seen from the outside. Every shop was emitting a powerful energy. There were many people on the road. Many of them were driving luxury sports cars. Although there were many cars, it wouldn't be crowded. A car was directly stored in his interspatial ring. Wang Xian walked on the road. His walking speed was much slower. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked around and looked at some other items. There were humans and other intelligent races on the road. It was an eye-opener for Wang Xian. There's a pet shop ahead. After walking for more than 10 hours, Wang Xian saw a pet shop. The pet shop was called the Neon Pet Shop. It was a somewhat dreamy name. The entire pet shop was decorated in a dreamy manner. The pink lights inside looked a little out of the ordinary. Wang Xian entered the shop and just as he stepped into the door, he felt a light sweeping across his entire body. He felt as though he was being spied on. Ha! Wang Xian frowned slightly and looked to the side. Welcome. May I know what kind of pets you are buying? Are they for your friends or for yourself? Soon, a young and beautiful girl walked in and asked with a smile. Take a look. Wang Xian replied indifferently. All right, please take a look. All the pets here are rare breeds and they are very beautiful. The beautiful waitress introduced the pets to Wang Xian. Wang Xian took a quick glance at them and left immediately. They were all fancy pets. Although they were at the godly state level, they were basically docile pets. They were similar to domestic kittens and puppies. Wang Xian did not stay any longer and left immediately. Not only were they expensive, but they were also pets that he admired. After leaving the shop, Wang Xian checked the AI and continued walking forward. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of booming sounds came from the front. The sound was not a battle but a firecracker. Wang Xian looked ahead. Beside a big shop, flowers were placed in a festive manner. This shop was much bigger than the surrounding shops. It occupied an area of at least 10,000 square meters. The entire shop was decorated extremely luxuriously. This was a newly opened shop. The most eye-catching part was the 2 lions in front of the shop. Each of the lions was 20 meters in size. They were lying on the ground, exuding a majestic aura. The 2 lions were comparable to the gods with 9 wisps of divine fire. House of Warbeasts. This was the name of the shop. At this moment, many people in the surrounding rushed into the shop. There are god-level pets and such a precious warbeast. Are you serious? There are god-level pets in this shop. There aren't many of them in the mysterious sky territory. Why would I lie to you? I heard that this shop is jointly opened by more than 10 beast tamers. There are master beast tamers behind them. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with interest.
He immediately walked over and looked at the entrance of the shop. The style of the shop was slightly different from the surroundings. It had an ancient European style. No entry below 6 wisps of divine fire. If you want to enter, take out 100,000 divine stones. Today is the first day of the shop's official opening. There are no ornamental pets sold in the shop. All of them are war pets, the lowest 5 wisps of divine fire pets, and the highest level 2 pets of the eternal God Lord. In addition, there are also many pets that have been tamed. You can cultivate their senses directly and become intimate war pets. A voice was heard as he approached the shop. Wang Xian walked into the shop. When he entered the shop, the feeling of being investigated came again. He took a glance and figured that it must be a kind of detector installed in all the shops. Senior, may I know if you wish to purchase a war pet? At this moment, among the more than 10 people who came in with Wang Xian, a waiter immediately walked toward a middle-aged man. She spoke with a warm expression. Wang Xian looked over and immediately sensed that middle-aged man who was at the level of the Eternal Lord. What was the use of the detector at the entrance of the shop? Wang Xian thought to himself. A god-level powerhouse was considered ordinary here. However, an Eternal Lord-level powerhouse could definitely be called a powerhouse. There was a huge gap between a god-level powerhouse and an Eternal Lord-level powerhouse. Although Wang Xian's strength could be comparable to a level 4 Eternal Lord-level powerhouse, no one would be able to tell unless he unleashed his strength. Upon entering, Wang Xian realized that there were many rooms inside. The transparent glass room was very large, and there were many war pets lying on the ground. This house of war pets is completely incomparable to the neon pet shop. It can indeed be called a war beast. There were a total of 50 to 60 war pets in the huge shop. The lowest level was 5 wisps of divine fire. There were cubs and tamed adult war pets. The price is about the same as the group of young men I saved. It might even be more expensive. Wang Xian looked at the prices of some war pets. However, the pets in the House of War Beasts were still ordinary in Wang Xian's eyes. There are actually 10 level 1 and level 2 Eternal Lord level pets upstairs. Oh my god! This House of War Pets is too powerful. There are actually so many powerful pets. Eternal Lord level pets are usually auctioned at the auction. I didn't expect there to be a total of 10 of them here. At this moment, an incredulous voice was heard from the surroundings, causing many people in the shop to be shocked. Wang Xian also raised his eyebrows slightly. If you want to go up to the 2nd floor, you will need the strength of an Eternal Master level or 1,000,000 divine stones. A waiter in the shop reminded him. Some of the Eternal Master level powerhouses couldn't help but walk towards the 2nd floor. As many people had said, such powerful war pets could only be seen in the auction house. This House of War Beasts was not simple. This beauty, could you please call your manager? I want to discuss a collaboration with your boss. When Wang Xian heard the exclamations and discussions around him, his eyes flickered. He walked to a waiter and said, "Ha!" The waiter who was called by Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He sized him up with a face full of astonishment. Our boss and the rest are outside. Why don't you go and look for our boss?" The female waiter hesitated for a moment and said to him, "All right." Wang Xian nodded and walked straight out. "You still want to negotiate with our boss even though you haven't reached the level of a god lord. Do you think that everyone is as outstanding as our boss and the rest?" Seeing Wang Xian really walking over, the waitress muttered softly. Wang Xian could hear the muttering of the waiter clearly. Hearing her words, the corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. It was very beneficial for them to be able to choose to cooperate with the House of War Beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of trouble, he could have opened a shop himself. Hee. Once we open this House of War Beasts, only the Divine Pet Pavilion can compete with us in the entire Sky Sea Island in the future. There are more than 10 beast tamers and a master beast tamer behind the Pet God Pavilion. Compared to us, they are far inferior. Haha, in the future, when the entire Sky Sea Island purchases war beasts, they will definitely come to our place first. We have to thank Master and the others for their support. Otherwise, it would be a little difficult for us to get god-level pets. Now that Brother Feng has ignited 9 wisps of divine fire, our beast taming skills have improved greatly. With Brother Feng holding the fort, the House of Warbeasts will be incomparably powerful. Wang Xian walked towards the entrance of the shop. He saw a few young men standing there proudly and chatting excitedly. Beside them, more than a dozen waiters and small leaders dressed in the uniform of the shop stood at the side respectfully. Wang Xian adjusted his clothes and walked over immediately. Everyone, you guys are the owners of the House of Warbeasts, right? I would like to discuss a collaboration with you guys. He walked straight over and spoke to the group of young men. Huh! The group of young men who were talking were slightly stunned. They turned around and looked at Wang Xian. The managers of the House of Warbeasts were also slightly stunned. Little brother, do you have a collaboration with our House of Warbeasts? If it's a small business, you can tell me directly. A middle-aged man walked over and said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. The young men sized him up and didn't say a word. After entering their House of Warbeasts, as long as one had reached the level of the Eternal Lord, there would be a waiter serving them one-on-one. Wang Xian came in alone. It was obvious that he had not reached the level of the Eternal God Lord. How could they talk about cooperation? They really did not take it to heart. It was not that they were arrogant. If they had not reached the level of the Eternal God Lord, they could not be considered as experts. They did not have much resources. I think it's better to talk to the bosses. My cooperation might be bigger. Wang Xian did not take their attitude to heart and continued talking. Oh? What kind of cooperation do you want to talk about? A young man saw that Wang Xian still wanted to talk to them and asked with a smile. Pets? I wonder if your House of Warbeasts accepts pets. Wang Xian asked. Pets? Do you have pet eggs? The young man was interested. Pet cubs? Tamed warbeasts. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked around and said, If it's convenient, we can go to a separate area to talk. He had a lot of pets in his hands, but there were a lot of people around him, so it was not convenient for him to take out his pets. A tamed war beast? The young man revealed a look of surprise. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded from outside. Hey, some friends are here. Tian Yuan, Tianguang, and the rest are here too. Ku Jian is here. She's actually here too. Let's go, let's go. At this moment, the excited voices of a few young men could be heard from the side. What? The young man who was conversing with Wang Xian turned his head and looked outside. Not far away, 30 to 40 young men and women were walking towards them. Among them, 2 young men and a girl were walking in the middle. The girl in the middle was wearing a white and blue dress. On her shoulder was a small blue fish with wings. The small fish was emitting a bright blue light. It surrounded the girl and made her look even more otherworldly. The small fish had 6 eyes. Although she had more eyes, she looked very beautiful. The girl's beauty attracted the attention of many people. Let's go. A few young men immediately went up to the 30 to 40 people with smiles on their faces. The young man who was talking to Wang Xian also followed him. Seeing the group of people leaving directly in front of him, Wang Xian frowned slightly. Eh? Those seem to be the heaven's favorites of our Shen-Tian Academy. I know that girl. She seems to be called Ku Jian. She is the famous goddess of Shen-Tian Academy. Did you see the pet cub on her shoulder? It's a 6-eyed flying fish. It's a god-level pet. It's very precious. This House of War Beasts seems to be opened by some prodigies of Shen-Tian Academy's beast taming school. Almost 90% of these prodigies can reach the level of eternal god level. The discussions around them started again. Wang Xian frowned and looked over. Not bad. Shi Jingyang, Shangguan Jihan. You guys actually opened such a powerful pet shop. At the front, Tian Yuan and the rest looked at the huge shop in astonishment. Congratulations. Kejian smiled charmingly and said to them, Haha, thank you for coming to support us. Let's go, we'll show you the biggest and most powerful pet eggs on Tianhai Island. Shangguan Jihan, who came up to them, raised his head slightly and said with a smile, The biggest and most powerful? You're not proud at all. A few young men next to him said with a smile, Haha, we have 10 God Lord level cubs and warbeasts here. Let's go, I'll show you. I also hope that the senior and junior brothers will support us. Shi Jingyang smiled slightly and also said with a big smile, Huh? 10 Eternal God Lord level cubs.
Everyone was slightly stunned, and a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Then we have to go and take a look. Kojien's bright eyes flickered as she said with some anticipation, Goddess Jien, welcome. If you like any battle beast, I'll give you a discount. Everyone laughed and led them into the shop. Some of the people around looked over. The heavenly son of God of Shentian Academy would be a big shot in the entire Shentian domain in the future. People would pay attention to such a celebrity wherever he went.
Everyone, I have some pets here. Do you have time to discuss a collaboration? Wang Xian saw them walking over. He hesitated for a moment and went up to greet them. Then he said to the young man who was talking to him just now, "Oh." The young man who was talking to Wang Xian just now was slightly stunned. A look of hesitation appeared on his face. Ku Jian, Tian Yuan Tian Gong and the rest were stopped and looked over in confusion. If you have pets, our House of Warbeasts can buy them at a 10% discount on the market price. We can also send people to sell them here. However, we will also charge 10%.
This is also the price we will charge for pets in the future. It will be 0.5 points higher than the other shops. Alright, if you want to sell your pets, you can talk to the others in the shop. Excuse me.
Shangguan Zhihan frowned slightly when he saw Wang Xian standing in front of him.
This is an ordinary acquisition. I'm talking about cooperation. Wang Xian shook his head when he heard what he said.
Cooperation.
Shangguan Zhihan was stunned for a moment before he shook his head as well.
You are not qualified to talk about cooperation. Let the elders in your family who are at the level of the Eternal Lord talk to us. Don't disturb our time. He spoke with slight contempt and walked straight ahead.
He gently pushed Wang Xian, who was standing in front of him, with his arm, and led the group of senior and junior brothers into the room. Yes, Shangguan Zhihan. Only seniors at the level of the Eternal Lord are qualified to talk about cooperation with you. Very strong. In the shop of the House of Warbeasts, Shangguan Zhihan led a group of young men and women into the shop. When they heard what Shangguan Zhihan said to Wang Xian, they said with a smile on their faces, "Haha, we are in the war beast business. Only the strong and powerful beast tamers can obtain powerful war beasts. Without reaching the level of a god lord, how can there be any good war beasts?"
What qualifications do they have to cooperate with us? Shangguan Zhihan smiled nonchalantly. Around him, Shi Jingang and the rest also nodded slightly. Their House of Warbeasts had more than a dozen beast tamers, and they also had the help of their master.
The war beasts and pets that they had prepared for the opening today could not be compared to any other house in the entire Tianhai Island. Even the Divine Pet Pavilion did not have as many powerful war beasts and pets as they did.
If they wanted to talk about cooperation with them, they had to at least have the strength of an eternal godlord. Otherwise, you are not qualified.
You are right. I really envy you. With this House of Warbeasts, you can get more resources in the future and advance to the Eternal Godlord realm much faster than us. The young men who came to congratulate them nodded and said with slight envy. This made Shangguan Zhihan and the others look proud and proud. Let's go, Jian. I'll bring you guys to see the war beast pets of the Eternal Lord level. We have a baby of the Eternal Lord level 2 here. Some of the young men fawned over the girls in the middle as they walked straight to the second floor.
At the back, Wang Xian stood there in astonishment with a mocking look on his face. I don't have the qualifications? Wang Xian mumbled.
Little brother, if you want to sell your pets, you can talk to us. The boss and the rest are a little busy. Please don't disturb our boss. We can handle it. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked to Wang Xian's side and said faintly,
a young man who had yet to reach the level of a godlord. Not to mention that his boss didn't believe that he could have any powerful pets, even he didn't take it to heart.
If it wasn't for his work, he might not even bother with Wang Xian. Hee hee. Wang Xian chuckled and walked straight out.
Humph. Seeing how rude Wang Xian was, the middle-aged man frowned and snorted in dissatisfaction. Initially, I was thinking of cooperating with you guys. If you guys help me sell it, I can also help you guys gain fame. Now.
Wang Xian walked out of the House of Warbeasts. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. Why don't I open my own shop? However, it will be a little more troublesome this way. Forget it. If it's troublesome, so be it. At the very least, nothing else will happen. In the future, if the reputation of the shop starts to rise, I can totally sell it through the AI. If it's troublesome, it will be a little more troublesome in the early stages. It might not take more than a few days.
Wang Xian mumbled and walked straight to the opposite location.
It was unknown if it was a coincidence or his luck. There was an empty shop at the opposite location. It was written on the shop for rent. Contact via the AI.
Wang Xian walked to the opposite side. The interior of the shop was not very big. It was only about 1,000 square meters. This shop was considered a very ordinary small shop in the central area.
He took out the artificial intelligence system and immediately scanned the contact information on it.
Through the artificial intelligence system, Wang Xian waited there for 5 minutes.
The business of the House of War Beasts across the street was very good. There were many people gathered at the entrance. Some eternal masters who had rushed over after hearing the news entered with curiosity and anticipation.
Although there are quite a number of eternal masters, they are much worse than the ones I have.
The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Sir, would you like to rent this shop? At this moment, a staff member from the Sky Sea Island walked over. He looked around with a smile and asked Wang Xian tentatively. Yes, I was the one who informed you. How much is the rent for this shop?
Wang Xian nodded his head.
Sir, this is the central area of the Sky Sea Island. The rent is relatively high. After chatting with the staff of the Tianhai Island, Wang Xian immediately paid the rental fee of 100,000 divine stones. 100,000 divine stones was not a small sum.
The grade of divine stones was much higher than spirit stones. In this bright land, divine stones were the currency of the greater world.
100,000 divine stones could buy a pet with 6 wisps of divine fire. Wang Xian did not have divine stones, but he had some divine pills in his hands. They were also considered a common currency. If it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. You guys are really unlucky. Wang Xian looked at the location opposite him indifferently. He entered the shop and took a look around. In the past, this shop sold clothes. Of course, they weren't ordinary clothes. Instead, they were clothes made from the skins and fur of sea monsters and wild beasts that were at the godly state or even the eternal divine lord level.
Buzz.
Wang Xian waved his arm.
A simple modification was very easy for Wang Xian. The use of the 5 elements energy would soon change the inside of the shop.
Wang Xian walked to the entrance of the shop and looked at the signboard on it. Flash.
He waved his arm to remove it and took out a piece of metal from his interspatial ring.
Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and placed the signboard on it. With a wave of his hand, 4 big words appeared on it.
Dragon Palace's War Pet Shop.
From the outside, the Dragon Palace's War Pet Shop looked ordinary. On the opposite side, it occupied an area of over 10,000 square meters and had the appearance of an ancient European luxurious building.
There were clusters of fresh flowers placed at the entrance. Compared to the 2 powerful lions on the left and right, the difference was dozens of times.
Wang Xian had set up the shop. It didn't have any special features, nor was it eye-catching. Only passers-by could see some of it. It's pretty easy to attract people.
Wang Xian revealed a look of confidence on his face. He entered the shop and released the main sea monsters from the mother nest one by one.
There were a total of 25 of them, including the 7 pups. Fortunately, these main sea monsters weren't very big. They were about 10 meters in size, and the height of the shop was very high. It was totally possible. A few of the careful main sea monsters were much smaller. They were only about 1 to 2 meters in size, and they looked rather cute. Other than these high-level ones, there were also some low-level sea monsters and war pets. There were more than a dozen sea snakes and sea turtles. The 2 of you, go to the entrance and attract customers. Wang Xian ordered the 2 sea monsters. Roar. The 2 first-level Eternal Master-level sea monsters let out a low roar and obediently walked to the entrance of the shop and lay there. Holy shit,
These are the rank 1 Eternal Master Sea Monsters. Holy shit, be careful. That's not right. Why are they lying here?
These 2 sea monsters have been tamed, and the mature rank 1 Eternal Master Sea Monsters have been tamed. Holy shit, stay away. These are God-level sea monsters. Dragon Palace battle pets? What's going on?
Are they battle pets sold in this pet shop?
As soon as the two sea monsters walked out, more than 10 passers-by broke out in cold sweat. This was an eternal godlord-level sea monster in the underground sea. As soon as they arrived, they saw two eternal god-level sea monsters walking out of the shop. These people were not very strong. The highest among them had only lit 5 wisps of divine fire. They almost wet their pants when they saw the eternal god-level sea monsters. If not for the two sea monsters lying on the ground, they might have run away. Now that they saw them lying quietly at the entrance of the shop, they looked at the shop behind the two eternal god-level war pets. Dragon Palace War Pets. This pet shop is so awesome. It has tamed 2 adult eternal god-level war pets and is lying at the entrance to attract customers. There are only 2 9 divine fire war pets lying at the entrance of the House of War Beasts that just opened. This is a god-level pet shop. Is this shop even more awesome than the House of War Beasts across the street? It's already very powerful for a pet shop to have a godlord-level pet shop. Let's go in and take a look. They hesitated for a moment and walked into the shop. They carefully looked at the two sea monsters lying at the door. After seeing that they didn't make any movements, they walked to the door. When they got close to the shop, they felt a violent aura coming from inside. This made their expressions change slightly. This way. However, very soon, the people who came over widened their eyes and stared at the interior of the shop in disbelief. The shop was not very big, so they could see a part of it standing at the door. They saw many eternal god-level sea monsters lying inside. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them, and this was where they could see. The terrifying aura and pressure in the shop made them tremble. Those above the eternal God Lord realm or 3 million divine stones could enter, but others were forbidden to enter. At the entrance of the shop, there was a sign. There are many eternal God Lord ranked battle pets inside, and there's such a requirement. Only eternal God Lord ranked or 3 million divine stones worth people can enter. My goodness! When did this pet shop open? How could it be so powerful? How could there be so many war pets of the eternal Lord rank in there? Shocked voices came from their mouths. They stood at the door and did not enter. They were not qualified to enter, and they did not dare to enter. However, this did not stop their curiosity and shock. This is the Master Sea Monster of the Rising Horse God, and this is the Master Sea Monster of the Rising Horse God that has been tamed. Hiss! When did such a powerful pet shop appear on this street? There are 2 outside, look inside. There are at least a dozen of them. No, fuck, look inside. There are still a few Master Sea Monsters of the Rising Horse God. Did they fucking take down the nest of the Master Sea Monster of the Rising Horse God? This Dragon Palace's war pet is too powerful. It's way more powerful than the House of War Beasts. Soon, the 2 sea monsters of the coming horses attracted the attention of everyone who passed by. When they arrived at the entrance of the shop, they were even more dumbfounded. The voices of discussion rang out. In less than 3 minutes, more than 100 people gathered around the shop. As time went by, more and more people gathered around the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. Some young people looked at the adult Eternal God war pets with heated expressions. Some of them hesitated for a moment and began to contact their seniors. Eternal God Masters could be called experts. It was very difficult to fall at this level. An Eternal God Master had a lifespan of 1 million years. With an Eternal God Master in the family, they could at least stay safe for hundreds of thousands of years. It was not that easy to advance to the Eternal God Lord level. There were hundreds of millions of people in the entire natural selection continent, but there were only 70,000 to 80,000 Eternal God Lords. 70,000 to 80,000 Eternal God Lord experts might seem like a lot, but according to the population, there might only be 1 Eternal God Lord out of 10 million people. It was very difficult to nurture an Eternal God Lord level expert. To be able to obtain an adult Eternal God Lord level battle pet, the benefits were self-evident. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. In less than 10 minutes, more than 1,000 people had gathered around. What's going on the other side? Why did I hear someone say that there are 20 to 30 Eternal God level war pets there? No way. It's a lie. There are 2 approaching horse God level divine beasts lying on the other side of the door. There are 20 to 30 eternal god-level war pets in the Dragon Palace War Pet Shop that suddenly appeared. The House of War Beasts had just opened today and it had been advertised for a long time. There were many people who came to their shop specially. Many people didn't even enter the shop. Now that they heard that there was a stronger pet shop across the street, some people didn't believe it at first. But later, when they noticed some strong people walking towards the shop, they had to believe it. The distance of 1,000 meters was not too far. Some of them could not help but go over and take a look. Some of them also ordered their subordinates to go over and take a look. The news spread very quickly. There were indeed 20 to 30 god-tier war pets in the Dragon Palace pet shop across the street. And they were the Meow Ma sea monster. The Meow Ma sea monster was of water attribute and had a body size of about 10 meters. It was an ideal mount, especially when it entered the underground sea. It was extremely suitable. After they received the news, there was an uproar. They immediately rushed to the opposite side. There's a price on the wall. It's a one-time price. You can stay in the shop for 10 minutes at most. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave immediately. At this moment, Wuxia was sitting on a chair in the shop with a pot of tea beside him. He looked at the people who walked in and reminded them. The few eternal lord-level powerhouses who had just entered were slightly stunned when they heard Wuxia's words. They looked at Wuxia, who was sipping his tea at the side. "You are the owner of this place?" A middle-aged man asked with some doubt. "Yes." Wuxia replied indifferently and didn't say anything else. 3 eternal lord-level second-level wild horse sea monsters, 22 eternal lord-level first-level wild horse sea monsters, and 7 pups. They must have found the lair of the wild horse. To be able to tame so many lord-level sea monsters, he must be a powerful beast tamer master. May I know who he is? An old man looked around with a burning gaze and asked Wuxia. "If you don't want to buy, get out." Wuxia spat out these 5 words coldly. He didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with them. There was no shortage of people who wanted to buy eternal lord-level battle pets. What was the point of talking so much with them? "Huh!" The old man was slightly stunned. His expression slowly turned ugly. "Young man, don't be so arrogant. Didn't your lord teach you to meet the master of eternal God?" "Roar," the old man said with a bad expression. However, before he could finish his sentence, he immediately sensed that all the sea monsters surrounding the master of eternal God had locked onto him completely. A low roar came crashing over. The old man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated outside. "The rules and prices are written on the wall." Wuxia looked at the other eternal masters who were on alert and reminded them lightly. "The little boss here is so powerful. He left the shop without buying anything for 10 minutes. Also, we don't accept divine stones. He only wants divine pills and corpses of the same level. How can he sell more than 30 eternal lord-level war pets at one time without a backer?" There's no shortage of people to buy these war pets. They can be sold out in 2 days at most. It's not surprising that he's so powerful. However, the price of the battle pets in this shop is very suitable. It's much cheaper than the House of War Beasts across the street. At least 52 to 30 pills of the same level are needed there. Here, we only need 50 pills. In the shop, 4 to 5 eternal lord-level powerhouses brought a few people along. When they saw the scene just now and the price rules on the wall, they discussed in a low voice. "Little brother, if you buy it, how about taming it?" A middle-aged man stared at a sea monster with a hint of interest and said to Wuxia, "Taming the adult brambles gang. Raise the cubs yourself." Wuxia said to the middle-aged man, "All right, I want one. I wonder when will you help me tame it?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, 10% of the deposit will be paid in 8 hours. I'll keep this for you. I'll help you tame it in 8 hours. Wuxia thought for a moment and replied, "All right." The middle-aged man nodded and pointed to the one in front of him. "I'll take this one. Does his eternal kingdom still exist?" "Yes." Wuxia nodded and waved at the main sea monster of the Omen God. The Omen God was lying in a corner of the room. Are you a beast tamer?" The middle-aged man was astonished when he saw the chief sea monster of the eternal celestial master listening to Wuxia's words. Such a young man didn't look like a beast tamer no matter how he looked at it. To be able to tame the chief sea monster of the Eternal Celestial Master level 2, one had to have at least the strength of an Eternal level 3. In other words, one had to master 3 laws.
Furthermore, he had to master the art of beast taming. It was much more difficult than the training of an array formation master. Such a young man was a beast taming master. If he didn't believe that he had mastered 3 laws, the others wouldn't believe it either.
If you want to wait, you can go upstairs and sit down. Wang Xian didn't answer him. Instead, he pointed upstairs. I need to exchange for some divine pills.
The middle-aged man saw that he didn't answer and didn't ask any more questions. He took out the divine pills and handed them to Wang Xian before walking out. Since he was able to open such a pet shop, he wouldn't be greedy for 5 divine pills of the first level of the Eternal Lord.
3 second level Eternal Lord, 22 first level Eternal Lord, 7 first level Eternal Lord cubs, 50 pills of the same level when they reach adulthood. The cubs need 10. After the middle-aged man left the shop, the people outside also received the news and knew the price of the Dragon Palace war pets.
When the price was announced, many people around were stunned. This price is much cheaper than the war beast house across the street, and most importantly, there are 25 adult war pets of the Eternal God Lord level.
A total suppression. There are 10 Eternal God Lords in the war beast house, but only 4 adult war pets, and one of them is a snake. Discussions broke out. When the House of War Beasts opened just now, it was announced that it was very old, and it even opened the number 1 pet shop on Sky Sea Island. Now that this Dragon Palace war pet suddenly appeared, people naturally compared it. The difference was too big.
Not only the quality of the war pet, even the price could not compare to the Dragon Palace war pet.
Even a fool knew where to buy a war pet. The discussions continued, and more people gathered around. At the opposite House of War Beasts, some staff members also noticed the situation, but they didn't know what was happening here.
Congratulations, senior son, this pet cub is given to your child. It will definitely grow up together with your child.
When senior son's child reaches the Eternal God Lord realm, this cub will also reach the Eternal God Lord realm.
Right at this moment, a burly middle-aged woman and a child walked out of the door of the House of War Beasts.
The store manager of the House of War Beasts followed behind with a face full of enthusiasm and flattery. Haha, good. In the future, if you have a suitable war pet, let me know. The burly middle-aged man laughed and said loudly, Of course. The war beasts produced by our House of War Beasts are absolutely the best and most comprehensive. Senior son is welcome to visit us in the future. The store manager said respectfully and enthusiastically. The person in front of him was a big customer.
There had been many experts in the family for several generations. This time, they directly bought a level 1 Eternal God Lord cub for their son. It was so enviable.
Oh, an expert bought a war beast from the House of War Beasts, and it's an Eternal God Lord level 1. That's not wise. The House of War Beasts is much more expensive than the other side. Exactly. That's a bit of a sucker. Besides, I think the baby sea monster of the Lord of the Approaching Horse God is quite suitable to be a mount. It's extremely cool and has an advantage when entering the underground sea.
This expert might not know, but he's been killed. The few of them walked out of the shop under the respectful hospitality of the store manager and the waiter of the House of War Beasts, attracting the attention of some people.
Hearing their conversation, some of the people around looked at the burly middle-aged man, looking like he was a sucker. Ha! The burly middle-aged man had comprehended 3 laws, so how could the discussions around him escape his ears?
Hearing their discussions, he frowned slightly.
What's the high price? Is there a pet shop across the street selling the baby sea monster of the Divine Horse God Lord?
He stared at a young man not far away and asked with a hint of imposing manner.
Senior. The young man who was being stared at changed his face slightly and immediately called out respectfully. Senior, there is indeed a pet shop across the street called Dragon Palace War Pets. They have 20 to 30 war pets of the Eternal God Lord level, and the price is... He immediately said. When he talked about the price, he looked at the manager of the House of War Beasts and said, The price is much cheaper than the House of War Beasts. Much cheaper? 20 to 30 Eternal God Lord level war pets.
The burly middle-aged man widened his eyes.
Nonsense, which pet shop in the entire Sky Sea Island can be compared to our House of War Beasts? I'm warning you. Don't spread rumors and frame us here. Or don't blame our House of War Beasts for not being polite. When the shop manager of the House of War Beasts heard his words, an angry expression appeared on his face as he stared at him and said coldly,
I didn't spread rumors and frame you. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around you.
When the young man saw the fierce shop manager of the House of War Beasts, he raised his head and said angrily, "That's right, Senior. You'll know when you go to the opposite side. The opposite side is indeed cheaper than you, and there are more eternal god lords than you." Some people around immediately echoed. This caused the store manager's expression to change, and he looked at the opposite side in disbelief.
There were over 1,000 people gathered at the opposite side, and it was obviously not groundless.
"Let's go over," the burly middle-aged man said to his wife and son with a gloomy face, and walked straight ahead.
I heard that several seniors have bought war pets. This is an eternal god lord level 1.
The horse god lord sea monster is more suitable as a mount. Some experts are also envious of it. If I have money, I will buy one too. The threshold of this Dragon Palace war pet is too high. The Eternal God Lord level is 3 million divine stones, and I heard that it can only stay in the shop for 10 minutes. If you don't buy it, hurry up and leave. It's really awesome. The burly middle-aged man led his family over and listened to the discussions around him. He slowly frowned. He released his aura, and everyone gathered in front of him was slightly shocked.
A senior is coming. The faces of all the people blocking the shop changed slightly, and they hurriedly made way.
Behind the burly middle-aged man's family, the manager of the House of War Beasts also followed. At this moment, his face was a bit ugly.
Especially when he heard the discussions of the people around him, his heart sank. He had a bad premonition. After entering the entrance of the store, the burly middle-aged man swept his gaze past the 2 Eternal God Lord rank 1 sea monsters lying quietly at the side. Then he walked straight into the store.
After looking at the notification at the entrance, he looked inside. The store was not big. There were more than a dozen people inside. They were not all Eternal God Lord experts, but they were all brought in by the Eternal God Lord. More than a dozen Eternal God Master level Meow Ma sea monsters could be seen lying inside, and a few cubs were walking around mischievously.
"Let's go in,"
the burly middle-aged man said to his wife and children beside him, and walked straight in. "Honey, look at the prices and rules on the wall." Once inside, the woman next to the burly middle-aged man pointed at the words on the wall and said,
"Price and rules."
"Price. Adult battle pet, 50 pills of the same level. Cub, 10 pills.
This price was written very clearly.
He glanced around and saw many powerful sea monsters lying on the ground. There were no injuries on their bodies, and they were all in the realm of eternal divine lords. A young man was sitting there sipping tea, quietly sitting there.
There was no waiter to serve him and no one to introduce him.
He was very cool. The burly middle-aged man thought that this shop had the right to be so cool. There were more than 30 war pets of the Eternal Lord rank. It was probably very difficult to find a second shop in the entire Tianzi continent.
"Dad, this pony is so cute. I want this pony." The young boy next to the burly middle-aged man stared at a sea monster of the God Lord of the approaching horse with a bright face.
How is this possible?" At this moment, the store manager of the House of War Beasts, who had followed the burly middle-aged man in, widened his eyes and looked around in disbelief.
He couldn't help but exclaim.
His gaze finally landed on the young man who was drinking tea. His face was filled with disbelief. It was him. How is this possible? How is this possible? "Let's go." The burly middle-aged man turned around and glanced at him. Without saying anything, he walked straight out. The store manager of the House of War Beasts quivered and hurriedly followed behind. "Senior son, listen to me. They are here." "Shut up." The burly middle-aged man coldly spat out 2 words when he heard his words.
He didn't want to say anything else. He was also at fault for buying at a loss.
The war pet whelp he bought was an Eternal Lord Tier 1, which was equivalent to 54 Eternal Lord Tier 1 pills. For pills did not seem like a lot, but these were Eternal Lord tier pills which were very valuable.
It was just that the value of the pet whelp was too high, which made the pills appear cheap.
Even an Eternal Lord tier 1 powerhouse would not be willing to casually consume pills of this level.
A pill worth hundreds of thousands of divine stones?
What a joke. The burly middle-aged man did not want to say anything. After all, he had just bought it less than 5 minutes ago. Otherwise, he would really be taken as a sucker. He was not someone to be bullied.
The burly middle-aged man walked towards the House of Warbeasts with a sullen face. The store manager of the House of Warbeasts wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and immediately followed behind.
He did not dare to say anything now. The other party was an Eternal God Lord level expert. For Eternal God Lord level 1 elixirs could buy several of his lives.
The burly middle-aged man entered the House of Warbeasts and walked straight to the second floor.
Haha, Shangguan Jahan, Shizhengyang, Eternal God Lord level war pets. Tiangong Tianyuan and the other 2 brothers bought another one. You sold 2 today. It's a big deal.
What big deal? I sold the Tiangong Tianyuan brothers at a discount. It's a big loss. This price is only for the 2 brothers.
Haha, you're very particular.
Today, the 2 of us will treat you. The burly middle-aged man had just entered the second floor when he heard voices talking. His face didn't have the slightest fluctuation as he walked toward Shangguan Jahan and the others.
Eh? Senior son, why are you back?
Do you need anything?
Shizhengyang was the first to notice him coming over. His face was filled with confusion, but he still spoke enthusiastically.
We don't want this billow bear. Please return the divine stones. The burly middle-aged man handed the young cub that the woman was carrying to them and said coldly,
What's wrong, senior son?
The cubs of the pet shop opposite are cheaper than yours by more than 1,000,000 divine stones. I'm not a sucker. I'm withdrawing. Shizhengyang opened his mouth and said, but was immediately interrupted by the burly middle-aged man.
Ha! Shangguan Jahan and Tiangong Tianyuan were slightly stunned. There was shock and astonishment on their faces. How could it be, senior son? Our prices are very fair and we have 10 to choose from. How could it be? All right, the other party has 20 to 30 divine stones. I have bought them for less than 5 minutes. You can check them and return them.
Shangguan Jahan quickly went forward to explain, but he was still interrupted by him this time.
Moreover, this time, the burly middle-aged man's tone was a little cold. His divine stones did not come from a strong wind. More than 1,000,000 divine stones was not a small amount of money. 20 to 30? That's impossible. Besides, there is no pet shop across from us. Senior son, don't joke.
Shizhengyang immediately widened his eyes and said loudly,
Boss,
there is indeed a pet shop across from us. And this is real.
The store manager quickly walked up and said with a pale face, What?
Shizhengyang and Shangguan Jahan were in disbelief.
They clearly didn't see a pet shop across the street this morning. How come there was one now?
And there were 20 to 30 godlords?
How could this be? They could get 10 because of their master and elders. Return the godstones first. However, you can go to the other store to have a look. With your price and quality, you won't be able to sell them.
The burly middle-aged man said coldly from the side.
All right, senior, here you are. Shangguan Jahan gritted his teeth and immediately returned the divine stone he had just received to him. He would talk about it after he understood the situation. Let's go and buy it from the other side.
The burly middle-aged man snorted and directly walked out.
Shangguan Jahan, Shizhengyang, and the others' faces were as gloomy as blood. Boss, that pet shop was opened by that young man, the young man who came to us for cooperation.
At this moment, the manager of the House of Warbeasts growled in a low voice with an uncertain expression.
What? How is this possible? When Shangguan Jahan, Shizhengyang, and the others heard the store manager's words, their eyes widened in disbelief. They stared at the middle-aged store manager in disbelief. However, seeing the bitter expression on his face, it didn't seem like he was lying to them. Moreover, he didn't dare to lie to them.
Everyone's faces kept changing.
Even Tianyuan and Kujian were full of surprise.
Let's go and take a look.
Shangguan Jahan and the others said in a low voice with gloomy faces, and walked out with gloomy faces. Hey, senior. There are many Eternal God Lord level battle beasts in our shop. Don't you want to consider it? As soon as the group came down, they saw a waiter speaking to an Eternal God Lord ranked senior with a bitter expression. However, the other party didn't even bother with the waiter and walked straight out. The shop that was filled with people just a moment ago was now empty. When they looked outside, they could see that there were quite a number of people gathered in front of the opposite shop, and it even affected the traffic. When Shangguan Jahan and the others saw the scene, their expressions became even more awkward. They all walked towards the opposite side. Make way, let's go over. There were too many people, and they were not God-level masters. They could only shout. It's the people from the House of Warbeasts. Those few seem to be the owners of the House of Warbeasts. It's true. What are they here for? Of course they're here to take a look. If they don't, they might go out of business. Today is the first day of business for the House of Warbeasts. It's advertised as the largest pet shop with the most advanced warbeasts on the Sky Sea Island. What's the result? There are 20 to 30 Eternal Lord level war pets in a small shop of Dragon Palace. That's 20 to 30. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the price of the Eternal Lord level war pets in the House of Warbeasts is much cheaper than that in the House of Warbeasts. I say that if the House of Warbeasts doesn't lower the price, they can close the shop today. No one will buy from them. Close the shop? The price of the war pet of the House of Warbeasts is almost the same as that of the God Pet Pavilion. The main thing is that the price of the war pet of the Dragon Palace is relatively fair. There is no premium. The group of people walked into the shop. Some of them recognized Shangguan Jahan and the others, and they were discussing in low voices. Hearing their conversation, Shangguan Jahan, Shi Zhengyang, and the others looked even more embarrassed. Close down and close the shop? They finally arrived at the entrance of the shop. When they looked into the shop, their pupils slightly shrank. They could see that there were more than a dozen adult-level Eternal God Lord-level sea monsters. Without hesitation, they immediately walked into the shop. Roar! As soon as they stepped into the shop, they heard a low roar. Those who enter the shop must either have the strength of an Eternal God Lord, or have 3 million divine stones to prove that they are rich. A young man's voice sounded from behind. You need 3 million divine stones to enter the shop? Everyone's expression changed slightly. This shop was comparable to some luxurious auction houses, and they needed to verify the qualifications. 3 million divine stones was not a small number. However, they could still take out this amount of money. Shangguan Jahan took out 3 million divine stones and gestured for the sea monster to lie down at the entrance. TSK. This Eternal God Lord level sea monster has been tamed so cleverly. It's really powerful. It's definitely the work of a powerful beast tamer. Some people outside the door saw the scene and sighed. This is definitely the work of a very powerful beast tamer master. Shi Zhengyang's gaze swept over and repeated with a solemn face. An adult battle pet requires 50 pills of the same level. Shangguan Jahan, Shi Zhengyang. The price you're selling is indeed too expensive. At this moment, the disgruntled growls of the Tianyuan brothers could be heard from the side. Their tone was filled with displeasure. Ha! Shangguan Jahan and the others were slightly stunned. They raised their heads and looked forward. When they saw the rules on the wall in front of them, their expressions slowly turned ugly. Now, they finally knew why Senior Son had come to return the goods directly. This price was indeed much cheaper than theirs. Also, the sea monsters of the Miao Ma were more suitable for mounts. There were a total of 20 to 30 choices. Under such circumstances, how could anyone come to their House of Warbeasts to buy pets? Brother Shangguan, look over there. It's that young man. It's really that young man. At this moment, the young man who was talking to Wang Xian in the shop at the beginning extended his finger and pointed at Wang Xian's position. He widened his eyes and roared in disbelief. It's him, it's really him. When they looked over, their expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. Ku Jian and the rest also looked over. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It was this young man who came to the House of Warbeasts to look for Shangguan Jahan and the rest for a collaboration. In the end, Shangguan Jahan and the rest didn't give a damn about him.
They even said that he wasn't qualified.
At that time, even they thought that the other party wasn't qualified.
But now?
Not qualified. The other party directly opened a small pet shop across the street. It was enough to shut down the House of War Beasts. Cough, cough.
Looking at Wang Xian, Shangguan Zhehan, Shi Zhengang, and a few other young men looked extremely embarrassed.
Back then, Wang Xian said that he would come over to discuss a collaboration with them. In the end, he did not put the other party in his eyes at all. However, what they never expected was that the other party actually had so many war beasts. Every war beast is extremely precious. He must be deliberately attacking our war beast family by setting such a price. He must be taking revenge. Looking at the price written on the wall, Shi Zhengyang's expression changed as he clenched his fists and said,
"The war beast pets of the Eternal God Lord level were extremely precious. Even if they were to sell them at their own prices, they were confident that they would be able to sell all the war beasts within 3 to 4 days.
As for the 20 to 30 war beasts here, they would be sold out in a few days after their reputation spread. They could sell them at a price similar to theirs, but they sold them at a low price. In their eyes, they were deliberately looking for trouble with them,
Deliberately suppressing them. This made them extremely furious.
Wang Xian didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely think that they were overthinking things and deliberately suppressing them.
They were not worthy of it.
Since Wang Xian had opened his own shop, he would unify the prices and sell them at the same price in the future. He would not increase or decrease the price. He would not set the price too high. It was more or less fine.
After all, the number of Eternal Lord level battle pets that he would sell in the future might reach thousands or even tens of thousands or even more. Let's go and have a talk.
Shangguan Zhehan looked at the few people beside him and walked toward Wang Xian with a gloomy face.
Few. The few of them walked to the front of the seats and took a deep breath.
My friend, I think we can talk.
If you don't want to buy it, get out immediately. You are not qualified to talk about anything else with me. Shangguan Zhehan forced a smile on his face. However, before he could finish his words, Wang Xian raised his head and looked at him as he said indifferently,
"You guys don't have the right to talk to me about anything else." Wang Xian's indifferent words entered their ears, allowing the rest of the people in the shop to hear it clearly. Shangguan Zhehan and the rest really didn't have the right to talk to Wang Xian.
They hadn't even reached the realm of Eternal God Lord. In Wang Xian's eyes, the House of Warbeasts was just average. It was far inferior to his Dragon Palace's war pets.
The other party was not qualified.
You.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Shangguan Zhehan and the rest's faces changed and their bodies trembled. They were not qualified. He said they were not qualified.
Their breathing was a little hurried. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared at Wang Xian. Huff, huff. Now, we want to discuss a collaboration with your Dragon Palace's warbeasts. Shangguan Zhehan suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke again.
Let's not talk about it anymore. Since I've already opened my shop, I'm not going to collaborate with anyone else.
Wang Xian immediately rejected the offer.
What a joke. Initially, Wang Xian could find a pet shop to collaborate with in order to save time. Now that he had opened his shop, let's do it. Just now, he said that he didn't have the qualifications. Now, he still wanted to reap the benefits. How could it be so easy? You are deliberately suppressing us. We have just started our business and you opened a shop opposite us. Did you plan this beforehand? Shi Zhengyang couldn't hold it in anymore. He clenched his fists and shouted at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression.
In order to open the House of Warbeasts, they had used up all their resources.
Now that the Dragon Palace's war pets were opened, it was a huge loss for them. If the other party could continue to open the shop, they could only lower the price or close the shop. Either way, it would be a huge loss for them. Roar.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt half of his body being bitten off. What are you doing? What are you doing?
A terrified voice came out of Shi Zhengyang's mouth. As he felt the aura of the wilderness behind him, his face instantly turned extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Let your pet put him down. I'm warning you. We are students of the Shantian Academy. If you harm us, our academy will not let you off. When Shangguan Zhehan saw that Shi Zhengyang was being bitten, His expression changed instantly. He shouted at Wang Xian sternly. "Ha!" Everyone in the shop looked over. Their eyes were sparkling.
Hee, a bunch of little gods came here to question others. Aren't they courting death?
An eternal lord-level powerhouse took a glance and saw that the sea monster wasn't really biting. He said to Shangguan Jahan and the rest with disdain, "There were more than 20 eternal lord-level battle pets here. Wouldn't they be courting death if they came here to look for trouble?"
"You're not a customer and you're still looking for trouble. Scram,"
Wang Xian said. The head of the sea monster that was biting Shi Jingyang swung and his body flew out.
Splash. At the same time it wagged its tail and a stream of water swept up Shangguan Jahan and the rest. The powerful binding force made them hold their breaths.
"What are you doing?" The expressions of Tian Gong, Tian Yuan, Ku Jian, and the rest of the unexpected disaster changed drastically. Soon after, they felt their bodies falling heavily towards the outside. Bang! A group of people were thrown to the door. The people in front of the door were stunned by this scene and made way for them. What's going on? Could it be that the people from the House of War Beasts went in to look for trouble and were thrown out by the boss? It should be. The House of War Beasts is a little unlucky to encounter such a situation when it just opened. If we don't lower the price, it will be closed.
More than a dozen people flew out and fell to the ground. The surrounding people immediately recognized them and discussed among themselves.
This. Ku Jian fell to the ground. Her face was embarrassed and red. She hurriedly stood up. She never thought that the other party would actually throw them out directly. Facing an eternal god lord level sea monster, they simply had no power to resist, even if they were all elites of the academy. Hearing the discussions and finger pointing around her, her expression became even more unsightly. Shangguan Jahan and the others' faces were extremely ferocious, and their bodies began to tremble. They were actually thrown out directly falling to the ground. If the students of the academy knew about this, they would be extremely embarrassed. Not only was the newly opened pet shop being suppressed, they were also thrown out by others. Who?
Everyone's faces turned red.
Shangguan Jahan, Shi Jingyang, we don't want to buy any more pets. Let's go. Tian Yuan and his brother's expressions changed. They looked at the Dragon Palace's pet shop, gritted their teeth, and left with a gloomy face. A pet shop could sell 20 to 30 eternal god-level pets. No one would believe that there were no experts supporting them.
With their strength, what else could they do if they were thrown out?
Take revenge?
Moreover, it was all because of Shangguan Jahan and his gang.
The war beasts that were sold to them were said to be at a discount, but in the end, they were not even as cheap as the original price.
They were already unhappy, but now that they were thrown out again, they did not have the face to stay here. They said coldly, "Turn around and leave."
Kei Jian's expression didn't look good when she was thrown on the ground. She left without saying anything. Crack, crack, crack. When Shangguan Jahan, Shi Jingyang, and the others saw the heavenly engineer Yuan, Ku Jian, and the others leave with ugly expressions, they clenched their fists and made cracking sounds.
They stared at the Dragon Palace's pet shop in front of them with shame and anger, their eyes full of anger. "Do you really think we are easy to bully? Throw us out directly." Shangguan Jahan, Shi Jingyang, and the others growled in a low voice.
"Brother Shangguan, I can't take this lying down. Not only did they suppress us on purpose, but they also humiliated us like this." Beside them, a young man's face was also filled with anger.
They had been in high spirits this morning, building the largest pet shop on the entire Tianhai Island. In the end, not only had they been suppressed, they had even been thrown out of the door and thrown on the ground. After all, they were outstanding disciples of the Xiantian Academy's Beast Tamer School, and the future of the Eternal God Lord was within their reach.
How could they be willing to be humiliated like this?
"I'll go look for my teacher, Shi Jingyang. You go look for your grandfather. You guys go and call him over too,"
Shangguan Jahan said with a gloomy face. They had spent a lot of money to open this shop, and this shop also had the support of their elders. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they possibly get an eternal god lord level pet? Now that they were being suppressed and humiliated, they could only look for their elders. Only their elders could contend with the other party's strength. Although the mysterious sky territory had its own laws, the game between the strong could be carried out as long as no one was killed and no one was killed. The strong could intimidate the weak. Moreover, they felt that the other party might be targeting their elders. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? They just opened the other party's business and the price is lower than theirs? It must be premeditated. Who? On the second floor of the House of War Beasts, Shangguan Jihan, Shi Jingyang, and the others were standing on the second floor. They looked at the other side through the window, and their faces were extremely unsightly. There was no one else. The entire House of War Beasts was fucking empty. The Dragon Palace's war pets were right across from them. Even though they were so close to each other, all the guests had gone to the other side. Unless they lowered the price now. However, they were not in a position to decide on the price. It was up to their elders to decide on the eternal God Lord level war beasts. Damn it. Everyone in our class knows about this. Soon, the entire Beast Tamer school will know about it. Many people are laughing at us. Suddenly, a young man looked at the AI in his hand and roared with a gloomy expression. The natural selection continent was very big, but it was also very small. With the development of technology, it formed an internet circle. Some things could be quickly spread. As for the matter of the Tianhai Island's war beast house, it was neither big nor small. There were also many people who paid attention to it. Now that such a situation had occurred, it was immediately spread. Now, it was actually spread within the circle of friends in their class group. This was a huge loss of face for them. They were all heaven's favorites. This time, many people would inevitably ridicule them from behind. The young man's words caused the expressions of Shangguan Jihan, Shi Jingyang, and the others to turn ugly as well. Wang. At this moment, the space around them trembled, and a figure slowly appeared. Master! Teacher Han! Seeing the middle-aged figure that suddenly appeared, Shangguan Jihan and the others hurriedly turned their heads and called out respectfully. N. The middle-aged man looked at them with an expressionless face. He slowly walked to the front of the glass and looked forward. Is it the shop across the street? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. It's Master, the Dragon Palace's war pet. We just opened today, and they opened their shop for us at such a low price. They are obviously trying to suppress us. When we went there, they threw us out and threw us to the ground. They didn't give us any face at all. Shangguan Jihan walked to the middle-aged man with his head lowered and said with some grievance. Oh? I don't think they are targeting you. You are not qualified enough. If they wanted to target you, they would have killed you in secret. The middle-aged man was also a little confused. The House of Warbeasts had just opened and they had opened a shop at the entrance and sold it at a low price. They were obviously targeting them. Targeting Shangguan Jihan and the others? It was obviously impossible. They could get so many eternal lord-level pets. If they wanted to kill them, they could easily kill them in secret. Could they be targeting me or? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. At this moment, he slowly turned his head and an old man's figure slowly appeared. Elder Shi. Let's go and take a look at the other side. An old man's figure appeared and the middle-aged man said indifferently to him. All right, let's go and see who dares to go against us. Humph. The old man seemed to be in a bad mood and his face was filled with a cold expression. Grandfather. Shi Jingyang walked over and immediately called out. Let's go. The old man replied with a solemn face and walked straight down. They were the ones who provided the eternal God Lord level battle beasts in this House of Battle Beasts. Although this House of Battle Beasts was opened by Shangguan Jihan and the others, they were the ones behind it. Firstly, it was to help their own kid, and secondly, it was a part of their family's business. If they were targeted, they naturally had to investigate. If the other party really wanted to make enemies, they wouldn't be afraid. Grandpa, let's go to their shop. That sea monster Lord Meow Ma bit me and threw me out. Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. Shi Jingyang said as he walked beside the old man. Don't worry. Our Shi family isn't afraid of trouble. The old man said coldly. The group of people walked straight into the Dragon Palace's pet shop. That's a member of the House of War Beasts. Who are the middle-aged man and the old man in front of them? They should be the backers of the House of War Beasts. The House of War Beasts is able to produce an eternal lord-level war beast. They must have a very deep background.
That middle-aged man seems to be a teacher of the Mysterious Sky Academy and the Beast Tamer Academy. He has a very high status. Some people around them looked surprised when they saw them coming.
They threw the members of the House of War Beasts out just now. They must be looking for trouble. Some people whispered among themselves.
The fact that the members of the House of Warbeasts were thrown out of the shop was not good for the reputation of the House of Warbeasts.
Dragon Palace's war pet, Humph. When the group of people arrived, the curious people around them made way for them. The old man looked at the signboard in front of him, snorted lightly, and walked straight in. The middle-aged man and the old man entered with a look of astonishment on their faces. Our luck is really good. We should be able to take down the lair of the sea monster Lord Miao Ma, the middle-aged man said indifferently as he sized up the surroundings. Teacher Han, you. Hee, hello. At this moment, a skinny middle-aged man recognized the middle-aged man and wanted to go forward to greet him. When he saw their formation, his eyes flashed with a smile.
Okay. The middle-aged teacher nodded at the strong man.
Grandpa, it's that guy. At this moment, Shi Zhengyang, who was at the side, stared at Wang Xian with a face full of anger.
He was almost peed in his pants when he was bitten by the Miao Ma sea monster.
The old man and the middle-aged mentor looked at each other and walked straight towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian also noticed them when they came in.
He frowned slightly when he saw this group of people. This is troublesome.
It was already troublesome to open a shop, and someone was looking for trouble. Call the person behind your Dragon Palace's war pet over.
The old man walked over and said to Wang Xian directly.
The person behind? When Wang Xian heard their words, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled mockingly.
If you don't want to buy it, get out immediately. Don't waste my time.
He shook his head and said indifferently, Kid, didn't you hear what I said?
The old man's face turned cold and an aura surged out from his body. The aura that belonged to the 4th level of the Eternal Lord suppressed Wang Xian.
Roar! Roar! In an instant, the entire shop was filled with a terrifying pressure. In the shop, one after another, the sea monsters of the Eternal Lord let out a low roar. They were a little agitated and violent. Shut up! The middle-aged mentor swept his gaze across the surroundings. His body emitted an aura that resembled that of the king of all beasts. All the sea monsters of the Eternal Lord let out a low roar as their bodies trembled. They lay there trembling.
The middle-aged man was also at level 4 of the Eternal Divine Lord.
Their strength was not weak even in the entire natural selection continent. When the customers in the shop saw this scene, they stood by the side and didn't say a word. A teacher from the Shantian Academy and a beast tamer master. They didn't dare to get involved either. Both parties weren't easy to bully. Wang Xian sensed their aura and his face turned cold. He stood up slowly.
Ha! The middle-aged mentor and the old man were filled with astonishment when they saw Wang Xian standing up despite their pressure.
Only those of the same level or stronger could stand up under the pressure of the two of them.
Kid, you don't have the right to talk to my master and the rest. Call out the person behind you. Shangguan Zhahan, Shi Zhengyang, and the rest said with cold faces.
All of you better scram immediately. Boom.
Wang Xian heard their words and looked at the two arrogant middle-aged men. His face was filled with a cold expression. His body trembled and his peak aura burst out directly.
The peak-level aura charged straight at them. Ha! This! The moment Wang Xian's aura burst out, the expressions of the middle-aged man and the old man changed slightly. They hurriedly protected Shangguan Zhahan, Shi Zhengyang, and the rest who were beside them. How is this possible? His aura.
At this moment, Shangguan Zhahan, Shi Zhengyang, and the rest who sensed Wang Xian's violent aura had a drastic change in their expressions. They could not help but let out a cry of surprise. How is this possible?
How could this young man have such a terrifying aura? Their eyes were wide open and their foreheads were filled with cold sweat. If it was not for the middle-aged man and the old man who were blocking in front of them, the aura would have suffocated him. I didn't expect us to be wrong. The pupils of the middle-aged man and the old man constricted slightly and a solemn expression appeared on their faces. They did not expect that such a young man would actually have a strength that was comparable to theirs. No wonder his expression didn't change under their imposing manner. Scram immediately.
Wuxia stared at them and shouted again with a cold expression.
My friend, may I know why you want to make an enemy out of the House of War Beasts?
The middle-aged mentor restrained his imposing manner and stared at Wuxia as he asked.
Make an enemy out of you?
You guys think too highly of yourselves. Ask your disciples about some things. If you don't leave now, I won't be polite anymore.
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, You're welcome. Why? Do you still want to suppress the two of us?
Hehe. Although your strength is beyond our expectations, this is not something you have the ability to cause trouble for us.
The old man said with a cold expression.
Then we will send you out.
Wuxia moved his arm and instantly transformed into a ferocious and terrifying dragon claw. He grabbed at the old man and the middle-aged man in front of him. You! The old man's face changed drastically when he saw Wuxia making a move instantly. It was forbidden to make a move on the Tianhai Island. Once it was discovered, even the Eternal Lord would be severely punished. Especially when they came to other people's shops to cause trouble, their responsibility was even greater. However, the one who made the first move would also be severely punished. This fellow.
Holy shit, he made a move. He actually made a move. My goodness.
The owner of the Dragon Palace pet is this young man himself. He has such terrifying strength.
He has comprehended 4 laws. This young man's strength is not weaker than Teacher Han and the others.
He dares to make a move directly? This owner has a bad temper. Isn't he afraid of being punished? The faces of the Eternal God Masters in the shop changed slightly. They hurriedly flew out to avoid being affected. What's going on?
Is there going to be a fight inside?
Everyone who was gathered outside sensed the aura inside. When they saw the Eternal Lord-level powerhouses who came out in a hurry, their faces were filled with shock. Do you really think that we are afraid of you? The old man did not expect Wuxia to make a move. He waved his arm and used the golden shield to block the dragon claw. He roared coldly, Do you really think that I'm easy to bully?
Wuxia stared at them with a cold gaze.
The old man and the middle-aged mentor looked extremely embarrassed. If they were to fight today, they would have to pay a heavy price.
As for Shangguan Zhehan and Shi Jingyang, who were standing behind them, they were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They did not expect that the young man was the boss. They did not expect that he had the strength of a level 4 Eternal Lord.
Seeing the young man's attack, their faces turned pale. The other party was an Eternal God Lord rank expert. It was a piece of cake to kill them in the dark.
Even the surveillance system of the natural selection continent was hard to detect.
In an instant, the entire shop was filled with a terrifying energy. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. A great battle could break out at any time. Stop. No fighting is allowed on the Sky-Sea Island. If it's serious, kill without mercy. At this moment, a voice came from outside. A few middle-aged men in uniforms walked over and shouted into the shop.
Teacher Han, don't break the law. You know the price of fighting here.
The 5 people walked in and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the situation inside. The enforcer in the center clearly recognized the middle-aged teacher and said indifferently, We know that the other party made the first move. We will leave immediately. The middle-aged mentor retracted all his imposing manner and nodded his head.
The old man also retracted his imposing manner. Are you new here?
Don't you know the rules here?
The enforcer in the middle looked at Wuxia and reminded him. If someone comes to cause trouble, they must pay the price.
Wuxia also retracted his imposing manner and said indifferently, HMPH, if you are not targeting us, we will not hold back.
The middle-aged mentor and the old man stared at him and warned him.
After that, the two of them turned around and left.
Shangguan Zhehan and the rest followed behind them hurriedly. At this moment, they were extremely frightened.
Open the shop properly and don't cause trouble. The enforcer scanned the surroundings and left after giving them a reminder. Humph! Wuxia watched them leave and scanned the surroundings. When he saw a few of the cubs looking dispirited, he snorted coldly and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Are you leaving just like that after causing trouble?
A cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a move, he appeared upstairs.
He opened his palms and a few strands of hair appeared in his hands. These strands of hair belonged to the middle-aged mentor and the old man.
You want to leave after provoking me?
It's not that easy, Wang Xian mumbled. Heaven formation. Is this curse of yours effective?
He waved his arm and started to set up a formation in front of him. This formation was several times more complicated than the previous one.
With your current strength, even though it's not enough to kill him, you can definitely injure him severely, the god of heaven formation replied.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. The formation was slowly taking shape. Formation, a curse spell. This was one of the categories of formations. It was also the most mysterious and bizarre category. A curse spell.
By casting a curse spell, one could attack from a very, very far away place. Furthermore, one could not find the person who cast the spell, nor could they find evidence of the other party casting the spell.
Killing was prohibited in the Tianzi continent, and assassinations were illegal. However, if law enforcers wanted to capture someone, they had to have evidence.
Being silent and traceless was a curse.
That kid doesn't look old. He has comprehended at least 4 laws. What a surprise! The middle-aged tutor and the old man walked out of the Dragon Palace's mount. Their expressions ugly. Elder Sure, do you know that person? Is he coming for you? The middle-aged tutor looked at the old man and asked with a slight frown.
Me?
The old man shook his head. This is the first time I've seen that kid. Do you have any enmity with him? Find someone to investigate that kid's background. If he dares to cause trouble again, let him know what will happen to him.
The middle-aged teacher shook his head and said with a somewhat cold gaze.
The old man beside him nodded. His eyes filled with a cold light. The two of them were not afraid of each other. So what if they were enemies? Move aside.
Move aside.
It seems like a fight almost broke out. The young boss of the Dragon Palace's war pet is not weaker than Mentor Han and the others. Is he suppressing the family of war beasts on purpose? But even if he is suppressing them, it is a good thing for many people. Some people outside the Dragon Palace's war pet discussed among themselves when they saw their group coming out. Some God-Lord level experts' eyes also flickered. They also didn't expect that young man to be so strong. This grudge has been formed. That young man's temper is too explosive. Let's directly fight.
Some experts thought to themselves.
No fighting is allowed on the Sky Sea Island. Before fighting, consider the price you have to pay. The enforcer who walked out of the shop glanced at everyone around him and reminded him lightly.
Formation, blood ring explosion.
At the same time, on the second floor of the shop, Wang Xian spent a total of 30 seconds to set up the curse of blood ring explosion. The time taken to set up the curse was even slower than the time taken to set up the attack formation. It was impossible to use it in a battle.
However, the power and strangeness of the curse spell went without saying.
Looking at the complete formation of the battle tactic, Wang Xian's dragon eyes of yin-yang and the 5 elements swept across the ground in front of him. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he continued to set up the formation. Ah! At this moment, the middle-aged mentor and the old man walked out of the shop with cold faces. They were ready to return to the House of War Beasts.
However, all of a sudden a scream came out from the old man's mouth.
Then, everyone saw a large amount of blood oozing out of the old man's body.
The blood made a strange cracking sound.
What's going on? In an instant, the middle-aged mentor's face changed drastically, and he immediately looked at the old man. Elder Sure, what's going on?
Grandpa.
The middle-aged mentor's face changed slightly, and Shi Xingyang's face was also filled with horror as he shouted loudly. No.
I don't know.
Blood flowed out of the old man's face, and he looked extremely terrifying. His face was filled with vigilance as he scanned his surroundings. Ahoy! Screams of pain came out of his mouth, causing the expressions of everyone around to change slightly. What's going on? How did an eternal God Master level expert suddenly become like this? Hiss, what happened? Did someone attack that senior? Everyone in the vicinity looked over, their faces filled with fear as they looked at the old man. What's going on?
The expressions of the 5 enforcers also changed slightly and they immediately walked around the old man.
Pa pa pa. Ah. The sound of blood exploding rang out once more, and the old man couldn't help but let out a low roar of pain. What's going on? Is he poisoned? The middle-aged mentor's expression changed slightly, and his aura erupted as he examined the old man's body. Ah! Suddenly, the middle-aged mentor also let out a painful cry. His body trembled, and drops of blood flowed out of his body. Not good, master. What's wrong with you? Shangguan Jahan hurriedly ran over and shouted.
I feel a terrifying power suddenly entering my body.
The middle-aged teacher hugged his head, blood slowly flowing out of his face, looking incomparably savage. He gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, his eyes filled with terror. This is a curse, an array formation curse. There's absolutely no mistake. It's a curse. Suddenly, an eternal God Lord level expert beside him saw the situation and roared in a low voice with a solemn expression. Curse! Everyone's hearts turned cold. In the field of array formations in the Tianzi continent, because of the existence of the mysterious sky territory's son of heaven divine king, the Tianzi continent's array formations could be considered very good. Many cultivators had some understanding of array formations. The array formation curse technique was definitely the strangest of all offensive techniques. It was silent and traceless, could attack you directly from a distance of tens of millions or even billions of kilometers.
Moreover, you still don't know who attacked you. A powerful curse could instantly kill people.
Everyone's expression changed when they saw the old man and the middle-aged teacher.
A curse? Was this a curse? It was actually so terrifying that it caused so much pain to the 2 eternal God masters who had mastered 4 laws.
How could there be a curse?
How could my master and the others be cursed?
Shangguan Jahan looked at his master, who was extremely miserable, and said in panic,
How could there be a curse? Some people murmured. Suddenly, someone turned around and looked at the Dragon Palace's pet shop. Their eyes were shining. The 2 of them had just come out from the Dragon Palace's pet shop and had been cursed for dozens of seconds. Only the young master of the Dragon Palace's pet shop could have done it.
Although they couldn't be sure, 80% of it was done by the owner of the Dragon Palace's pet shop. It must be him, it must be the young man inside. The Lord of Law Enforcement caught him. Caught him!
Shi Zhengong also thought of this possibility at this moment. He looked at the 5 law enforcement officers, pointed at the Dragon Palace's pet shop, and shouted loudly. This. The 5 enforcers frowned slightly. The other party was obviously an eternal divine lord level powerhouse. It was obviously against the rules to arrest someone without evidence.
Let's go to Xiantian Academy. Let's go find the array formation powerhouse of Xiantian Academy.
The middle-aged instructor endured the intense pain in his body and growled at the old man. Then he immediately flew toward the academy.
All right.
The old man nodded. He looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace's war pet with a bit of fear in his heart and followed closely behind.
The others could guess it, and they understood it even more clearly.
This was almost 100% the work of that young man.
However, at this time, they didn't have time to think about revenge. Instead, they wanted to solve the problems in their bodies as soon as possible. They could sense that although the curse couldn't kill them, it could severely injure them. This injury would take at least several decades to recover. They hoped to quickly solve the curse on their bodies.
Seeing the 2 experts leave quickly and the blood on the ground, everyone was a bit dazed. Many people saw the Eternal God Lord level experts in such a miserable state.
Dragon Palace battle pets continue to be sold. Hurry up and buy them. At this moment, a voice came from the Dragon Palace battle pets.
Everyone's hearts shook.
Dragon Palace battle pet. In front of the shop, everyone looked at the pet shop in front of them. It seems that the boss of the Dragon Palace battle pet was the one who cast the curse.
Absolutely.
If it weren't for him, he would have come out to explain. After all, he had offended someone. The boss of the Dragon Palace battle pet is not simple. He knows the curse. Who would dare to provoke such an enemy?
Some people looked at the Dragon Palace's war pet shop with reverence in their eyes. Even the Eternal Lord level experts were filled with fear.
Everyone had witnessed the scene just now. Such a strange scene caused even the experts who had mastered the 4 laws to be heavily injured in an instant. They had no ability to resist at all. The enforcers stood there helplessly. They had no evidence at all. Once they provoked such a person, they would not even know how they died. Even those who were stronger than them had to consider the consequences before provoking such a person. Those who had mastered 5 or 6 laws had to retreat when they encountered such a person. This was because he could not kill you, but he could curse your family and friends. Under such a strange curse, the weak could not withstand it at all. Gulp! Hearing the discussions around them, Shangguan Jahan and Shi Zhengyang's faces turned pale. If the formation curse had appeared on them just now, they would be dead for sure, 100% dead. Thinking of their teacher's miserable state, the few of them trembled, their eyes filled with fear. Let's go and see how Master and the others are doing.
Shangguan Jahan glanced at the Dragon Palace's battle pets with some fear and immediately flew towards Xiantian Academy's location.
The price in the Dragon Palace's battle pets shop is quite fair. Come, let's go in and buy some. Some Eternal God Lord level experts hesitated for a moment before entering the pet shop. They did not have any conflict with the owner of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. On the contrary, they were still customers and the other party would not use a curse on them.
A group of experts entered and bought the sea monster war pets one by one. What happened to the Dragon Palace's war pets quickly spread to the Sky Sea Island.
Not to mention the strange curse. Just the value of the war pets was enough to cause quite a stir in the Sky Sea Island. More and more experts who had received the news walked toward the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. I thought the House of War Beasts would be a trouble, but I didn't expect the House of War Beasts to be even more troublesome. The price is much cheaper than ours. Damn it! This has a great impact on us. It has a great impact. The House of War Beasts is open for business for 1 day. Unless we lower the price, there won't be any business. The House of War Beasts is just a small shop. There shouldn't be an endless supply of pets, right? If that's the case, it will be a devastating blow to our pet god pavilion. Let's wait and see first. If the other party really has an endless supply of pets, then we'll have to prepare our countermeasures. 2 old men stood on a street, slightly frowning as they looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. The 2 slowly conversed, and finally left with a bad look on their faces.
This curse is extremely mysterious to begin with. There are only a few people in our natural selection continent who know the curse. We can't undo this curse either. Perhaps the headmaster can.
However, at this moment, in a courtyard of the Heavenly Academy, an old man with a compass in his hand spoke to the middle-aged teacher with a grave expression. However, this curse isn't fatal to all of you. Furthermore, the effect of the curse is basically over. The old man continued speaking. Master Jing, even if it's not fatal, such a serious injury would require decades of recovery. Elder Shi said with a bitter face.
Although the curse spells on their bodies were not fatal, it would take decades for them to recover naturally. Unless they spent a large amount of resources to recover quickly, it would consume too much. Recover slowly. I'm afraid that the other party will continue to curse you, but don't worry too much. Spellcasters can only continue to curse after they have obtained your hair and flesh. The hair and flesh consumed by each curse will directly dissipate. The old man holding the compass said, his eyes shining. Who have you offended? If this curse falls on you, you'll be able to withstand it. If it's lower than your strength, you might have a chance of dying.
99% of it is that young man from the House of War Pets.
Elder Shi and the middle-aged teacher looked at each other and said with a gloomy face, a young man from the House of Battle Pets?
An array formation master who knows how to cast curses is very dangerous. I'll get someone to check it out. The old man holding the compass raised his eyebrows slightly. Then I'll have to trouble Director Jing. The middle-aged instructor said respectfully. It's all right. We need to pay attention to such a person. The old man holding the compass shook his head and took out his artificial brain to mobilize his strength.
The Mysterious Sky Academy was the ruler of the entire Mysterious Sky Territory. The entire Mysterious Sky Territory revolved around the Mysterious Sky Academy.
The headmaster was the supreme ruler of the entire Mysterious Sky Territory.
Directors like them also had a lot of power. It was fine to ask the law enforcement department to help investigate a person. However, they didn't have the authority to enforce the law. The middle-aged tutor and elder Shur endured the intense pain on their bodies and waited quietly by the side. Although they were extremely fearful of that young man, they were not willing to not take revenge. Master, grandfather, Director Jing. Not long after, Shangguan Zhehan and Shi Zhengyang came over and entered the courtyard to call out respectfully. Sit down. The old man holding the compass nodded. Shangguan Zhehan and Shi Zhengyang were the heavenly sons of the mysterious Sky Academy, and the old man understood them very well. The teachers were also more polite to people who had a high chance of stepping into the eternal divine Lord realm in the future. There's news. At this moment, the old man holding the compass said something. When he saw the contents of the AI, he was slightly stunned. Director, what's the identity of the other party? The middle-aged teacher immediately asked. Let's end this matter here. He is a new teacher of our mysterious Sky Academy, Director Jean, who brought him here. The old man holding the compass said directly. What? Is he our academy's teacher? Dean Jean brought him here. The middle-aged teacher and old Shur's expressions changed slightly, and Shangguan Zhehan and the others were also surprised. If you provoke the other party first, then let it go. The other party will not do anything if he knows your identity. The old man holding the compass waved his hand at them, indicating for them to leave. It's Dean Jing, we know. The middle-aged teacher nodded his head and frowned slightly. Since the other party was also a teacher of the Heavenly Academy, it was impossible for them to borrow the strength of the Academy to take revenge. There were more than 10,000 teachers in the Academy, and there were conflicts between the teachers as well. However, this conflict couldn't be carried out in a killing manner. If they were to assassinate the other party, they would definitely die if they angered the principal. The owner of that Dragon Palace battle mount is actually the Academy's teacher, Teacher Han. Don't tell me that our injuries have been in vain. Walking out from Director Jing's residence, Elder Shi said with a slightly ugly expression. The other party is the Academy's teacher. The principal has a rule. If there are any teachers who secretly kill each other or assassinate each other, if they are discovered, they are to be killed immediately. If there is a huge grudge between the two of you, you can settle it on the life and death arena. The middle-aged teacher said with a grim expression. Who would dare to violate the principal's words and the principal's rules? In the entire Black Heaven domain, the principal was the most respected person. Anyone who dared to cause trouble was a scoundrel, and the principal could destroy them with a single finger. No one would dare to violate the rules, not even the teachers of their academy. Just forget about it. The injuries on my body will take at least a few decades to recover. It will take too much of my energy to recover quickly. Elder Shi was unwilling to give up. Don't even think about it on the surface unless we meet the other party in the underground sea and kill him. However, it's too difficult for us to kill someone of the same level as us. If the other party gets hold of us, we'll be dead for sure. There are over 10,000 teachers in the academy, and there are quite a number of them who don't have good relations with one another. However, it's usually their students who compete with one another. Sigh. This is too humiliating. The middle-aged teacher had stayed in the mysterious Sky Academy for over 10,000 years, and he was extremely clear about the rules of the academy. With the principal suppressing this place, even if there were grudges between the teachers, they wouldn't kill each other. As a result, the grudges between the teachers would extend to the students, and the students would compete with each other and fight in the arena. Under such circumstances, the academy didn't stop them. On the contrary, it encouraged them. This kind of atmosphere would instead allow the students to possess fighting spirit and a strong heart. For the sake of their students, some teachers would even encourage their own students to fight with others. Damn it, the other party knows how to use curses, and we are the ones who are the unlucky ones. I won't participate in this matter anymore. Elder Shi roared with an extremely ugly expression. He wasn't a teacher of the academy, so he could forget about taking revenge in the future. They could only accept this loss. I accept it as well. The other party knows the art of curses. The middle-aged teacher shook his head helplessly. Just let it go. At the back, Shangguan Zhahan, Shi Zhengyang, and the others opened their mouths and spoke with extremely embarrassed expressions. This time, they had lost a lot of face.
Speak. How did you offend that young man?
Suddenly, the middle-aged mentor looked at Shangguan Zhahan and asked coldly, Master, we. Shangguan Zhahan saw the mentor's expression and his face instantly turned pale. Tell us.
The middle-aged mentor also spat out a word.
We didn't offend him either. When he first came to us to talk about cooperation, we thought he was a weakling and ignored him. But we didn't expect him to open a pet shop across from us. In the end, when we went there, we were thrown out.
Shangguan Zhahan didn't dare to hide it and quickly said, Humph. When the middle-aged mentor heard his words, his face was extremely gloomy. It seemed that his disciple had provoked the other party, and they thought it was aimed at them.
This time it was a disaster for them.
Bastard.
Pung.
From the side, Elder Shi's palm landed on Shi Zhengyang's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Grandfather.
Shi Zhengyang's expression changed drastically and he instantly spat out blood.
Do you know that you almost caused our Shi family to provoke a terrifying enemy?
Elder Shi's expression was gloomy. Damn it, damn grandfather.
Grandpa, I.
Shut up. Go to the front line and fight for a month. You can only come back after a full month.
Elder Shi interrupted him and growled coldly. You go too. The middle-aged instructor also said coldly. Elder Shi, I'm going back first. After saying that, he looked at Elder Shi and disappeared. Elder Shi nodded and disappeared, leaving behind two pale-faced Shangguan Zhahan and Shi Zhengyang. At this moment, their faces were a little pale.
Go to the front line. They murmured, looked at each other, and swallowed their saliva. Going to the front line, there was the risk of death.
It's all because of that guy. It's all because of that guy. Shangguan Zhahan clenched his arms in anger. Then what can we do? Cough, cough.
Shi Zhengyang also growled with a face full of unwillingness. Go to the front line. The conflict between the teachers has extended to the students.
The two of them were silent for a few minutes before Shangguan Zhahan suddenly said coldly, Let's talk about it after we return from the front line. Shi Zhengyang clenched his fists tightly. Wang Xian did not know about the incident at the House of War Beasts. Even if he did not take it seriously. If those two were reckless, Wang Xian did not mind killing them directly. As for the rules of the Shen Heaven Domain, even if he were to kill someone in the Shen Heaven Domain, Shen Tianzi would still protect him. He might even destroy the other party. The backing that the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation had found for Wang Xian was no joke. With Shen Tianzi's character, even if Wang Xian were to destroy the heaven in the mysterious sky territory, he would probably not do anything to him. After all, Shen Tianzi was able to reach this stage because he had a lot to do with the Celestial Emperor of Heaven's formation.
Although he was not his master, he could be considered half a master.
Therefore, Wang Xian was a little unscrupulous.
After the troublemakers left, the business of the Dragon Palace's war pets picked up.
More and more experts knew about the Dragon Palace's war pets and rushed over one after another. The price of an eternal Lord-level war pet was still fair. This was something that many people were fighting for. Boss Wang, I want this one.
At this moment, about 10 people had gathered in the shop. They had already bought their war pets and were waiting for Wang Xian to help them tame them.
All right, we are done for today. We will continue to open tomorrow morning. I will help you tame your war pets first. Wang Xian waved his arm and closed the door. He led the group of eternal Lord-level powerhouses upstairs.
The group of sea monsters followed behind him.
It was not difficult to help them tame them. No matter how wild the desolate beast sea monsters were, they possessed considerable intelligence. They were also more intelligent than intelligent dogs. By helping them build a good impression of them, they could give them the lair of the ancient horse god sea monster. This was the most important point. By placing the ancient horse god sea monster's lair into their divine kingdom, it would be able to suppress their battle pets. In addition, after a long period of time, the battle pets had familiarized themselves with the aura of their master's divine kingdom. The lair was also suppressed, so they basically did not dare to resist. If its master treated the war pet better, the war pet would also follow the battle wholeheartedly. The process of helping to tame the war pet was very smooth. One war pet took about an hour and a total of 10 hours to tame the last person. Thank you, Boss Wang. I wish Boss Wang a prosperous business in the future. The last eternal Lord-level powerhouse sat on the body of the sea monster Lord of the Rolling Horse God with a face full of excitement and congratulated Wang Xian. There's no need. If you want to buy pets in the future, you can come to the Dragon Palace's war pets. Wang Xian said with a smile. Oh, Boss Wang, your war pets will be sold out in 3 to 4 days at most. What else? The middle-aged powerhouse was slightly stunned as he asked curiously. Of course. Wang Xian nodded. I will inform the AI in the future. The technology of the natural selection continent could kill an expert at the level of an eternal god lord. This killing represented a true killing, the kind that couldn't even escape. With the development of technology, life was also much more convenient. Online shopping wasn't rare in the Tianzi continent. With online shopping, there were naturally online promotions, especially for shops in the central area of the Tianhai Island. All of them could be promoted and notified individually on the Tianhai Island's internet. They could even advertise if they had the money. Normally, when an auction house was going to auction, they would advertise on the artificial intelligence of the Tianzi continent. Wang Xian didn't need to advertise. He only needed to issue a notice. When he was helping the Eternal Lord-level powerhouses tame the Lord of the Horse God Sea Monster, some people also told him how to advertise. In fact, he didn't need to advertise too much. These powerhouses who were buying war pets would also help Wang Xian advertise. After all, in the entire Tianzi continent, there were not many shops that could buy Eternal Lord-level war pets. Most of them were auctioned at the auction. It was inevitable that the price of the war pets would be higher at the auction. In the future, Wang Xian could make an announcement on the AI first. He could also make a reservation on the AI. Out of the 32 sea monsters, Wang Xian had sold 10 of them. Among them, 7 were adults and 3 were cubs. This was only the first day that the Dragon Palace's war pets had just opened. When more people knew about it, the sales would be even faster. After helping to tame the 10 sea monsters, Wang Xian continued to open the shop. Following that, Wang Xian spent 3 days to sell all the remaining war pets. During these 3 days, the Dragon Palace's war pets were considered to be well known. More than 30 Eternal Lord-level war pets were sold in one go. There was only one shop that could produce so many war pets. Boss, I heard that you have Eternal Lord-level war pets here. Just as Wang Xian was about to close the shop, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He looked at the middle-aged man and felt the majestic aura in his body. He was slightly surprised. This middle-aged man had comprehended at least 7 to 8 laws. He was considered a top-notch expert in the entire Tianzi continent. There was a huge gap in the Master God realm. There was a gap of 3 to 4 levels. You had to be careful because you might be killed instantly if you weren't careful. You wouldn't even have the chance to escape back to the eternal divine kingdom. Of course, one could still react if they were alert in advance. Not for the time being. There will be more in a while. When the time comes, the Dragon Palace's pet shop on the AI will inform you. Wang Xian said to him. Huh? Is that all? The middle-aged man looked disappointed. There will be more in a while? What level? I'm not sure. Let's wait for the notification. Wang Xian shook his head. Add on the AI. If your Dragon Palace's pet has an Eternal Master-level pet, inform me in advance. The middle-aged man took out the artificial intelligence and said to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded. He naturally liked such potential customers and it would save him a lot of time. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level. 9 Wisps of Divine Fire. LRB 5th Transformation of Divine Evdragona Transformation. Divine Crystal. 1817.7354 billion/5000 billion. Divine Ability. Ruling the Water Tribe. Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring Creatures. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation Method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Ability.
soul-absorbing, spirit-attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect: 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the sky, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing, divine kingdom, dragon palace. Dragon palace owned, level 6. Dragon palace members, 159,633. Phew! After taking all the pills, Wang Xian took a deep breath and looked at his attributes with a smile on his face. After igniting the 9 wisps of divine fire, the next step was to become the eternal divine master. There was no such thing as the peak of the divine realm when a divine dragon broke through. Once he became the eternal master, he would have the power to fight against a master who had mastered 7 laws. The current him could fight against a master who had mastered 5 laws. His strength was not weak even in the Tianzi continent. Buzz. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian immediately set up the bloodline connection formation. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of Lan Qingyue and Sun Lingxiu. This time, he was still disappointed. If I still can't find them after advancing to the realm of the Eternal Lord, I'll go to other planets to take a look. Wang Xian made up his mind. I'll rest for 2 days and continue to go to the underground sea. The next time I go, I'll find all the resources needed to advance to the realm of the Eternal Lord. However, I want to advance to the realm of the Eternal Lord. I want to upgrade the Dragon Palace by another level. As he thought to himself, he went back to his room and laid on his bed to rest. After staying in the underground sea for a day, he was lucky enough to find the lair of the Miao Ma sea monster. After staying in the Sky Sea Island for 4 days, he sold all the sea monsters. In 5 days, Wang Xian's strength had received a huge increase. After resting for 2 days, he continued his journey. Mount Xiantian. At the center of the Xiantian territory was the mountain peak where Xian Tianzi, the headmaster of the Xiantian Academy and the strongest person in the Xiantian territory, was located. This was also the place where the descendants of Xiantian lived. The so-called descendants of Xiantian were the honorific titles for the descendants of Xiantianzi. Great-grandma, what's going on? Why did you call us beauties here? At this moment, in a luxurious manner at the foot of a mountain peak of the Xiantian mountain, a beautiful woman said to an old woman with a smile on her face. Hee hee. Good news, good news. The old woman was holding a walking stick in her hand. She looked energetic, but her age was definitely not less than 700,000 to 800,000 years old. What good news, great-grandmother? Why did you call us girls over? Why didn't the men at home come over? A beautiful woman walked over and said with a smile on her face, We'll talk about it when they're all here. We'll talk about it when they're all here. The old woman pretended to be mysterious as she shook her head. Aunt is here. At this moment, a voice sounded. A woman came in from the entrance. The woman was wearing a blue armor that covered her entire body. Her body was filled with an imposing aura that was not inferior to that of a woman. She held a long spear in her hand, and her temperament was extraordinary. Aunt! Some of the girls immediately went forward and shouted at the girls. And why did great-grandmother call me here? The front line is still quite nervous. The woman smiled at the group of girls and said to the old woman, Little umbrella, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to find a man to marry. The old woman looked at the woman and said with a smile, Humph, I can marry, but first, those men can defeat me. The woman was slightly stunned and then she snorted and said with some disdain, Great-grandma, most of the people are here, right? Why did you call us here? A girl couldn't help but ask. There were 50 to 60 sisters and aunts around. It's nothing serious. I'm not sure about the details of the patriarch's order. A disciple of a friend of the patriarch came to our place a long time ago. The patriarch said to let him marry into our family and bring you there to have a look. The old woman said. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the girls in front of them were completely stunned. Stupefied. The 50 to 60 girls in the courtyard were all stupefied. The progenitor's friend's disciple wanted to marry into their family. What was going on? All the single girls from the mysterious sky descendants were somewhat stunned. Then why did he call them here? This great-grandmother, then why did he call us here? A girl stammered as she asked.
Great-grandmother, could it be that you want us to take a look at that person and marry him if he or she takes a fancy to you?
A girl's eyes widened as she said.
The group of girls frowned slightly. Was this a blind date for them?
It's more or less the same, but... The old woman smiled. All of you, dress up. If the other party takes a fancy to one of you, you should cultivate a good relationship with him or her.
What?
What?
When all the girls heard this sentence, they were completely dumbfounded. Great-grandma, what did you say? He will marry whichever one of us he takes a fancy to. This. One of the girls could not help but exclaim in surprise, and her expression changed drastically. The other girls also stared at her closely. What was this? An arranged marriage? With the open environment of the Heaven Selection continent and the fact that they were descendants of the mysterious Sky Clan, there was no need for an arranged marriage. As the women of this generation, every one of them was talented, beautiful, and had extraordinary strength. Which one of them was not being pursued by tens of thousands of boys?
It was not an exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of boys were pursuing them.
Their status was equivalent to that of a princess of the mysterious Sky Clan. If they married them, they would be married to a princess, and they would be the prince consort. Now, they were actually being asked to go for an interview. Whichever young man took a fancy to, he would marry them. What was this?
Great-grandmother, how is this possible?
Are you joking? What do you think we are? Choosing one of us to be his wife? Is he choosing a concubine? A girl said with an embarrassed expression. Don't be so unhappy. That young man is also very outstanding. He has the strength of an eternal God Lord at the same age as you, and he should be quite good-looking. The old woman said with a smile.
What outstanding, why would he want to marry into our family? A girl said with an unhappy face.
Great-grandma, I'm still busy at the front line, maybe?
The girl in the blue armor in the center frowned slightly and said to the old woman,
I know your thoughts, but this is
the order of the God King.
The old woman looked at the group of girls and wiped away the smile on her face as she said seriously.
Her words caused all the girls to fall silent as their pupils constricted slightly. The godly monarch's order was also an order from their patriarch.
Their patriarch had lived for millions of years. They were known as the descendants of the mysterious heavens. There were more than 100 generations between them. The patriarch was a stranger to them. Many of them had only seen the patriarch more than a dozen times. Who dared to resist the old ancestor's order? Refuse? Run away from the marriage? The old ancestor didn't even need to say anything. The elders above him would take action. This action wasn't as simple as a simple punishment. No one could bear the price.
For a moment, the group of girls bit their lips tightly. There was no longer the laughter from before.
Even the girl in the blue armor was silent.
Resist?
Maybe even his parents would be implicated.
The bloodline was still there, and the kinship was still there, but it was much smaller. The patriarch, who was used to seeing his descendants die, no longer cared about many things. You girls don't have to be like this. Marrying the young man might be very beneficial to you.
After all, unless an extremely heaven-defying talent can be noticed by the patriarch, that young man with good talent is a good choice. The old woman saw the expressions on the girls' faces and said slowly, Oh! Upon hearing the old woman's words, some of the girls' eyes indeed shone. It was true that the patriarch had personally given the order. Presumably, if the patriarch paid attention to that young man, then no matter what happened in the future, no one in the Black Heaven domain or even the Heavenly Swamp continent would dare to provoke him. That great-grandmother, is that young man handsome? A girl asked in a low voice. Hee. I'll bring you to meet him and get to know him. Don't be so afraid. Marriage is a matter of mutual affection. If you don't like that young man and don't give him a good look, will he still choose you? He's quite proud to be able to cultivate to the level of a formation master at such a young age. The old woman continued. You're right. All the girls heaved a sigh of relief. Since they did not give him a good impression, the other party should not insist on not letting him go.
Let's go, I'll introduce you to him. The old ancestor did not say that he wanted to get married right away. As the old woman spoke, she waved her arm forward, and a black hole appeared and directly stepped into it. The rest of the girls followed her immediately. The girl wearing the blue armor frowned. She moved and took off her armor to avoid being conspicuous. The group of girls passed through the black hole and arrived at the entrance of the academy. Then, they flew into the back forest. Before the old lady went there, she obviously knew that he was inside. The arrival of the group of girls attracted the curiosity of many students. However, when they saw the old lady in front of them, no one dared to ask or follow her. "Is little brother Wang Xian around? Sorry to bother you." The old lady brought a group of girls to the front of the backyard. Her voice was transmitted into the backyard. "Ha! Who is it?" Wang Xian, who was resting, revealed a puzzled expression when he heard this voice. His body moved and he came to the backyard. He opened the door. "Old lady, who are you?" Sensing the energy contained in the old man's body, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. He glanced at the back and asked, "The dean sent this old lady over." The old lady sized up Wang Xian and realized that the strength she sensed was only 9 wisps of divine fire. She was also slightly puzzled. "Senior Xian Tianzi?" Wang Xian asked and gestured for everyone to enter. "Everyone, please come in." "Okay." The old lady nodded and walked into the courtyard. A group of girls followed behind. They sized up Wang Xian one by one. Some of the girls heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that they didn't reject the handsome and dashing Wang Xian. "Little brother Wang Xian. These are the outstanding girls of the descendants of Shen Tian who have yet to get married. Please get to know them." The old lady entered and introduced him directly. "Eh?" Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. What did she mean? "The dean said that little brother is going to marry into the Shen Tian territory, so he brought you here to see which one you like to cultivate your relationship with." The old woman saw his puzzled expression and continued to speak. Cough, cough. When Wang Xian heard her words, he couldn't help but cough. Damn, what's going on? This fellow Xian Tianzi really wanted him to marry into the Xian heaven domain. He even brought people here for him to choose from? 50 to 60 people? What's going on? Old woman, that's not right. Is it really good for this madam to do this? This senior, I will inform Senior Xian Tianzi about this matter. They should go back first. Wang Xian looked at the old lady speechlessly and shook his head. Hee, little brother, don't be shy. I can't disobey the orders of the headmaster. We, the descendants of Shen Tian, have 50 to 60 outstanding ladies in the entire Shen Tian territory. The old lady smiled and said to Wang Xian, "There's really no need. My main focus is on cultivation now. I don't want to be disturbed by other things." Wang Xian continued to shake his head. The old lady was a little stunned. Then she immediately said, "How about this, little brother, leave a contact information with them through the AI. You can talk to them privately." Wang Xian's mouth twitched when he saw her acting like a madam. However, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This group of girls should be potential users of the Dragon Palace's war pets. All right. Wang Xian nodded and projected a contact information. "Girls." The old lady gestured to the group of girls. "You say you don't want it, but your body is very honest." One of the girls looked at Wang Xian and walked up to him. She took out her AI and added her contact details. "Hee, you're not bad looking." Another girl walked over and giggled at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's face turned black. He felt that it was not them who chose them, but them who chose him. The group of girls did not have a bad impression of Wang Xian's actions. They did not have the impression that he was sizing them up. The 50 to 60 girls added in very quickly. "As long as you have a way to contact them. Little brother Wang Xian, if you like any of them, you can contact them more. As long as you like them, we can make the decision. Then we won't bother you anymore." In order to avoid Wang Xian's embarrassment, the old lady left with her people with a smile. Wang Xian watched them leave and shook his head speechlessly. This Wang Xian is not bad. He is very young and very handsome. Not bad, not bad. How come 13th sister has her eyes on him? Hee. You can pursue him if you like him too. What nonsense are you talking about?
HMH. My standards are very high.
However, this Wuxia is indeed not bad. It's just that I don't know who he will contact in the future. We have to keep in touch with him. If he finds anyone, let him know immediately to prevent him from stepping on multiple boats.
That's right. Let's see who he is looking for to chat with. We sisters have to be careful. As soon as they walked out of the courtyard, the group of girls started chattering.
Even the old woman at the side was speechless. She moved and left immediately.
Do any of you girls know about the Dragon Palace's pet shop? Bring me there to take a look.
The girl who was wearing the blue armor shook her head and asked when she heard their words. Auntie, I know where it is, but I've never been there. I'll take you there.
Auntie, do you want to buy a war pet? A girl immediately asked. Yes, let's go and take a look. I heard that there are more than 20 adult sea monsters. These mounts are very useful at the front line. More than 20 of them charging together is very powerful. Let's go and take a look.
The girl nodded her head.
The pet shop of the Dragon Palace's war pets seems to be very famous recently. I want to go and take a look too. As the group of girls spoke, they flew out in a chattering manner. Wuxia, who had returned to his room, did not hear the conversation outside. After resting in his room for 2 whole days, he finally walked out of his room.
Let's go to the underground sea. This time I have to gather all the resources needed to advance to the level of the Lord of the Eternal Gods. As for upgrading the eternal kingdom of the Dragon Palace, we'll see when the time comes.
Wuxia thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he flew straight towards the north.
He continued to head out from the sea. After flying past the steel beach, Wuxia entered the sea.
There were also many students and teachers who went out from the sea. Some of them were traveling in groups while others were traveling alone. The underground sea was the enemy of humans. Killing the sea monsters was something that everyone had to do.
The weather is a little bad. There should be a rainstorm.
Wuxia looked at the sky. Tens of thousands of meters of black clouds were gathered in the sky. Under such circumstances, once the rainstorm started, it would last for at least half a month. He flew straight to the location in front of him. After flying for just an hour, it was raining cats and dogs in the sky. Wuxia looked up and went straight into the sea. As his cultivation base had improved, he decided to go to the 3rd level of the underground sea to take a look. If he was lucky, he might even encounter a sea monster's lair. However, even if he was unlucky, he had a solution now. Not long ago, Wuxia had asked the Divine Emperor of Heaven's formation if there was a formation that could trap the Eternal Divine Lord. There was a solution, but he was not strong enough back then. Now that his strength had increased, he could definitely set up the formation. Furthermore, he had already set up the formation on the 5 elements grinding mill. He would be able to use it in an instant. There are many people ahead. At this moment, Wuxia looked ahead and realized that there were many people ahead.
So weak. He swept his gaze across and saw the dozens of people. He raised his eyebrows slightly.
All of them were at the godly state. Although this place belonged to the shallow sea area, it was still a little risky. Who is that? At this moment, Wuxia swept his gaze across a figure. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. When he fixed his eyes on it, he realized that it was a student.
Yu Bingbing.
Wuxia had some understanding of this girl. Based on the clothes and the weapons in her hands, Yu Bingbing could be considered the poorest student under him. Her clothes were a little bad and she didn't have any treasures in her hands. When others were cultivating, she could even use divine stones to aid them. However, she didn't have anything. He had a deep impression of this girl.
They must be catching something. Wuxia's eyes flickered as he saw a middle-aged man grabbing something that looked like a crab. He hesitated for a moment before he flew towards Yu Bingbing. It would be fine if he didn't see it. Since he saw it, he naturally couldn't let his student take the risk here. If he ignited a wisp of divine fire, he would die if he was unlucky here.
Buzz.
Wuxia moved and arrived in front of Yu Bingbing.
No one in the surroundings sensed Wuxia's arrival.
Ah! The sudden appearance of Wuxia also gave Yu Bingbing a shock. She stared at him and cried out in surprise.
Teacher! Teacher!
When he saw Wuxia's face, he was slightly stunned. Then he quickly shouted,
Why aren't you cultivating in the academy? Wang Xian looked at her and raised his eyebrows.
Teacher, I went out to sea with the people from our fishing village to catch red blood crabs. It's easier to catch them in stormy weather. Furthermore, I know a little about formations, so I came over.
Yu Bingbing said weakly. With the bloodline of a demonic beast, she could change her fishtail and sway it gently. Catch red blood crabs?
You're too weak. It's a little dangerous here. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life.
Wang Xian said indifferently. Fortunately, there's a powerful fishing boat above our fishing village. As Yu Bingbing spoke, she pointed upwards. Wang Xian looked at a fishing boat on the surface of the sea and shook his head. A small boat could withstand the attacks of 8 or 9 sea monsters.
Teacher, are you going?
To do what? Yu Bingbing asked weakly when she saw Wang Xian shaking his head. It's nothing. I'm going to the underground sea to hunt some sea monsters.
Wang Xian looked at her and said calmly.
Oh. Yu Bingbing nodded her head. However, her eyes lit up all of a sudden. She waved her arm and a weak formation was slowly formed. She waved her arm forward and headed towards a 1-meter-sized red blood crab. Wang Xian looked over. The red blood crab was a kind of sea monster at the demigod level. It was also a seafood with a good price. It was delicious.
Yu Bingbing and the people from their fishing village took advantage of the rainstorm to catch the red blood crab to survive.
Obviously, their living conditions were not very good. In the Tianzi continent, many people at the deity level were not living well. Humans were not the masters here. The entire world was filled with danger. If one wanted to survive, one had to become stronger. If one wanted to become stronger, one had to take risks. This was especially so for those at the bottom. They were truly risking their lives. If they were unlucky, they would die. No matter what, he is still my student. With such low abilities, he is courting death by catching seafood here. Wang Xian thought to himself. The aura on his body trembled slightly.
Buzz.
In an instant, a terrifying dragon's might swept across the sea area within a 150-kilometer radius. What happened? Within a radius of more than 100 kilometers, the fishermen who were catching red blood crabs felt this terrifying pressure. Their faces turned extremely pale instantly.
Their eyes scanned their surroundings warily. Their eyes were filled with fear.
Run! Get back to the ship!
Get back to the ship! An old man shouted in a hurry.
One by one, the fishermen fled frantically towards the surface of the sea. Eh?
Teacher. Yu Bingbing sensed the terrifying aura around her. She was slightly shocked as she looked at her teacher.
Buzz. Wang Xian didn't say anything. At this moment, all the sea monsters within 150 kilometers were swimming towards them. Among them, there were a few hundred red blood crabs and a sea monster with 3 wisps of divine fire. Any sea monster with 3 wisps of divine fire will be able to kill you.
Wang Xian looked at the octopus-like sea monster and said calmly,
Teacher, what is this? Seeing all the sea monsters swimming towards them, Yu Bingbing widened her eyes. Pang! Wang Xian waved his arm and a water bubble trapped all of them. Take them away, he said to Yu Bingbing. Ah, teacher, this.
Yu Bingbing's eyes sparkled as she looked at him in a daze.
You're my student after all. Now, your main focus is cultivation. Wang Xian said to her indifferently. What's the situation?
Who's the figure in front of Bingbing?
This. Let's go over and take a look.
At the top of the ship, a few fishermen were stunned when they saw the situation. They didn't hesitate and swam straight towards them.
Let's go up, Wang Xian said to her. With a wave of his arm, he brought all the sea monsters up. When they arrived on the fishing boat, Wang Xian threw all the sea monsters on it, including a 3-wisp divine fire. Wang Xian's sudden appearance threw a large number of red blood crabs onto the fishing boat. The dozens of people on the boat were dumbfounded. Teacher, thank you. Yu Bingbing, who was following behind him, came up to Wang Xian gratefully and bowed.
Is that Bingbing's teacher? Teacher?
A teacher from the Shantian Academy, a powerhouse at the level of the Eternal Lord. Tisk! Quick, quick! Let's go pay our respects to this master. Bingbing was able to get into the Shantian Academy. I shouldn't have allowed her to come this time. This girl is also
On the boat, the fishermen saw Yu Bingbing addressing that figure as teacher. They walked over respectfully.
Master! The group of fishermen walked over and called out with some restraint. For a moment, they didn't know what to say.
Yes.
Wang Xian nodded at them and looked at Yu Bingbing. Are these people from your fishing village?
Yes, teacher.
They are all from our clan. Yu Bingbing nodded immediately.
Sir, thank you for taking care of me. Bingbing is a good child. She is the first student from our fishing village to be admitted into the Xiantian Academy.
That's right. That's right. We might be a little useless. The little girl has to depend on herself for her cultivation resources. We don't want her to take the risk either. An old man walked over with some restraint. He stood there and said in a flustered manner, you're still young. It's better for you to focus on cultivation. When you're stronger, it'll be easier for you to obtain resources. Wang Xian said to Yu Bingbing.
Yes, teacher. Yu Bingbing replied with her head lowered.
Wang Xian looked around. It was raining cats and dogs in the sky. He stood there and waved his arm. A wave of energy enveloped the entire ship.
The ship was about 2,000 meters in size. There were many technological weapons on it to resist the attacks of the sea monsters.
Under the cover of Wang Xian, they entered the seabed in an instant. Teacher, what are you doing?
Yu Bingbing looked at her teacher in surprise. I just happened to meet you. I'm just helping you out. In the future, cultivate well and strive to enter the realm of the Eternal Lord as soon as possible.
Wang Xian said to her calmly. Sir, what is he doing?
There were more than 100 people on the fishing boat. When they saw Wang Xian bringing the fishing boat straight to the bottom of the sea, they were all astonished.
Buzz! After entering a depth of 100 kilometers, Wang Xian stood on the deck and emitted an imposing aura. All the sea monsters within a radius of 150 kilometers immediately swam towards him. Whoosh!
With a wave of his arm, Wang Xian killed all the god-level sea monsters and threw them onto the ship.
Hiss! This lord is so strong.
Bingbing's teacher is so strong. This lord is helping us.
Seeing that 3 to 4 god-level sea monsters were killed in an instant, countless sea monsters swarmed towards them. Over 100 fishermen widened their eyes in shock. This was a powerhouse.
Thank you, teacher. Yu Bingbing was touched as she whispered to Wang Xian.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The group of fishermen hurried over and knelt on the deck to express their gratitude. Wang Xian didn't say a word. He took the ship and flew straight down. With his current strength that was comparable to the level 5 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord, the chances of him encountering danger in the first or second level of the underground sea were not high. His speed was very fast and he had the ability to rule over the water tribe. The sea monsters that were weaker than the 9 wisps of divine fire had no resistance at all.
Very soon, Wang Xian brought them to the second level of the underground sea. The number of divine realm sea monsters that he killed had reached more than 200.
That's about it. Use half of the resources for your cultivation. Wang Xian looked at the corpses on the fishing boat and said to Yu Bingbing.
Thank you, teacher.
Yu Bingbing said gratefully but was interrupted by Wang Xian with a wave of his hand. Buzz. He took the fishing boat and flew towards the surface of the sea. At the side, the fishermen on the boat were trembling as they looked at the corpses of the godly state sea monsters on the boat.
Among these sea monsters, there were more than 10 of them with 8 or 9 wisps of godly fire. There were also 2 corpses of sea monsters at the peak of the demigod realm.
This was a huge sum of money for their entire fishing village. Voila! The fishing boat floated up to the surface of the sea, and the sound of heavy rain hitting the surface of the sea could be heard. Woo woo woo.
At this moment, an urgent sound suddenly came from the front.
A rapid sound was heard on the surface of the sea. It was exceptionally clear even in the midst of a rainstorm. Wang Xian looked over and saw a few ships galloping in the darkness. Boom! All of a sudden, a rumbling sound was heard. A ray of blue light illuminated the pitch-black night sky. A ship in front of them exploded. This is?
Oh no, there are pirates!
An old man looked over and immediately approached the deck with a horrified expression. Adjust the direction immediately. He quickly ordered the other fishermen. Pirates? Are there still pirates on the sea? Wang Xian asked Yu Bingbing curiously. Some teachers, there are quite a number of pirates in the sea of natural selection. They are all people who have broken the law. I heard that some pirates are people from other planets who are wanted. They are hiding in the underground sea. It is said that powerful pirates are also top-notch existences among the Eternal Masters. Yu Bingbing replied to Wang Xian.
Then these pirates are getting a little arrogant.
Wang Xian opened his dragon eyes of yin-yang and 5 elements and swept them forward. Eh?
All of a sudden he let out a gasp of surprise. His eyes flickered as he stared at an old man on the deck in front of him.
The old man had a ferocious look on his face. He was holding a dark hole in his hand. His hair was sparse and he looked a little terrifying. The level of the Eternal Lord should be of the darkness attribute. Perfect. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and waved his arm. The ship that was turning around was instantly changed direction by him and flew towards the pirate ship. Sir, some pirates are very strong and they are very cunning.
The old man immediately reminded Wang Xian.
It's all right. Wang Xian didn't mind it. He wanted to try something.
Ah!
Before he could get close, screams of agony could be heard from the fishing boat that was being chased.
Wang Xian's gaze was locked onto the pirate boat. Buzz!
Wang Xian took out the 5 elements millstone and threw it forward. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire space underwent a terrifying change. A radius of more than 1,000 kilometers was covered by a huge horror. Black holes appeared in this area in a chaotic manner.
Hundreds of black holes appeared out of thin air, causing the entire area to be extremely chaotic. What is this?
This is bad. At the spot in front of them, the expression of the pirate elder who was standing on the deck changed drastically. He stared at the surrounding space with a face full of fear. It's a formation.
The old man's expression changed slightly.
Boss, what's going on? At this moment, everyone's faces revealed an incomparably fearful expression. The sky suddenly changed drastically. Hundreds of black holes tore at the surrounding space, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. The surrounding energy was incomparably chaotic. This area was incomparably terrifying. Everyone, including the group of pirates, were also incomparably terrified. This was the might of a formation, but what kind of formation was this?
How could it be so strange?
Bing Bing. How can your teacher be so powerful? This.
A middle-aged man could not help but walk up to Yu Bingbing. He looked at his surroundings with a slight tremble as he asked in shock.
Third uncle, I don't know either.
I just entered the mysterious Sky Academy, but teacher shouldn't be simple.
Yu Bingbing was also looking at her surroundings in shock. She had seen an Eternal Lord-level powerhouse before. However, this was the first time she had seen such a terrifying scene. Splash.
The fishing boat moved forward. The 2 fishing boats that were being chased by Wang Xian dodged to the side in horror. They looked at Wang Xian, who was standing proudly on the deck. Their faces were filled with shock.
An expert at the level of the Eternal Lord? A hoarse voice rang out. On the pirate ship, an old man was floating slowly in the air, staring coldly at Wang Xian.
He was not afraid of the terrifying scene around him.
As long as he was on high alert, he could escape at any time.
Pirate!
Wang Xian looked at the old man who was floating in the air, emitting a terrifying dark force. He raised his eyebrows. Kiki, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise,
you will pay a heavy price. The old man stared at Wang Xian coldly as he spoke.
A gush of blood rushed toward Wang Xian. Hiss!
On the fishing boat, Yu Bingbing and the rest felt this terrifying aura. Their faces were filled with horror.
Trash! Wang Xian stared at the old man and said in disdain. They waved their arms and a gray chain directly wrapped around the old man.
You!
When the old man heard Wang Xian's contemptuous words, anger appeared on his face. Walala! However, in the next moment, the anger on his face quickly turned into fear. The gray chain instantly arrived in front of him. His expression changed drastically. The skeleton in his hand spat out a terrifying black light. The black light landed on it, but there was no trace of it. Run!
In an instant, his forehead was filled with cold sweat.
He was undefeatable, and the other party was much stronger than him. Wang! His heart moved, and he wanted to return to the eternal divine kingdom.
His figure began to turn illusory, but he suddenly discovered to his horror that a wave of energy was actually obstructing him, making it impossible for him to return to the eternal divine kingdom. Oh no, it's the surrounding formation. What kind of needle technique is this? I've never heard of it before.
The old man's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with fear and panic. Crash! The chains trapped him, rendering him unable to move at all.
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled his arm gently.
No, no, what kind of formation is this? The old man roared at Wuxia in fear. He couldn't break free from the chains.
How dare a guy who has only mastered 2 laws be so arrogant?
Wuxia looked at him indifferently. Let me go, please, please let me go. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Let me go. The ferocious and terrifying old man shouted in fear.
Buzz!
Soul Catcher!
Wuxia ignored him. He waved his arm and cast Soul Catcher towards him.
Ah! A painful scream came out from the old man's mouth. Wuxia retracted his soul capture power.
Summon your eternal kingdom, Wuxia said to the old man who had a blank look on his face.
Ha!
Seeing that the old man was in a daze and didn't say anything, the dragon power on his body covered him. Summon your eternal kingdom,
Wuxia shouted softly. His voice exploded in his mind.
Summon the eternal kingdom. The old man muttered. In the sky above him, a huge dark kingdom slowly appeared.
Hee. It's a success. Wuxia's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. His method of deterrence was similar to taming the sea monsters. However, he used the soul-absorbing power.
The soul-absorbing power was not fully used. It could cause people to be in a trance or even inflict serious mental damage. It was still possible to use the dragon's might to cover some of his actions.
In this case, there is hope to increase the level of the Dragon Palace.
Wuxia squinted his eyes slightly. He was in a great mood. Behind him, Yu Bingbing and the rest were looking at this scene in shock. An eternal lord who had mastered 2 laws was instantly killed. He couldn't even escape.
Instantly killed.
Bang!
Wuxia waved his arm and a powerful force landed on the pirate elder's head. At the same time, he used all his soul-absorbing power. Buzz! A large amount of information entered Wuxia's mind. With a wave of his arm, he kept the pirate elder's eternal kingdom and his corpse. Then, he looked forward. Rumble. The sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and illuminated the entire sky. On the pirate ship in front, all the pirates looked at this scene in horror. Their boss who was at the level of the Eternal Lord, was actually killed. This crash. At this moment, the sound of chains could be heard. They stared at them with despair on their faces. Sir, don't kill us, don't kill us. The pirates were begging for mercy. Wuxia swept his gaze across them. None of them were good people. Ah! The screams were extremely urgent. They came and left as fast as they came. Wuxia took out the treasure-seeking ants from the mother nest and sent waves of aura into his mind. With a wave of his arm, some of the treasures were directly stored in his bag. Buzz! Wuxia waved his hand and recalled the 5 elements millstone. The black holes in the formation disappeared. One by one, the black holes filled with chaotic energy disappeared.
Crash! The sound of the rainstorm entered his ears. Dozens of kilometers ahead, the 2 ships that were being chased by the pirates looked at this scene in shock.
Yu Bingbing, you should go back. If you don't ignite 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire in the future, try not to go deep into the underground sea. If you need cultivation resources, come and look for me.
There's no need to be embarrassed. I can easily obtain the things that you exchanged with your life.
Wuxia looked at Yu Bingbing as he spoke. Then he moved and entered the sea. Teacher! Yu Bingbing shouted from behind. When she saw Wuxia's disappearing figure, she opened her mouth slightly. Bingbing, you have found a good teacher. He is simply too powerful. He killed a level 2 pirate of the Eternal God Lord casually. He is too powerful.
That's right, Bingbing. This teacher is really good to you. This time, Sir has captured many sea monsters for us. It is enough for us to live in the fishing village for more than 10 years.
Bingbing, don't follow us anymore in the future. Cultivate well. With the help of that Sir Bing Bing, you might be able to reach the level of Eternal Lord. That's right, that's right. Bing Bing might be able to become the first Eternal Lord in our fishing village in the future. Seeing Wang Xian leave, the fishermen walked up to Bing Bing with excitement on their faces. Teacher he is very good. I will also cultivate seriously in the future. Bing Bing nodded her head. Her face was filled with admiration and yearning. Just now, her teacher waved his hand casually and instantly changed the spatial domain within a radius of thousands of kilometers. A level 2 Eternal Lord level powerhouse was killed casually. When would she be able to do it? In the future. I must train hard and not let down my teacher and the people in the village. Bing Bing clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with determination. Wang Xian didn't mind helping his student casually and killed a bunch of pirates casually. On the contrary, he gained a lot by killing that pirate leader. The pirates of the second level of the Eternal Lord, the Eternal Kingdom of Darkness. Currently, the Dragon Palace had devoured the divine kingdom of fire, thunder, earth, and darkness attributes. It was still lacking the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, wind, and light. Once it devoured these 5 attributes, the Dragon Palace would be able to level up. At that time, even if he was in danger, he would be able to return to the Dragon Palace instantly. This level 2 corpse of the Master of the Eternal God will be able to increase the number of masters in the Dragon Palace. When I reach the level of the Master of the Eternal God, and when the Dragon Palace's level increases, I can send the disciples of the Dragon Palace over. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. After all, this underground sea was a good place for the Dragon Palace to level up. The memories of that old pirate are interesting. Forget it, the pirates in my memories are not weak. I can't afford to offend them for the time being. Wang Xian recalled the information he obtained from the old pirate. At a certain part of the underground sea, there was a place where pirates gathered. It was located at the deepest part of the underground sea. There were more than 10,000 pirates gathered there. The strongest one among them had mastered 9 laws. There were a few hundred of them at the level of the Eternal Lord. Could be said to be a pirate lair. The other party was too strong. Even Wang Xian didn't dare to go there to hunt down that group of pirates. Apart from this information, he also obtained a piece of information that was very useful to him at the moment. There were a large number of Eternal Lord-level creatures in the extremely cold sea. The northern howling celestial wolf, the explosive ice bear, the underground deep-sea whale, and so on. Among them, the northern howling celestial wolf and the explosive ice bear were not of a very high level. They were below level 3 or 4 of the Eternal Lord level. The underground deep-sea whale was relatively stronger. This kind of creature was huge and of a very high level. Could even reach level 7 or level 8 of the Eternal Lord level. It was best to escape immediately if one encountered such an existence. The extremely cold sea was where this old pirate hid when he didn't know where the pirates gathered. He had lived there for thousands of years. The extremely cold sea is a little far from here. If I were to fly there, I would need at least an entire day's time. However, this old pirate knows more about the extremely cold sea. It's much better than trying my luck in this area. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and decided to go and take a look. In this area, he was completely blind. He could only go deep into the underground sea. If he was lucky, he could catch some powerful sea monsters. If he was unlucky, he would have to waste his time. The last time he was able to catch so many sea monsters from the Lord of the Horses so easily was because he was lucky. Many Eternal Lord-level sea monsters would place their eternal kingdom in the deepest part of the sea, which was also the deepest part. That was where all kinds of Eternal Lord-level sea monsters gathered. And that place was also very dangerous. Even if Wang Xian had a formation to trap Eternal Lord-level sea monsters, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to capture more Eternal Lord-level sea monsters. However, the extreme cold sea area was different. It was covered by glaciers. The thickness of the ice layer could reach 2 to 3 layers of depth in some places. Moreover, due to the extreme cold, some sea monsters did not like the environment there. Therefore, there were fewer types of sea monsters there. Since Wang Xian had made up his mind, he flew straight towards the extreme cold sea area. The extreme cold sea area was located in the north. It was also known as the extreme cold northern region. Flying in the sky, Wang Xian used his fastest speed and teleportation to advance towards the Arctic northern region. A day later, Wang Xian sensed the changes in the surrounding temperature. The cold wind was biting cold. To be able to make him feel the biting cold wind, one could imagine the temperature here. It was at least a few thousand degrees below zero, or even tens of thousands of degrees. The surface of the sea below disappeared. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of white land. This was naturally not land, but the surface of the sea, the frozen surface of the sea. Some sea monsters could be seen on the surface of the sea. Some were hunting and some were leisurely strolling. Arctic northern region. Wang Xian looked at this world of ice and frost with a glint in his eyes. In this world of ice and frost, there weren't many sea monsters. However, compared to other places, they were much stronger.
With the experience of that pirate elder, I'm like a fish in water here.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and landed on the surface of the ice.
Buzz.
Standing on the ice, Wang Xian immediately activated his Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes and scanned his surroundings coldly. As he walked on the ice, cracking sounds could be heard.
The northern wind whistled and was extremely cold. When the bone-chilling wind landed on his body, even the weak ones would tremble in fear. The thickness of the ice was something that even Wang Xian could not detect. He walked on the ice calmly and scanned the area in front of him. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Wang Xian suddenly stopped walking on the ice surface.
Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the ice surface suddenly cracked open. A claw that was as cold as ice came straight at him. Little shrimp.
Wang Xian was not surprised by the attack from below. A smile appeared on his face.
With a wave of his arm, he instantly transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed the sea monster below. The ice rock shrimp was a sea monster with 9 wisps of divine fire. It possessed a terrifying penetrative and freezing power. Information about this sea monster appeared in Wang Xian's mind. His body trembled and he immediately began to tame it. Bang bang! More than 10 minutes later, the ice rock shrimp made a sound of collision. Wang Xian smiled. Go! Bring me to your lair. Wang Xian ordered the ice rock shrimp. Bang! Bang! The icy rock shrimp made a crisp sound and nodded respectfully at Wang Xian. At the side, under the layer of ice, there was a cave entrance. The cave entrance was 5 meters wide and was about the same size as the icy rock shrimp.
The Arctic North region was a very dangerous place. It was so dangerous that 5 to 6 wisps of godly state experts could not survive here.
It was just like the surface of the ice. It looked extremely safe. But in fact, there might be sea monsters waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The sea monsters in the extreme cold northern region were mostly white, snow white, and ice white. They were hidden in the ice layer and did not move at all. Their temperature was almost the same as the ice layer. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to discover them. Once they were ambushed, they might very well become food for the sea monsters.
Wang Xian had the experience of the pirate and possessed the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements. It was very difficult for him to launch a sneak attack on him,
unless he was an expert at the level of the Eternal Lord.
However, with the experience of the pirate, Wang Xian was able to avoid danger.
Under normal circumstances, these icy rock shrimps wouldn't exist alone. Other than the deep-sea whales and individual sea monsters, there are very few sea monsters that live alone here. Wang Xian followed the crack under the ice layer. At a glance, it looked like an underground maze. The ice rock shrimp led the way and walked down for a few kilometers. Then, a passageway appeared on the left and they continued walking towards the left.
After walking for more than 10 minutes, they entered the ice layer, which was about tens of thousands of meters deep. Then a grand hall appeared.
It was a little exaggerated to say that the grand hall was filled with nests. These were all the divine kingdoms of the ice rock shrimp. These divine kingdoms were made of a type of ice rock and emitted an icy cold glow. Not bad, not bad. There are more than 30 nests in total. Although they are just ice rock shrimps with 9 wisps of divine fire, they are still a decent income. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed like he had come to the right place. He moved and a terrifying dragon aura covered the entire area. Chains entered the nest one after another. Bang, bang, bang.
The sounds of continuous collisions were heard. Soon, the entire ice rock shrimps were caught in one go. Wang Xian kept all the icy rock prawn into his mother nest and looked around. The nest of more than 30 icy rock prawn was located in this layer of ice. The nests of the other sea monsters were also located in this layer of ice. Even many nests of the Eternal Lord level were also located in this layer of ice. It was extremely safe to place the nest in this layer of ice. The entire Arctic northern region was so huge, and there were countless types of sea monsters contained in it. No one dared to come here and dig through the ice layer wantonly to search for sea monsters. If they encountered a powerful existence, they wouldn't be able to escape. Even if Wang Xian had the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements, he didn't dare to travel through the ice layer wantonly. Traveling through here would cause a commotion and alert the surrounding sea monsters. Following the path he took to return to the ice surface, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and continued to walk on it. After walking for about tens of kilometers, Wang Xian was attacked by the sea monsters under the ice again. Wang Xian easily ruled over the 8 wisps of divine fire-level sea monsters. Following that, Wang Xian ordered them to enter the nest. It was another good harvest. This method is indeed not bad. In 5 days, I managed to harvest more than 1,000 sea monsters. Wang Xian came out from a cave in the ice layer with a smile on his face. He had been walking aimlessly on the ice for the past few days. The harvest was indeed not cheap. Although there were no Eternal Lord-level sea monsters, he had obtained more than 1,000 sea monsters with 7 to 8 wisps of divine fire. However, with so many sea monsters, not every one of them was suitable to be a pet. Some sea monsters were not easy to sell even if they were tamed well. It was not suitable. Take the ice rock shrimp, for example. They were more suitable to survive in the extremely cold northern region. If they went to other places, their strength would be greatly reduced. I'll stay up there for a few more days. In a few days, I'll head to the area below the ice layer. Wang Xian thought to himself as he continued to walk forward. When he saw a protruding iceberg in front of him, his body moved and he immediately flew up. Eh! Just as Wang Xian landed on the iceberg, he looked ahead with a look of astonishment. The northern howling celestial wolf? His eyes widened slightly as he stared straight ahead. No, it's not the northern howling celestial wolf. The northern howling celestial wolf is at the level of the Eternal Lord. This is the northern expedition wolf. A northern expedition wolf at the peak of the godly state. Wang Xian bent his body slightly and stared at the pack of wolves hundreds of kilometers ahead. There were a few thousand wolf packs. They had snow-white bodies and were 5 meters in size. They had icy cold eyes. This wolf pack is comparable to dozens of level 1 Eternal Lord sea monsters. Wang Xian mumbled, "More ants can kill an elephant." It was not that the weak could not defeat the strong. More than 100 experts at the peak of the godly state could fight against one level 1 Eternal Lord. If it were not for this exaggerated stage, 30 to 40 rank 1 Eternal God Lords would be able to fight against or even kill a rank 2 Eternal God Lord. More than 1,000 rank 1 Eternal God Lords could kill a rank 3 Eternal God Lord. For example, peak God Realm Eternal God Lords would need a lot of weak people to fight against. There were at least 3 to 4,000 wolves in front of them. Even a rank 2 Eternal God Lord would need to go all out to deal with them. At the very least, he would need at least a dozen level 1 Eternal Lord to dare to provoke them. Killing this pack of wolves is more profitable than what I earned a few days ago. Furthermore, with so many northern expedition wolves tamed and sold, they will definitely be popular. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. Wolves are a very united creature. However, if I were to charge forward, these 3 to 4,000 ice wolves would definitely not dare to accept the challenge. After all, they are much stronger than me. If I were to charge forward, this pack of ice wolves should be able to escape. This is the surface of the ice. If they were to dive into the ice layer with all their might, I might not even be able to catch half of them. Wang Xian stared at the pack of ice wolves in front of him as he calculated in his heart. This was not the grassland. If he were to encounter this pack of wolves, Wang Xian would rush over immediately. Even if the other party wanted to escape, they would not be able to escape. However, this was different. Once Wang Xian was strong to a certain extent, the ice wolves would not be stupid. They would immediately flee.
In the Arctic northern region, if the sea monsters wanted to escape, they would have to dive into the ice layer. If 3,000 to 4,000 ice wolves were to dive into the ice layer at the same time, it would be considered good if Wang Xian could catch half of them. I have to set up the formation in advance. I can't let them escape. Wang Xian thought to himself. It was not easy for him to encounter a pack of wolves. There were 3,000 to 4,000 ice wolves at the peak of the godly state. He could not let them escape. The formation not only needs to seal the four sides but also the ice layer when it is more than 100 kilometers away. Wang Xian calculated in his mind as he recalled the functions of each formation. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, a roar was suddenly heard from the pack of wolves in front of him. Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he looked over with a face full of astonishment.
A bunch of animals. Today, I will use my invincible battle techniques to temper my divine arts. I will fight for 3 days and 3 nights. A voice filled with arrogance was suddenly heard. At the back of the pack of wolves, a figure rushed into the pack of wolves. The figure was dressed in white and his long hair was scattered behind him. He held a silver-white long sword in his hand. His long robe fluttered in the wind and his face was filled with arrogance.
He exuded the aura of the Eternal Lord.
A young man who had reached the Eternal Lord realm and comprehended a law could definitely be called a peerless spoiled child.
A level 1 Eternal Lord dares to charge into the pack of wolves. He sure has guts. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and saw that there was no one else around. He raised his eyebrows slightly, using the ice wolves as his trial stone. Even though the Eternal God Lord could escape in an instant, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of the trial if he didn't fight. Judging from the young man's stance, it was obvious that he wouldn't escape after a casual fight.
Awoo!
When the 3,000 to 4,000 ice wolves saw that someone actually dared to charge at them, they revealed furious expressions.
They immediately surrounded him in unison, their faces filled with ice as they stared at him coldly.
The entire pack of wolves did not fear a god lord who grasped a single law.
Haha, a bunch of beasts. They still want to surround me and attack me with invincible battle techniques. Take this. When the young man saw that he was surrounded, he did not have the slightest bit of fear. The silver-white longsword in his hand swung out in all directions.
Wah wah wah. The entire silver-white longsword was like ice. One after another, ice swords shot out in all directions. Ayo ayo ayo.
The pack of ice wolves that surrounded the young man directly pounced forward.
Pong pong pong. Hundreds of ice wolves pounced forward and bit onto the ice swords one by one.
The sound of collision rang out. The young man's attack was instantly neutralized by hundreds of northern wolves.
The ice expedition wolves were already at the peak of the deity realm. A few hundred of them would be able to fend off an eternal god lord rank 1. However, after the few hundred ice expedition wolves broke through the young man's attack, they did not continue to attack. Several hundred more ice expedition wolves instantly charged out from the rear and charged over.
Cunning thing, I, invincible in my battle techniques, have been invincible for several hundred years. I have suppressed everyone of my generation. With just you bunch of beasts, you still want to take turns fighting me. Invincible in his combat techniques had an ugly look on his face when he saw how cunning the ice wolves were.
However, he was still shouting arrogantly and arrogantly. This kid is a little narcissistic. Why is he talking so much nonsense when he is fighting against a pack of wolves? Wang Xian stood on the iceberg and watched indifferently. He was a little speechless when he heard invincible in his combat techniques. Roar!
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 The ice wolves were not jealous. A few hundred ice wolves pounced on him with a terrifying aura. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, frost covered the area. Invincible in battle techniques was located in the middle of the area. His face was filled with a solemn expression.
Crash!
At this moment, the white robe on his body emitted streams of frost. The frost surrounded him. The ice arrows released by the ice wolves landed on the frost arrows. Even if they were not blocked by him, they were blocked by the surrounding frost.
Eh?
A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he looked over.
Bang! Bang!
Bang!
In the next moment, Wang Xian saw the sharp dragon claws of the ice wolves landing in front of Invincible in battle technique. However, they were easily blocked by the surrounding frost. Bastard, go to hell! After his attack was blocked, Invincible in battle technique revealed a cold expression. The silver-white long sword in his hand pierced through the ice wolves. Pooh! The sword instantly pierced through the ice-breaking wolf. Roar, roar! That ice-breaking wolf was incomparably ferocious. Before it died, it pounced towards Invincible battle technique. Roar, roar! In the surroundings, more than 10 ice-breaking wolves pounced towards him as if they were risking their lives. Damn it! Invincible battle technique's expression was unsightly. He waved the silver-white longsword in his hand. 1,000 miles of ice seal. One after another, extremely terrifying frost fell on the bodies of the dozen or so ice wolves, instantly freezing them. Ayo. However, in less than half a second, the dozen or so ice wolves behind him continued to pounce over. Pung ping ping. One after another, their claws landed in front of unrivaled battle technique, but they were all easily blocked by the frost around him. With just you bunch of beasts, you still want to hurt me? Die! Invincible continued to roar. He swung his silver-white longsword and instantly killed more than a dozen ice wolves. Wang Xian's face turned black when he saw this scene. Damn! The white clothes on this guy's body are a powerful defensive treasure. The ice wolves can't break through his defense at all. Honing his divine arts? He even cheated when he faced a northern expedition wolf that was at the peak of the godly state. Wang Xian looked ahead and his expression didn't look too good. This fellow was too thick-skinned. He even used such a powerful defensive treasure when he was facing someone who was weaker than him. Most importantly, this fellow was shouting while fighting. This won't do. If I let him continue killing like this, at least hundreds or even thousands of ice expedition wolves will die. Wang Xian thought to himself with a dark expression. He didn't hesitate at all. Now that the ice wolves were attracted to him, it would be easier for him to set up a formation. Once the formation was set up, all the ice wolves would be his. Wang Xian's figure slowly turned illusory as he approached the position in front of him. Now that he had used his concealment technique, even those who were stronger than him wouldn't be able to detect him. However, once he set up a formation, he would be discovered immediately. Buzz! When Wang Xian arrived at the 50 kilometers position where the ice wolf pack was battling against the invincible combat technique, he waved his arm and set up a formation on the ice surface. Formation, above the ground. Above the ground of the formation, it could make the ground indestructible. This was a formation to prevent some earth elemental experts from escaping from the ground. It would activate the metal attribute of the world and set up a formation. Of course, Wang Xian didn't need to activate the metal attribute. Once the formation was set up, the weak wouldn't be able to break through the ground. Awoo! The undulations from behind and the surface of the ice emitted a golden glow. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many ice wolves. Out of the 3,000 to 4,000 ice wolves, there were only about 1,000 of them. The rest were all surrounding the area. Some of the ice wolves looked over and let out roars. Awoo! Awoo! Hundreds of ice wolves saw Wang Xian and stared at him with cold and alert eyes. Wang Xian's expression did not change. After the formation on the ground was set up, the next thing to do was to set up the formation around him. However, Wang Xian was not prepared to set up the formation around him. His body shook and the Taiji diagram slowly appeared around him. The Taiji rose into the sky and expanded at a terrifying speed. Surrounded the surroundings directly. Huh? What's the situation? Invincible, who was surrounded by the pack of ice wolves, did not sense the changes in the surroundings at the first instance. When he saw the ice wolves around him scanning the surroundings and roaring in alarm, he was astonished. He looked at the ground and quickly sensed his surroundings. His expression changed slightly. This ice wolf's pack is the spoils of war of my invincible battle techniques. If anyone dares to snatch it, my invincible battle techniques will definitely kill them without mercy. Invincible battle techniques immediately roared loudly. He had been paying attention to this ice wolf's pack for a long time. It was not easy for him to have a good battle with them. Now an accident actually happened. Buzz! At the next moment, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space. Invincible battle technique's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. Who dares to snatch my invincible battle technique's spoils of war?
Are you courting death?
He roared angrily and flew up into the sky without caring about the ice wolves surrounding him. More than 10 ice wolves pounced at him, their sharp claws landing on his body.
However, the frost around his body did not move at all. He was not affected in the slightest.
Even if he stood there and let 3,000 to 4,000 ice wolves attack him, he reckoned that they would not be able to kill him. When Wang Xian heard this blabbering battle tactic invincible bellow, the corner of his mouth twitched. Little guy, this is not a trial like yours.
When Wang Xian saw that the entire space was surrounded, he walked towards the pack of wolves indifferently.
When he saw that Wang Xian was invincible when he flew into the sky and completely ignored the attacks of the ice wolves, he said with some disdain, "Ha!" Invincible looked at Wang Xian immediately and locked onto him. Following that, he scanned his surroundings in astonishment. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, he was surrounded by a black and white energy. The ice layer below was emitting a faint golden light. The powerful energy caused a serious expression to appear on his face. Mind your words. I don't think you are very old. It's best if you distinguish your age when you speak.
Invincible in combat stared at him with a serious expression.
Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly and ignored him. He waved his arm. Walala. In an instant, a chain extended out from his hand and wrapped itself around the ice wolves in front of him. Awoo! Awoo! Thousands of ice wolves stared at Wang Xian with fierce eyes. What are you doing? These ice wolves are the spoils of my invincible battle technique. You're disturbing my training and you want to snatch these ice wolves away. Is it because my invincible battle technique hasn't made a move for a long time that the world has forgotten my prowess? Invincible battle technique stared at Wang Xian and shouted. The silver-white longsword in his hand was pointed at Wang Xian.
Walala. Wang Xian took a glance at him and raised his eyebrows. A chain was launched at him. Good. Good. I will teach you a good lesson today.
Invincible Battlemage was furious when he saw Wang Xian attacking him. He shouted and slashed his silver-white longsword at the chain. Clang! 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 The chain landed on the silver-white longsword with a clashing sound. However, at this moment, Invincible's face turned gloomy. He attacked with all his strength, but he couldn't break the chain. Whoosh! At this moment, the chain directly coiled around his body. Whoosh!
The chain coiled around Invincible's body. At this moment, Wang Xian was astonished.
His attack couldn't break the frost around Invincible. One must know that his strength was comparable to an eternal divine lord who had mastered 5 laws. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully observed the frost surrounding him and his clothes.
HMPH, you're dreaming if you want to break my defense.
Invincible Battle Technique's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. However, he was still arrogant as he stared at Wang Xian with disdain. Bang! When Wang Xian heard his words, he didn't hesitate at all. Numerous chains wrapped around his body and threw him heavily onto the ground. Boom!
The powerful force caused the entire ground to tremble.
Invincible's body was horizontally. Even with the protection of treasures, he was still a little stunned at this moment.
The impact force was no joke. What a strong defense!
Wang Xian was astonished. He couldn't break the defense of Invincible's treasure. This made his eyes shine. Forget it. I don't know if Invincible is his name. Even if he isn't, he belongs to the War Tactics Aristocrat clan. Wang Xian mumbled. The War Tactics Aristocrat clan was one of the 4 major forces in the Tianzi continent. It was comparable to the Xian Heaven Domain. This invincible combat-style aristocrat clan possessed such strength at such a young age. Furthermore, they were protected by precious treasures. He must be an outstanding disciple of the combat-style aristocrat clan. Wang Xian ignored him. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Chains were binding all the ice wolves. Looking at this pack of ice wolves, Wang Xian laughed.
With so many ice wolves, they were comparable to dozens of sea monsters at the first level of the Eternal Lord realm. This time, he had made a huge profit. However, he was still a little short of the resources needed to upgrade to the Eternal Lord realm. Crash. Boom.
Wang Xian pulled his arm and pulled all the ice wolves in front of him. At the same time, a vast pressure covered the northern wolves. Roar! 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 One by one, the ice wolves let out a low roar. Their bodies were slowly trembling as they laid on the ice surface. This aura is so strong. From his aura, it's obvious that he's very young. How can he be so strong?
Invincible Battle Technique, who was lying on the ice, revealed a shocked expression as he stared at Wang Xian in astonishment.
What is he doing?
Is he taming?
Is he a master beast tamer? Following that, he saw Wang Xian walking to the front of an ice wolf. After more than 10 minutes, the ice wolf actually stuck out its tongue and licked him. Damn it, you bastard. This pack of icy wolves are my spoils of war. Soon, Invincible realized that he was going to tame this pack of ice wolves.
His expression changed slightly. He stood up immediately and shouted at Wang Xian angrily.
Crash. However, very soon, chains wrapped around him and suppressed him horizontally on the ice surface.
I'm warning you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, I, Invincible in combat, will definitely not let you go in the future.
Just you wait, let me go immediately. If you have the guts, then let me go. Let's have a fair duel. I followed this pack of wolves for more than 3 months before they all came out of the ice cave. This fellow are robbing. Numerous chains were wrapped around his invincible body, causing him to be unable to move his body horizontally on the ground. Although he had the protection of the ultimate treasure, he could not break free from the suppression of the chains. He could only lay horizontally on the surface of the ice as he glared at Wang Xian and shouted fiercely. Wang Xian ignored him. However, he was also on guard against this fellow. For him to possess such a powerful defensive treasure, it was not necessarily impossible for him to possess a treasure that could kill a powerhouse. After making the necessary precautions, Wang Xian continued to tame the ice wolves one by one. Wang Xian had nothing to hide about his beast-taming skills. Since he was selling his battle pets, others would naturally know that he was a master beast-tamer. Taming a beast under the eyes of Invincible in battle techniques was nothing. You can't win against me, yet you want to snatch my spoils of war. You despicable fellow.
Seeing that Wang Xian didn't care about him at all, Invincible Battle Technique revealed an extremely furious expression on his face.
This was a pack of wolves that he had been following for a few months. Such a pack of wolves was rare even in the Arctic northern region. 3,000 to 4,000 ice wolves were a huge sum of money to him. I can't defeat you?
Wang Xian glanced at Invincible Battle Technique speechlessly and realized that he was staring at him with a flushed face.
He is quite handsome and his strength is not bad. It's just that there's something wrong with his brain.
Wang Xian mumbled as he continued to tame the ice wolf.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Invincible Battle Technique almost vomited blood.
Invincible Battle Technique is able to suppress all the young people in this generation. How dare you insult me?
Although I'm not your opponent now, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully the young people who are poor. I'm warning you now. Let me go. Otherwise, we will definitely be enemies. With my talent, it won't be long before I master the second law. Soon, I will master the third and fourth law. I'm warning you.
Invincible in his battle techniques continued to roar as he glared at Wang Xian with anger. Wang Xian.
He ignored this middle-aged man and continued to tame the ice-breaking wolves. Taming beasts required time. Even he had to spend a lot of time to do so, especially when there were 3,000 to 4,000 ice-breaking wolves. Taming all the ice-breaking wolves would require at least 4 to 5 days. Invincible Battle Technique talked for a full 10 minutes before he stopped when he saw Wang Xian ignoring him. At this moment, he was a little hesitant. Should he return to his eternal divine kingdom immediately?
Although Wang Xian had trapped him, he could leave in an instant if he wanted to escape. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that.
As a warrior clan, the most outstanding and youngest god lord of the Immortal warrior clan, it was too embarrassing for him to escape with his tail between his legs.
However, what else can I do if I don't return? He mumbled and his face turned a little black.
This fellow's beast taming speed is so fast. How can it be so fast? Could it be that he is a master god of level 7 or 8, or even level 8 or 9? Impossible. This fellow is so young. He can only comprehend 2, no 3 laws at most. However, is the beast tamer's combat ability weaker because of the consumption of his blood essence and mental strength due to beast taming? How can this fellow be so strong? Invincible battle technique stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. His mind was racing non-stop. Wang Xian was so young and so strong. It was completely out of his expectations. This made him feel indignant, especially since the other party had suppressed him and snatched away his spoils of war.
Brother, this ice-breaking wolf is the spoils of war that I have been following for a few months. You can take it away now. However, you have to give me half of the tamed ice-breaking wolf battle pet.
After hesitating for a while, Invincible said calmly. His voice was much gentler. Are you an idiot?
When Wang Xian heard his words, his hands stopped moving. He turned around and looked at him.
You are the idiot. You are the idiot.
1/3.
I can't take any less. 1/4 is fine, right?
Don't go overboard.
1/5. This is the final line of my invincible battle technique. Don't anger me.
1/6. You are the first person to make my invincible battle technique take a step back. This fellow started to scream again. Wang Xian was helpless. He used his spiritual energy to seal his ears, refusing to listen.
Brother, 50 battle pets. Consider it as a friendship.
After a full 2 hours and an hour of silence, Wang Xian withdrew his spiritual energy. Then Invincible Battle Technique spoke with an embarrassed expression. 1 battle pet exchanged for 50 pills of the same level. He wants to exchange for the resources of the pills.
Wang Xian spoke to him indifferently.
You took my things and sold them to me. You are going too far. I, Invincible Battle Technique, will remember today's humiliation. When I step into the 9th heaven in the future, I will definitely send you to the netherworld.
Invincible in Battle Tactics began to roar again.
Stupid.
Go and water this idiot. Wang Xian glanced at him and said to the few ice wolves that had been tamed by him. Roar.
Roar.
The ice wolves understood what he meant. They walked up to Invincible in Battle Tactics and raised their legs to pour water on the frost defense around him. Even though Invincible in Battle Tactics was protected by the frost defense, his expression changed drastically. This humiliation was simply a huge humiliation.
Very soon, he calmed down and stopped talking.
3 days had passed. Wang Xian tamed the last ice-breaking wolf with a smile on his face. He stood up and kept the ice-breaking wolves into the mother nest. Let's go.
Wang Xian glanced at the middle-aged man and walked straight ahead. Without his control, the chains dissipated immediately. You're leaving just like that?
Invincible Battle Technique stood up immediately and arrived in front of Wang Xian in an instant. He said with a dark face, What? Do you want to spar with me? Do you believe that I can suppress you here? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said to him, Tisk, it's not that I, Invincible Battle Technique, look down on you. If you can break my defense, I will walk backward in the future.
Invincible in Battle Techniques raised his head slightly and stared at Wang Xian with disdain. He was very clear about the defensive treasures on him. Not to mention the level 5 or level 6 Eternal Lord, even the level 7 or level 8 Eternal Lord could not do anything to him.
Is that so?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and raised both of his hands slightly. It's not that I look down on you.
Invincible in Battle Techniques curled the corner of his mouth slightly. He looked like he was not afraid of anything.
Buzz.
Wang Xian pointed at the void and a black hole appeared behind Invincible's back. Following that, black holes slowly appeared in front of him.
Ha! Invincible was stunned for a moment. He looked at the black holes around him in astonishment. If I were to use a formation to seal you and bury you tens of millions of kilometers into the ice layer, do you think you would be able to survive?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said to him, TSK, you want to trap me, Invincible in Battle Techniques?
What a fantasy!
Invincible in Battle Techniques stared at Wang Xian with disdain. Try and see if you can leave. Wang Xian looked at him mockingly. If I want to leave, I can come and go freely in the world, he said proudly. However, when he saw the mocking expression on his face, he was a little hesitant. Buzz. His heart skipped a beat as his figure flickered. Buzz. At this moment, the black hole that had sealed off his surroundings suddenly trembled. Invincible's expression changed. Big brother, let's not joke around. His face instantly turned pale. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he spoke to Wang Xian while trembling. To his horror, he realized that he couldn't return to the eternal divine kingdom. This was the first time Invincible had encountered such a situation. Ever since he had advanced to the eternal God Lord realm and wore a supreme treasure, he had never been afraid of anything. He dared to charge into the ice layer alone. Even if he encountered a powerful sea monster, he could easily escape even if he couldn't defeat it. But now, he actually discovered to his horror that he couldn't return to the eternal divine kingdom. The tearing energy around him and the terrifying black hole were trying to stop him. If this guy in front of him really threw him into the ice layer that was tens of millions of kilometers deep and suppressed him with a formation, then he would really be finished. At least, in his opinion, he was finished. Big brother, I'm just joking with you. Please let me go. Invincible in battle technique had a bitter expression on his face. He had completely lost his arrogance from before. Why are you no longer arrogant? You're no longer arrogant? Invincible battle technique? I think you're an idiot. No, call me Invincible Battle Technique. This name suits you. Wang Xian stared at Invincible Battle Technique mockingly and said, All right. Whatever you say, big brother. Let's see if you can get rid of the black holes around you. Invincible Battle Technique was indeed terrified. He pointed at the black holes around him and said to Wang Xian with a sullen face, Buzz. Wang Xian didn't bother to argue with him. All he had to do was to let this kid know how powerful he was. It wasn't realistic to suppress him in the ice layer. His background was extraordinary. Even if he suppressed the area below, he could still save him with the formation. If he really did that, he would be able to accept the hatred. It wouldn't go that far. After the simple black hole disturbance formation was retracted, Wang Xian turned around and left. Array formation, this fellow is not only a beast tamer, he is also a powerful array formation master. Is this fellow a monster? He shouldn't be a human. Immortal King Zhang cultivates? Reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? He must be. Otherwise, how could he be more powerful than me? However, even if he is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, he wouldn't be able to snatch the spoils of war from my Invincible Battle Technique. I can't take this loss. Invincible Battle Technique mumbled as he looked at Wang Xian's back. His eyes were sparkling. Hey, big brother, what are you going to do? He hesitated for a moment and shouted at Wang Xian. Catch sea monsters. If you want a war pet, you can buy it from me. Wang Xian heard what he said and didn't hide anything. He wanted this guy to buy his war pet. Do you have war pets at the level of the Eternal Godlord? Invincible's eyes lit up as he asked immediately. I don't have them now. I will have them soon. If you want to buy them, the AI should pay attention to the Dragon Palace's War Pets shop on the Tianhai Island. Wang Xian said tirelessly. I don't have them now. I will have them soon. Is he going to capture his war pets? With his black hole method just now, it's really possible. Invincible Battlemage muttered. Very soon. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Big brother, I'll go with you. With me around, you'll definitely be able to tame more war pets. Eternal Lord level war pets are no problem. I don't want too much either. Just give me half of it. When we tame a few hundred Eternal Lord level war pets, how cool would it be to sit on them? As Invincible Battle Technique spoke, he ran to Wang Xian's side with his eyes glowing. You. Wang Xian looked at him in disdain. Me? What about me? Let me tell you, don't underestimate my Invincible Battle Technique. Go to the land of Battle Technique and ask around about my Invincible Battle Technique reputation. My Invincible Battle Technique is the most outstanding Heaven's favorite in the past tens of millions of years. That Heaven's favorite is far inferior to me. Invincible Battle Technique patted his chest and said proudly. Hee hee. Wang Xian still shook his head in disdain. You are looking down on me. Let me tell you, in the entire northern polar region, There is no place where invincible battle technique would not dare to go. I once faced a deep-sea whale without batting an eyelid. I once shuttled through the demon claws of the thousand-clawed demon fish.
Invincible battle technique. Invincible in battle techniques stood in front of Wang Xian and said proudly. Wang Xian looked at him with some disdain. He was bragging so much.
However, very soon, he looked at invincible in battle techniques and suddenly laughed.
I can bring you along too. You know that I can set up a formation. I can trap and tame sea monsters at the level of the Eternal Lord. I can also tame sea monsters at the level of the adult Eternal Lord as a mount. However, the specific method cannot be known to outsiders. If you follow me, swear that you cannot tell me anything. Otherwise, your entire race will be exterminated.
Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said with a smile, You are ruthless. All right. I swear that I'm invincible in battle techniques. Invincible in battle techniques was slightly taken aback. He glared at Wang Xian and immediately swore. It didn't matter if he said it or not. As long as he could gain some benefits, he wouldn't say it out loud.
Secondly, I have to pay a huge price to set up a large-scale array formation.
For example, the array formation that restricted you just now covers an area of over 1,000 kilometers. In addition to the mental strength that was used to tame you, I can't give you too many war pets. At most, I'll give you one. Wang Xian added nonchalantly. What? One? There's only one. If I help you capture a few hundred eternal war pets and you give me one, wouldn't I be?
All right, if you're alone, don't even think about getting one. You know the price of an Eternal Lord level war pet. If you agree, follow me. If you don't agree, go home and play. Invincible battle technique roared. Wang Xian interrupted him immediately.
Then, invincible battle technique's expression changed drastically.
I want to choose one of the Eternal Lord level war pets that I've obtained. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly.
Lower your voice, you idiot. Wang Xian took a step back and nodded with a smile. It was worth it to exchange an Eternal Lord level war pet for a teammate like Invincible in battle tactics. It was not easy to find such a teammate. Wang Xian had already thought it through. He would bring Invincible in battle tactics to provoke those powerful Eternal Lord sea monsters and then lure them into the formation.
With Invincible battle technique's defense, he wouldn't be able to die. Furthermore, he had only mastered one law. If he were to provoke stronger sea monsters, he would definitely be hunted down.
Wang Xian could already think of dozens of level 2 and level 3 Eternal Lord sea monsters chasing after Invincible battle technique and entering the formation. When he thought of this, he looked at the middle-aged man with satisfaction.
Fuck, I'm at a loss this time. However, if I can get a mount, it would be pretty good.
No, I can get a mount of the first level of the Eternal Lord myself. This time, I want at least a mount of the sea monster of the second level of the Eternal Lord. Thinking about my invincible mount in combat techniques,
That's not right. The second level of the Eternal Lord is a little weak. At least a third level, no, a fourth level. That's not right either. At least a fifth level, or even higher.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and was a little excited. The fifth level of the Eternal Lord's war pet was rare in the entire Heaven Selection continent. When he thought of this, he looked at Wang Xian with a smile on his face.
Now, he suddenly felt that this demon in front of him was rather pleasing to the eye. Let's go.
Wang Xian walked over, patted the shoulder of the middle-aged man, and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's do something big and take down the entire Arctic northern region.
The middle-aged man roared and put his arm around Wang Xian's shoulder. He was filled with excitement as he roared.
We are going to do something big. Wang Xian put his arm around the middle-aged man's shoulder and patted him gently again. The next time will be when you return on your powerful mount. I think we should give this group a name. We should call it the Era-Suppressing Duo. The second voice rang out again. The peerless duo of the Era-Suppressing Duo. When Wang Xian heard his Chinibu words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He moved his arm and distanced himself from this fellow. Big brother, I still don't know your name. Invincible battle technique smiled at him and asked.
Wang Xian.
Wang Xian said faintly and scanned his surroundings. There are fewer sea monsters on the ice. Let's go directly to the bottom of the ice. Alright, I've been to the bottom of the ice before. I'm more familiar with that place. Invincible Battle Technique raised his eyebrows as he sized up Wang Xian. Boss Wang, can you handle the level 5 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord?
I can handle one of them. If there are any more, I won't be able to handle it.
Wang Xian said calmly.
Awesome.
Boss Wang is mighty.
Ha ha. Invincible Battle Technique shouted excitedly.
Wang Xian looked at him strangely. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain?
Now, he was considering if cooperating with this guy was the right choice. A level 5 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. The Northern Howling Sky Wolf is more suitable as a mount. However, its level is a little low. At most, it's only level 2 of the Eternal Lord.
The explosive ice bear is fine as well. There are even level 3 and level 4 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. This one can also be used as a mount. However, it doesn't look too cool to ride a bear. Furthermore, its level is too low.
There are underwater deep whales of level 5 of the Eternal Lord. However, these deep whales are not suitable as pets. The ice python is also at level 5 of the Eternal Lord. This one is pretty cool.
However, the coolest one is still the ice fish bird. This one is simply too cool. If only I could have such a mount. Wang Xian and Invincible Battle Technique walked towards the edge of the Arctic northern region. Along the way, they could hear Invincible Battle Technique muttering like a lunatic. Wang Xian's face turned black. Damn it. There was something wrong with his brain. Splash. When they arrived at the edge of the Arctic northern region, the two of them entered the underground sea and flew towards the depths of the sea. The thickness of the ice layer was about 20 to 30 million kilometers thick. All the creatures that liked the cold were gathered here.
No one knew how many sea monsters there were here.
The two of them swam directly towards the bottom of the ice layer. Wang Xian relied on his powerful strength and the memories of the pirate elder. On the other hand, he was invincible in his battle techniques and relied on his powerful defense. The two of them didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Invincible battle technique speed wasn't fast in Wang Xian's eyes. Took them half an hour to reach the bottom of the ice layer. At a glance, the entire sky above them was like the bottom of the sea. We'll go deeper than 10,000 kilometers ahead. Then, you go around and attract the sea monsters. Wang Xian spoke to Invincible Battle Technique. The two of them flew along the ice layer above them.
After flying for more than 10,000 kilometers, they stopped.
Boss Wang, you can set up the formation here. Wait for my good news.
Invincible Battle Technique swept his gaze around and raised his head confidently.
Alright, remember to lure more people over. Even those at the peak of the Immortal realm. I'll set up the formation here. Pay attention. Wang Xian said to him. Don't worry. There's nothing that I, Invincible God of War, can't do.
Invincible God of War patted his chest and flew straight to the front.
I wonder if this guy can give me a surprise. Wang Xian looked at the figure of this guy and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly.
It was effortless for him to set up a formation here and wait. He wouldn't be in any danger. There were too few good teammates like him.
Fuck, you still want me to work for you for free?
HMPH, all the sea monsters below the Eternal God Lord level will be yours.
My target is the Eternal God Lord level sea monsters, and they are of a high level. The flying invincible fighter muttered. He would not do useless work if he was only allowed to choose one battle pet. He would give up on sea monsters below the Eternal God Lord level. With his powerful defense, Invincible Battle Technique was unrestrained under the ice layer. The sea monsters with territorial awareness could not withstand his provocation.
Swoosh! After swimming for more than 2,000 kilometers, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the ice layer above.
Mouth splitter. This ugly guy dares to attack me. Sensing the attack from above, Invincible Battle Technique's face turned black.
So ugly, I don't even want to be your pet. With a dark face, Invincible Battle Technique attacked the snake-mouth fish with the silver-white longsword in his hand. Bang!
The silver-white longsword landed on the snake-mouth fish's teeth, making a loud noise. Die for Invincible Battle Technique.
He roared, and the ice arrows around him formed a vortex, attacking the splitter that was an Eternal God Lord rank 1.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
At this moment, another one attacked from the side. 2. Damn it. I can't beat them. Invincible battle technique's face darkened, and he immediately ran to the side. However, he did not run to the position of the formation. He did not want such an ugly battle pet even if it was given to him. Since he didn't want it, there was no need for him to lure it over. Fuck. I've given you face. You guys have been chasing after me all this while. However, Invincible Battlemage saw that the two fisheye fish had been attacking him from behind. They had been chasing after him for thousands of kilometers. This made him furious. He turned around and flew towards Wuxia. I, Invincible Battlemage, didn't want to kill you because of your ugly looks. It's because I didn't cherish you. He mumbled as he resisted the two attacks from the snaky fish and continued to run for his life. The distance of a few thousand kilometers was not tens of millions of kilometers. It would only take a few minutes. When Wuxia saw Invincible in combat techniques bringing 2 level 1 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord, he was delighted. Not bad, not bad. This guy's efficiency is quite high. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly. The sea monsters had a keener ability to avoid danger than humans. If Wuxia were to go over there himself, the snake-mouth fish might not even dare to attack him. However, the invincible battle technique was different. This guy had mastered a law. Even a level 1 Eternal Lord sea monster dared to ambush him. To them, the invincible battle technique was their prey. Boss Wang, kill these two ugly guys. Kill them. When Invincible in battle techniques entered the area of the formation, he shouted loudly at Wuxia. Crack! 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 Behind him, the two fisheye fish let out an ear-piercing sound. Buzz! The next moment, the entire space emitted an extremely terrifying change. Black holes appeared out of thin air. A chaotic energy was interfering with the entire area. Whoosh! 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 At the same time as hundreds of black holes appeared, a stream of water condensed and directly entangled the two split-mouthed fish. It was impossible to fight for it. Hiss, this is really terrifying. It seems that I can't provoke this guy in the future. Invincible saw black holes appear around him in an instant, and each black hole seemed to lead to an abyss. He looked at the cracked-billed fish that was subdued in an instant and muttered to himself. Not bad, a good start. Wuxia looked at the two sea monsters that were at the first level of the Eternal Lord and was full of smiles. A good start. Buzz. Buzz. Boss Wang. I'll continue. Under the ice layer of the Arctic northern region, Invincible Battle Technique saw Wuxia taming two split-mouthed fish. He stretched his body and shouted at him. Go, Chinibu. Next time, attract more sea monsters over. If you attract more, I'll give you a commission. Wuxia smiled at him and said. He was in a great mood. He just needed to set up a formation here and wait. There was no danger at all. There were also people helping him with his work. Finally, he just needed to give him a war pet. How could he find such a good teammate? Looking at the Chinibu in his battle technique, Wuxia's eyes were filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Commission? This guy really thinks I'm a part-time worker. He wants me to be invincible in my battle technique. This time, I'll see if I can meet a level 5 Eternal Lord. As long as I can meet him, I'll lure him over and escape immediately. You want me to work for you? HMH? Don't even think about it. When Invincible in his combat techniques heard Wuxia's words, he continued to fly deeper into the sea with a dark face. Beast in front. Come out. This time, he was more than 10,000 kilometers deep. When he realized that there were no sea monsters attacking him, he shouted impatiently. Waves of aura spread out in the surroundings. Oh right, I have some divine fruits at the level of an eternal god lord. Let's see if I can attract the sea monsters. A person with great skills was bold enough to take out an eternal god lord fruit that contained a powerful energy and swim under the ice. Soon, hundreds of sea monsters attacked him. Seeing the 9 wisps of divine fire and the sea monsters at the peak of the divine realm, he was furious. You bunch of animals still dare to attack my invincible battle technique? Go to hell. As he was very dissatisfied with Wuxia, invincible battle technique would definitely not waste time to attract these godly state sea monsters over. Not to mention wasting time, he wouldn't get any benefits.
He wasn't willing to do something that would benefit Wang Xian even if there were no benefits.
After defeating a few hundred sea monsters at the peak of the Divine Fire Realm, Invincible in battle tactics continued to charge towards the surroundings.
It would be best if a level 5 sea monster from the Eternal Lord came. Come on. He mumbled as he swam and sized up the surroundings with his unscrupulous gaze. If it were any other level 1 Eternal Lord, they would definitely not dare to seek death like this.
If there were powerful sea monsters lying in ambush, they could be killed instantly. They wouldn't even be able to react in time to return to the Eternal Kingdom. Awoo! Invincible, who was walking around, finally encountered some movement.
That is? The Northern Howling Skywolf, or nearly 100 Northern Howling Skywolves. They are hunting. When he heard the roar, his eyes lit up, and he looked over with excitement. The Northern Howling Skywolf was a Tier 2 Eternal God Lord creature. It liked the cold, so it lived in the extremely cold northern region.
They were water elemental, and they were also known as the Northern Howling Ice Wolves.
They're actually surrounding a school of fish. If I disturb their good work, will they chase after me? Nearly 100 Northern Howling Sirius. If I can capture these Northern Howling Sirius, I'll definitely want a few. I'll choose one after another. The Northern Howling Sirius is too handsome. In the future, I'll switch between the two mounts. Haha. When the other group of rich kids are driving their supercars, I'll ride the second-level Eternal God Lord Northern Howling Skywolves. Invincible in battle techniques could not help but fantasize. Let go of that school of fish and charge at me. He roared loudly and directly charged towards the Northern Howling Skywolves.
Close to 100 Northern Howling Skywolves that were wreaking havoc in the school of stormfish looked over in astonishment.
More than a dozen howling firmament wolves had food in their mouths as they stared at him coldly. Get your ass over here.
Unrivaled battle technique waved his arm, and countless ice arrows appeared within a 100-kilometer radius.
The ice arrows directly covered the howling firmament wolves.
Ayo, ayo, ayo.
One by one, the howling firmament wolves flew into a rage. Their ice-cold eyes stared at him as more than a dozen of them instantly attacked him. Whoosh! 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 Unrivaled battle technique's silver-white longsword continued to swing out. One after another, attacks covered the other northern howling wolves.
Ayo!
This time, the entire pack of wolves was enraged by unrivaled battle technique. They madly chased after him.
You bunch of beasts, if you have the guts, come and chase me.
Unrivaled battle technique immediately fled frantically. He taunted the northern howling wolves behind him. Ayo, ayo! The northern howling sky wolf at the very front let out an angry roar and leaped up from the bottom of the sea. The seawater behind him surged violently, and his entire body turned into a white stream of water, pouncing heavily towards Invincible Battlemaster. I'll go!
He roared loudly and hurriedly fled forward.
Pong! However, his back was directly pounced by the northern howling sky wolf, and his body staggered. You damned beast! After I subdue you, let's see how unrivaled battle technique will deal with you. Unrivaled battle technique turned his head and roared at the northern howling sky wolf. Seeing that unrivaled battle technique was not injured and actually dared to provoke him, the northern howling sky wolf was incomparably furious. It opened its mouth and a terrifying water pillar shot towards him. When the water pillar landed on his body, it actually increased his speed. Awoo! 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 He roared indignantly as he raised his head and roared. The northern howling celestial wolves immediately surrounded him from both sides, preparing to surround him. Invincible combat style ignored him and fled with a dark expression on his face. Damn it! They actually want to surround me. But they are close. You bunch of beasts. Just wait for your death.
After fleeing desperately for a few minutes, he was hit more than 10 times in the middle. Seeing that he was about to enter Wang Xian's position, he roared furiously in a low voice.
Awoo! At this moment, a northern howling sky wolf flew over from the right. It opened its bloody mouth and bit on Invincible's body. Boss Wang, kill them quickly.
Invincible's body was held by the northern howling sky wolf. He growled at Wang Xian with a gloomy face.
Haha, good, good. Well done, well done. Wang Xian, who had already sensed the commotion ahead of time, revealed an excited expression. When he saw all the northern howling sky wolves entering the formation, he couldn't help but shout out loud, "Buzz! Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!" In the surroundings, the black hole disturbance formation instantly rose up and covered the entire space. 99 northern howling sky wolves. Ha ha ha. When he saw the black hole disturbance formation covering the northern howling sky wolves, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud again. "Boss Wang, I'm being bitten right now. Can you make your move quickly?" Invincible battle technique was still in the mouth of a northern howling celestial wolf. When he saw Wang Xian sizing up the pack of wolves with glowing eyes, his face turned extremely dark as he yelled out in annoyance, "It's fine. I can't bite you to death." Wang Xian didn't pay attention to him. He looked at the vigilant northern howling celestial wolves and attacked them one by one with chains. There were nearly 100 northern howling celestial wolves. They were able to fight against a level 3 existence of the Eternal Lord. However, they were not enough for him. This fellow, seeing that Wang Xian was ignoring his invincible battle technique, the corner of his mouth twitched. He glared at Wang Xian fiercely. "Give me a few of the 99 howling firmament wolves. I had to risk my life to attract this pack of howling firmament wolves over." "You have to know that other than me, who else can get a pack of wolves over?" "You have to know that they are extremely cunning. If you don't give me a few of them, you will be too inhumane." An angry voice sounded beside Wang Xian's ears. "I can give you a northern howling celestial wolf." Wang Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, You're bullying me. You're squeezing me. You're inhumane." Invincible's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Xian's words. However, he still pretended to be angry and roared. "An adult northern howling celestial wolf battle pet is worth 20 to 30 sea monsters of the second level of the Eternal Lord level. However, if there's an early stage, you can kill 20 to 30 sea monsters of the second level of the Eternal Lord level. Also, do you think it's that easy to set up such a formation to trap experts? This requires at least tens of millions of divine stones. Tens of millions of divine stones are enough to buy a God Lord rank battle pet. Also, do you think it's easy to tame an adult sea monster? How many master beast tamers can do that? You lured 99 northern howling sky wolves, and you are still not satisfied with just one battle pet. Originally, I could have refused to give it to you according to our agreement. Now that I see that you're not bad, I'll give you one. Don't be insatiable. If you..." Wang Xian stopped taming the howling firmament wolves and brainwashed invincible battle technique with a solemn expression. All right, Boss Wang. One is enough. I'm already very satisfied. Boss Wang, you've worked hard." Invincible battle technique was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. He walked behind Wang Xian and pinched his shoulder. "Don't disturb me. Beast taming consumes too much mental strength. Overconsumption will leave behind a chronic illness." Wang Xian shook his head and said slowly, Then I won't disturb you, Boss Wang. I'll protect you from the side. If any sea monsters rush over, Invincible will be the first one to rush over." Invincible chuckled and walked to the side. This guy seems to be right. A war pet is very valuable to begin with. Coupled with the powerful formation to trap it and the taming, forget it. Invincible in battle tactics, am broad-minded. One is fine too. Invincible in battle tactics muttered as he walked to the side and sized up the pack of wolves. He had to consider which one would be better as a mount. Idiots are so gullible. Wang Xian was mumbling as he tamed the northern howling celestial wolf. His eyes were glowing as he looked at the 99 northern howling celestial wolves. Even if he was rewarded with one, there were still 98 left. This was a huge amount of wealth. Now that he had sold them, it was 100% enough for him to reach the level of the Eternal Lord. If he tamed enough sea monsters of the Eternal Lord, he might even be able to level up a few levels. Of course, the prerequisite was to raise the level of the Dragon Palace. Battle tactic number 2, continue with your work. After using 3 to 4 days to tame 99 Eternal Lord level 2 Northern Howling Celestial Wolves, Wang Xian said in a good mood, My name is invincible in battle tactics. Remember, invincible in battle tactics. This time, go deeper and set up some formations. Invincible in battle tactics flew over and glared at Wang Xian as he spoke.
All right, Chinibyu.
Wang Xian nodded his head and flew forward. The Chinibyu in this area had already searched the area. He had to go further. If he ran too far, the sea monsters that were chasing him might give up.
Wang Xian and the rest flew forward. They flew for a distance of 20,000 kilometers. Next time, get more sea monsters. I have high hopes for you.
Wang Xian patted Invincible's shoulder and started to set up a formation around him.
Don't worry, there will be more Eternal Lord level 3, level 4, and level 5.
Invincible's face was filled with confidence as he raised his head slightly and flew forward.
He was holding an Eternal Lord level fruit in his hand as if he was swaggering around the city. Wang Xian looked at his figure with admiration. This time, I've really made a huge profit. Maybe that kid can really attract the level 5 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord.
This time, I have to set up more formations to prevent the sea monsters from being too strong. After that, Wang Xian set up the formations and waited there leisurely.
This time, he only came over after 3 hours when he was invincible in his battle techniques. No, he should have been attacked by a sea monster all the way here. The explosive ice bear was a 20-meter-long explosive ice bear. Its huge paws kept smacking his body. Wang Xian could see that Invincible's eyes were a little pale. It was obvious that he had been badly beaten up.
Wang Xian accepted the explosive ice bear, which was a level 3 Eternal Lord, with a smile. In the next 10 days or so, he might have been unlucky and only attracted more than 20 level 5 Eternal Lord level sea monsters one after another. This made Wang Xian a little unhappy. HMH, you're squeezing me so much and you want me to get more sea monsters for you? My invincible battle techniques target is the level 5 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. What Wang Xian didn't know was that the invincible battle technique had encountered more sea monsters under the ice for the past few days. However, he didn't provoke them on purpose. This fellow had given him too little. He couldn't get anything from them even if he tried to attract them. He wasn't stupid to be invincible in battle technique. He had worked as a coolie for nothing.
That was why he had gained so little in the past few days.
Tier 5 sea monster, where are you? Your master misses you. Invincible in battle technique muttered as he scanned his surroundings. Your master has been looking for you for 10 days to half a month. Where are you, little boy?
He shouted as he walked.
What he did not know was that a huge silvery white pupil covered in frost was staring at him from above.
Unrivaled battle technique did not sense it. His eyes were still looking around listlessly.
Boom! Just as unrivaled battle technique walked over, a huge mouth instantly attacked.
The speed was so fast that unrivaled battle technique did not have the slightest ability to react. The terrifying mouth instantly swallowed unrivaled battle technique into its mouth.
Whoa!
An excited sound rang out and a sea monster that was at least 2,000 meters in size let out a low roar.
It had an incomparably terrifying sharp mouth, and its entire mouth occupied 1/3 of its body.
Its entire body was covered in a layer of ice and it was like a diamond. Ice Drill Crocodile and Eternal God Lord rank 5 Ice Drill Crocodile.
It was a terrifying existence that was comparable to some underground deep-sea whales. Ka ka ka. But soon, when the Ice Drill Crocodile returned to the ice layer, the sound of collision kept coming out of its mouth. Woo woo. It let out a low roar and couldn't help but open its mouth. Pong! Ice Drill Crocodile, you beast, you actually dared to sneak attack me. You're dead. You're dead. Invincible battle technique flew out of the Ice Drill Crocodile's mouth. A trace of heat flashed in its eyes, followed by a furious roar. Woo! When the Ice Drill Croc heard his words, a cold expression appeared in its eyes. Its body moved, and it directly swallowed invincible battle technique into its mouth. The difference in strength made it unable to resist. Gulp! This time, the Ice Drill Crocodile did not bite into its mouth, but directly swallowed it into its stomach. Humph! It let out a low growl. Although it did not understand why the prey in its mouth did not die, now that it had entered its stomach, it would be digested very quickly. Whoa! It called out again with some disdain. preparing to digest the food. Bang, bang, bang.
However, at this moment it suddenly felt something tightening behind it. Something was about to come out. An extremely furious look appeared in the eyes of the ice drill alligator.
You bastard, you damn bastard. I will ride on your head every day from now on. Invincible battle technique flew out from behind the ice drill alligator. As for the location, it was naturally there. Invincible battle technique roared furiously the moment he charged out. However, this time he didn't dare to stand there and shout anymore. Instead, he ran in the direction of Wang Xian with all his might. Woo woo! This time, the ice drill alligator was completely enraged. It swung its gigantic tail and swept towards invincible battle technique. Bang! A terrifying collision sound was heard. Invincible battle technique flew hundreds of kilometers away and somersaulted tens of thousands of times in the air. What the fuck? Invincible battle technique's face was completely black. He steadied his body and roared. He turned around and stared at the ice drill crocodile. You bastard! Come with me if you have the guts.
He turned around and taunted the ice drill crocodile. Roar! The ice drill crocodile's roar changed a little. One could see its anger. In its eyes, invincible battle technique was just a weak ant. An ant actually dared to provoke it 3 or 4 times. It absolutely could not let it go.
Boom! The ice drill crocodile was very fast. It did not even take a second to cover a distance of 100 kilometers. And Invincible was also desperately trying to escape. If you have the guts, why don't you hit me with your tail again? He roared. Bang! A loud sound. Fuck! You missed. You bastard. You can even miss your position, he shouted as he fled. The courage of Invincible was something that very few people could achieve. Roar! Roar! Roar!
An even more furious roar sounded. Invincible in battle techniques soon began his own escape route.
He didn't know how many times he was swallowed and how many times he was swept by the tail.
Why is there the sound of that middle-aged man screaming?
Shouldn't be. That middle-aged man's treasure is so awesome. Wang Xian, who was resting cross-legged, suddenly heard a sound. He immediately looked around. Bang! 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 Bang!
At this moment, he saw countless ice arrows landing on the body of the invincible warrior one after another.
Even though he had the protection of a supreme treasure, his hair was in a mess at this moment. He looked extremely pathetic. Boss Wang, kill it for me. Kill it for me. A shrill roar was heard. Those who heard it were in tears. Eternal Lord Level 5, Ice Drill Crocodile. At this moment, Wang Xian's expression turned grave. This sea monster was in existence on the same level as him. However, the surrounding formations have already been set up. There shouldn't be much of a problem. However, it might take some time to tame it. Boom! 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 Wang Xian thought to himself. The formations were activated immediately. Black hole disturbance. Water dragon restraint. Ice seal for thousands of miles. 3 formations were activated in an instant and surrounded the ice drill crocodile. Crack! Crack! Within a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers, the seawater condensed into 2 gigantic water dragons. The water dragons charged towards the ice drill crocodile. Roar! Roar! The ice drill crocodile realized that it had been ambushed. It let out a ferocious roar. The glaciers all over its body exploded as it charged towards the 2 water dragons. Boom! 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 However, the water dragons were able to resist the rank 5 Eternal Godlord sea monster and entangled the ice drill alligator. However, this array formation wouldn't last long. Crack! 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 In the next moment, the array formation took effect. The 2 water dragons immediately turned into ice dragons and coiled around the ice drill alligator's body.
The seawater within a 1,000-kilometer radius was instantly frozen. Invincible in battle techniques was trapped inside and could not move at all. Formation, the divine mountain is pressing down.
During this period of time, Wang Xian continued to prepare the formation.
An earthen yellow mountain peak that was emitting a thick luster like a special planet appeared in the sky and continued to press down on the ice drill alligator.
There was no pause in the middle of the 3 consecutive terrifying attacks. Boom. Woo woo woo. A large amount of silver blood oozed out from the ice drill alligator's body instantly. Its eyes were filled with fear and anger. Crack, crack, crack. Its terrifying tail swept away the ice layer and attacked the divine mountain in the sky violently. Formation. Darkness invasion.
Wuxia stood in the distance and continued to cast the formation. He didn't plan to use his own strength. He had left behind a trump card. Buzz.
More than 10 seconds later, a squirming mass of darkness attacked the ice drill alligator. The darkness landed on its body and squeezed into its body crazily.
This guy is so strong. The formation master is indeed awesome.
Invincible in battle tactics saw that the ice drill alligator was restrained and looked at Wuxia's attack. His face was filled with astonishment.
How can this guy be so freakish? He can even deal with a level 5 Eternal Lord, and he's even a beast tamer master. Invincible was trapped by the ice formation and couldn't get out. He could only look on with amusement.
Formation, illumination. Wuxia stood in the distance and released formation after formation.
He didn't want to kill the ice drill alligator. Instead, he wanted to subdue it. However, before he could subdue it, he had to make it not dare to resist. As they were the same level, he had to fulfill several conditions in order to subdue it. The time required was also several times longer.
The trapped ice drill alligator couldn't escape at all, especially after Wuxia's continuous attacks. However, it still resisted fiercely. Even after 5 hours, it was still extremely ferocious. Wuxia wasn't in a hurry. He continued to torture it. He didn't believe that the ice drill alligator wouldn't be afraid or submit.
Following that, Wuxia spent a whole day and a half to make the ice drill crocodile lie there listlessly. The following taming process was much easier. It took about 4 hours. The first level 5 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. If I sell it, I will steadily upgrade myself to level 2 or even level 3 of the Eternal Lord.
Wuxia squinted his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. After withdrawing the formation, Wuxia sat on the ice drill alligator and healed its injuries.
Then he summoned its divine kingdom over. Wuxia took a look inside and realized that there were many good treasures inside. This made him very happy. This trip here was worth it. I want this ice drill alligator. I want it. At this moment, a voice sounded from the side. In your dreams?
Wuxia glanced at him and asked, You? This is what you said. You can choose one from all the battle pets. Let me tell you, don't even think about cheating now.
Invincible battle technique pointed at Wuxia with a flushed face and roared angrily.
Idiot, you want to leave just because you helped me capture an eternal level 5? Are you stupid or am I stupid?
Wuxia looked at him with disdain.
If you can get a few more, I can consider it. Young man, work hard. Young man, work hard. When Invincible in combat heard the words Wuxia, his facial expression changed drastically. Work hard? Is it easy for me to lure an ice drill alligator?
If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago.
Huff huff. Invincible in combat was breathing rapidly. However, he knew that the chances of Wuxia giving this ice drill alligator to him were not high. After all, the value of all the sea monsters that he had attracted over the past few days was not as high as this ice drill alligator.
The next level 5 sea monster of the Eternal Lord must be given to me. Otherwise,
Invincible's face was filled with anger as he stared at Wuxia and roared loudly. However, he didn't know how to threaten Wuxia after a while.
He couldn't defeat it either. What else could he do? Quit?
That would be even worse for him. He was still thinking of riding a level 5 battle pet of the Eternal Celestial Master.
Lure 4 of them over and I'll give you one.
Wuxia said to him indifferently. No, there are too many of them. 4 of them. Wuxia, don't go too far. 3 of them. Otherwise, I, Invincible in battle technique, will quit. Invincible in battle technique growled with a gloomy face.
He was a little mad. This fellow was too much. All right. Wuxia hesitated for a moment and nodded his head.
This fellow was really anxious. He couldn't offend him too much this time. Wuxia was prepared to continue working with this young man in the future.
There weren't many such partners. Their levels were low, but they had the defense of supreme treasures.
They could attract sea monsters without being eaten by them. Advance another 10,000 kilometers. Invincible battle technique said to Wang Xian with a dark face as he flew straight ahead. Wang Xian smiled and followed behind. After advancing for more than 10,000 kilometers, Wang Xian set up a formation there. Invincible battle technique continued his journey and fought for his powerful mount.
After the formation was set up, Wang Xian waited there leisurely. Time passed day by day. He had left Xiantian Academy for about a month.
It's almost time for the monthly lectures. Should I rush back? Could this Chunibyu have run away? He hasn't been back for 5 days.
5 days later, Wang Xian looked at the time and mumbled to himself.
That Chunibyu had run away for about 5 days. Wang Xian had been out for almost a month. Let's wait a little longer. I'll send a message to you Bing Bing to inform the students. Wang Xian took out his AI and sent a message to you Bing Bing to let her inform her classmates.
Boss Wang, kill it.
Kill it for me. At this moment, an extremely angry voice was heard, accompanied by a terrifying aura. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw a figure flying over. No, it should be falling over. At the back, a gigantic ice drill alligator was following him.
Another ice drill alligator of level 5 of the Eternal Lord. Not bad.
Wang Xian was all smiles. Next, just like last time, he spent some effort to tame this ice drill alligator. Why did you spend 5 days this time? Your efficiency is a little lacking.
Wang Xian said to the Chunibyu as he tamed the ice drill alligator. I don't know either. My luck is bad.
He rolled his eyes but didn't tell the truth. The reason why he wasted so much time this time was because he had encountered many sea monsters of level 2, level 3, or even level 4 of the Eternal Celestial Master in the beginning.
However, he didn't attract them to Wang Xian's side. From his point of view, he had no part in attracting them. He wouldn't do such a thing.
It was not easy for him to get rid of those sea monsters. Took him 4 days to encounter an ice drill crocodile. He was chased for an entire day before he was lured here. When he saw that Wang Xian had tamed it and there was no part for him, he felt angry.
Wait here. Next time, the sea monsters that I bring will be my mount.
Invincible battle technique shouted loudly.
All right, the next sea monster you bring will be your mount, Wang Xian said with a smile.
You said it. Invincible battle technique roared and flew forward with high morale. This guy must be looking for sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level. He wouldn't bring anyone below that level. Wang Xian looked at his back and raised his eyebrows slightly. Forget it. He will leave after he returns. The resources he has now are almost enough to upgrade to level 2 of the Eternal Lord.
He mumbled and continued to wait after setting up the formation.
Level 2 would be able to fight against level 8 of the Eternal Lord. At this level, he was also one of the top experts in the entire natural selection continent.
Ha ha, Boss Wang, we have struck it rich.
We have struck it rich.
Quick! Quick!
Catch them! Catch them! However, after just 1 day, an excited voice was heard.
The voice was extremely excited. Wang Xian looked over and saw that an invincible combat technique was being held in the mouth of a seabird-like sea monster.
This is... All of a sudden, Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the 3 sea monsters. They had snow-white bodies that resembled birds. Their bodies were like ice, and they had a pair of icy wings. Their bodies were emitting a cold aura. Their tails were like fish tails. Ice-splitting swallow fish. 3 ice-splitting swallow fish of level 6 of the Eternal Lord. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim.
Ha ha, quick, quick. 3 mounts. I only need one of them since I'm invincible in my battle techniques. I only need one.
Invincible in battle techniques was still shouting at Wang Xian excitedly.
Even though he had been chased for a long time and was caught in the mouth of the ice-splitting swallowfish, his heart was still burning.
The ice-splitting swallowfish was a level 6 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. It looked very cool. If I had such a mount, the world would be focused on me. Fuck. When Wang Xian saw the 3 ice-splitting swallowfish flying in his direction, his face turned black.
Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled into the distance.
He couldn't even withstand one of the 3 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level.
Furthermore, he didn't have a treasure like invincible in battle techniques, nor did he have the ability to escape in an instant when he was at the level of the Eternal Lord. If he was caught up by them, he would be completely finished. Wang Xian's face was pitch black as he ran out frantically. He wanted to escape to the top. Chirp, chirp. A sound that sounded like the chirping of a bird came from behind. Wang Xian sensed that the 3 ice-cracked swallow fish had noticed him and were prepared to attack him. This guy! Wang Xian's face turned black. With a wave of his arm, he released the formation set up there. Without hesitation, he turned around and continued to flee. Eh? What's going on? Boss Wang, what are you doing? Invincible, who was in the mouth of the ice-split swallow fish, was a little stunned when he saw Wang Xian fleeing frantically. He shouted with a black face. It was not easy for him to encounter the 3 ice-split swallowfish. He was extremely excited as he charged forward to provoke them. In the end, he was lured here. Did you escape? What did he mean? Boom. 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 At this moment, the array formation in this space was instantly activated. One by one, a binding force appeared and terrifying black holes appeared one after another. Chirp. When the ice-splitting swallowfish saw that they were actually being attacked, they furiously flapped their wings. Rays of ice light shot out in all directions and the surrounding array formation broke apart. The black hole disturbance array formation also slowly collapsed. When Invincible saw this scene, he was also a little stunned. That guy is no match for the ice-cracked swallowfish. That guy actually escaped. The ice-cracked swallowfish had thrown Invincible due to the activation of the formation. At this moment, he looked at Wang Xian's disappearing figure and mumbled. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that guy to be no match for the 3 ice-cracked swallowfish. He escaped directly. My ice-cracker swallowfish mount is gone. No, I still have the ice drill alligator mount. Old Wang, don't run, my mount. Invincible Battle Technique's face was pitch black. He revealed a look of grief and indignation. His ice-cracker swallowfish mount was gone. However, he had to have a level 5 Eternal Lord mount. Now that Wang Xian had escaped, if he did not follow him, where would he find him? Even if he were to look for him, would he admit to it? He would be able to give him a mount of the ice drill alligator. No, I can't let him go. Invincible Battle Technique's face was dark as he chased after Wang Xian with all his might. Chirp, chirp. The 3 ice-cracked swallowfish behind them broke the formation set up by Wang Xian. Their cold eyes were also chasing after Invincible Battle Technique and Wang Xian, especially Invincible Battle Technique. An ant actually dared to provoke them. Chirp, chirp. An ear-piercing sound spread across a radius of a few million kilometers. Wang Xian's face turned black when he heard the sound. The speed of the ice-splitting swallowfish was extremely fast to begin with. Its level was 1 level higher than his, so Wang Xian's speed was much slower. Wang Xian looked up and gritted his teeth. Then, he attacked directly into the ice layer. Chirp, chirp. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, terrifying ice arrows were heading straight for him. They were heading straight for him at a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. Wang Xian's face turned black. He could only turn around and wave his arm. Boom. 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 The 5 elements grinding mill blocked the 2 ice arrows. Without any hesitation, he continued flying upwards. However, just as he was blocking the ice arrows, the invincible battle technique behind him had also caught up with him. Boss Wang, don't even think about escaping. My battle pet is still with you. Don't even think about escaping. The invincible battle technique roar was heard. You damn fellow, how dare you attract a level 6 sea monster of the Eternal Lord? Why don't you just die? Wang Xian also roared at him angrily. I didn't know that you couldn't deal with a level 6 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. You didn't tell me. I risked my life to attract 3 sea monsters for you, yet you still blame me. You are too inhumane. Invincible Battle Technique followed behind Wang Xian and replied in a speechless manner. Damn. Wang Xian didn't waste any time with him. He broke through the layers of ice and flew in. Invincible Battle Technique followed closely behind. As Wang Xian was about to break through the layers of ice, he wasn't shaken off. Chirp. Chirp. Whoosh. 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 At this moment,
A sharp cry came from below. Following that, attacks were launched one after another. Invincible Battle Technique, who was behind Wang Xian, was hit directly. However, he wasn't injured as he had the protection of the ultimate treasure. Instead, he smashed towards Wang Xian directly. Bang!
The tremendous force caused Wang Xian to stagger.
It's not my fault. I was the one who hit you when the ice-splitting swallow fish attacked from behind.
Invincible Battle Technique's voice entered his ears. Can your defense wrap me up?
Wang Xian asked with a dark face.
No, I can only protect myself.
Invincible Battle Technique replied. Wang Xian did not say another word. Instead, he tried his best to dig upwards. Finally, after flying for more than 1,000 kilometers in the ice layer, he encountered a passageway. The passageway should have been opened by other sea monsters. He didn't care about the passageway of any sea monsters. He hurriedly ran along the passageway for some distance before continuing to fly upwards. Chirp, chirp.
Behind him, the ice-splitting swallowfish followed closely behind. Fortunately, Wang Xian was only one level away from it. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the ice-splitting swallowfish.
Even so, Wang Xian was in an extremely pathetic state. Flee, flee, flee with all his might.
Later on, Invincible Battle Technique was afraid that Wang Xian would shake him off. He tied his energy to Wang Xian's body and followed him. Wang Xian didn't have the time to pay attention to him.
The moment he fled, he spent a total of 5 to 6 hours shuttling through the ice layer. I'm about to reach the surface of the ice. I'm about to reach the surface of the ice. At this moment, Wang Xian was staring at the top. His Yin-Yang 5 elemental dragon eyes saw that he was out of the ice layer after a few tens of kilometers.
Below him, the 3 ice-splitting swallowfish seemed to have stopped pursuing him. They seemed to have left as well.
However, Wang Xian did not dare to make any promises. He could only brace himself and run far away. Splash. After dashing out of the ice layer, Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and continued to flee into the distance. After flying for more than 10,000 kilometers, Wang Xian was certain that the 3 ice-cracking swallows were not chasing after him. He heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ice, panting heavily.
Don't even think about running away. Give me an ice-drilling crocodile.
At this moment, Invincible in Combat walked up to him and stared at him intently. You almost killed me. Do you still want an ice-drilling crocodile?
Wang Xian looked at him and asked indifferently.
That's because you don't have the ability. Even I, a level 6 Eternal Lord, was attracted to you. Don't blame me if you can't catch it. In any case, I can't. Give me an ice drill croc. Invincible Battle Technique sat in front of him and said with a red face,
I'm still 1 level 5 sea monster away from the Eternal Lord. I'll give you 2 northern howling celestial wolves.
Wang Xian said indifferently. No, don't go overboard. You have to give me an ice drill croc. Invincible Battle Technique grabbed Wang Xian's arm to prevent him from escaping. You can kill a warrior, but you can't do without an ice drill crocodile. Seeing Wang Xian staring at him, he shouted with a cold face.
I can give you one, but I have to sell it to you at the price of a level 5 sea monster cub. Otherwise, don't even think about it.
Wang Xian said.
I helped you tame it. You will sell it to me in the end. We agreed on 3. If you lose one, you will have to pay a small price. Forget it if you don't want it.
Invincible Battle Technique was extremely furious. Wang Xian responded slowly. I don't have so many elixirs in my hands. I'll owe them to you first. Invincible Battle Technique said with a dark face. Wang Xian looked at him and couldn't believe it. I said I'll owe them to you. Do you think Invincible Battle Technique will go back on his word?
If you want to look for me, you can ask anyone in the land of Battle Technique. Would Invincible Battle Technique go back on his word?
Invincible in Battle Technique stared at Wang Xian and said through gritted teeth.
All right, remember, you owe me 10 grade 5 Eternal Lord elixirs. Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement.
It just so happened that he would have an excuse for him to be the coolie the next time. Other things aside, this fellow's ability to attract sea monsters was not bad.
In the next moment, he would be able to tame the ice-cracked swallowfish. Haha, quick, help me tame the ice-cracker croc.
Invincible Battle Technique said with a burning face. Let me make it clear first. You don't have the kingdom of God to suppress it. If you want the icecracker croc to be your mount, you have to cultivate a good relationship with it. Otherwise, it will eat you up. Wang Xian reminded him lightly. I know this. You don't have to worry about it. Hurry up. The icecracker croc mount of the level 5 Eternal Lord. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter in the two voices sounded. Come here, put more blood on its heart and let the ice drill alligator absorb it. Only after it has familiarized itself with your aura can it listen to you. Wang Xian took out the ice drill alligator and said to Invincible in battle tactics. As for the need to put more blood on it, it was purely because he was unhappy with the middle-aged man and did it on purpose. Do it. Do it as you wish. The middle-aged man didn't mind at all. As long as he could have the ice drill alligator as his mount, what was a little blood? The process of taming the ice drill crocodile was a little longer than the others. It took a few hours. Moreover, Invincible in battle techniques was also afraid that the ice drill crocodile would run away. He pestered Wang Xian to help him increase his relationship with the ice drill crocodile. Wang Xian didn't reject him. This middle-aged man still had a lot of room for him to make use of. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. I'm invincible in battle techniques. With the level 5 ice drill crocodile as my battle pet, I can roam the world. In the greater world, in the entire universe, I will be the supreme. 10 hours later, Invincible in his battle techniques stood on the ice drill alligator and laughed maniacally. The ice drill alligator, which was about 2,000 meters long, emitted a cold and violent aura. The Invincible in his battle techniques stood on it. Indeed, he had the temperament of a heaven's favorite who stood above everything and dared to compete with the greater world. Come here and be a Chinibu. Add something to your brain, so that I can collect my debt in the future. Wang Xian told Invincible battle technique. If he wanted the AI, he would trick it to come and work next time. Collect the debt? HMPH, how could I? Invincible battle technique, OU? I will return it to you very soon. Invincible battle technique raised his head slightly and landed beside Wang Xian. He took out the AI. Beep, beep, beep. However, just as he turned on the AI on his arm, a red alert suddenly sounded on the AI. The notifications kept ringing. Ha! Invincible battle technique was slightly stunned, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He immediately began to check. Oh no! Tianbei High City has been attacked by sea monsters. He looked at the message asking for help and his expression changed slightly. He immediately looked at the place and found that it was not far from Tianbei High City. They had been chased for tens of millions of kilometers and had already fled to the edge. Boss Wang, a small city in the land of battle tactics, has encountered an attack from sea monsters. I want to rush over immediately, Invincible battle tactics said with a grave tone. Oh, then you can leave with an AI. Wang Xian nodded his head. Boss Wang, we are comrades after all. Let's go. Come with me. Invincible battle tactics rolled his eyes and pulled Wang Xian along as he said, It's okay to go and take a look. If I encounter danger, I'll leave immediately. Sure, sure. Wang Xian didn't reject being pulled onto the ice drill crocodile by Invincible battle technique. He wanted to see if he could get any benefits from the sea monsters attacking the city. Invincible battle technique ice drill charge. Invincible battle technique stood on top of the ice drill crocodile's head and ordered loudly. Wang Xian was speechless. Ice drill battle technique? This name. The monster attack has just started. The strongest one is only an Eternal Lord level 5 sea monster. Fortunately, it's still okay. Speed up. Invincible battle technique ice drill. Invincible battle technique stood on top of it. He looked at the information on the AI and shouted loudly. Can't the strongest level 5 Eternal Sea monster withstand the attack? Wang Xian looked at him and asked curiously. Tianbei Haichang is just a small city in the most remote part of the battlefield. There are only 1 million people in there. It's relatively remote and hasn't been attacked by sea monsters for thousands of years. Right now, there's an Eternal Lord level 5 guy guarding the city. Fuck, he's not even as invincible as me in terms of combat techniques. The AI will inform everyone within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. If you can send reinforcements, Send them. We're not too far away from here. Today, I'm invincible in terms of combat skills and my savior. He raised his head slightly and stared at the area in front of him. His face was filled with arrogance.
The ice drill alligator was very fast. Wuxia stood in the sky and looked ahead.
He flew out of the extremely cold northern region which was covered by glaciers and continued to advance forward. Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Roar! Roar! Walala! 5 minutes later, a city appeared in their line of sight. This city was indeed a small city in the Tianzi continent. However, there was clearly a problem ahead. In the sky, an incomparably huge hurricane was swirling. The hurricane was incomparably terrifying as it slowly advanced forward. All the buildings were instantly destroyed by the hurricane. Below, millions of sea monsters were roaring below. In the middle, a few sea monsters that looked like giant octopuses were wreaking havoc. Each of them was more than 10,000 meters in size.
On the city wall, the metal cannons were shooting out streams of terrifying energy to bombard the area below.
However, half of the city wall had already been destroyed by a giant octopus. Demon Scroll Octopus. A level 5 Demon Scroll Octopus of the Eternal Lord. There are still 5 of them.
Wuxia looked over and frowned slightly.
Right in front of him, an old man and a demon roll octopus were fighting with their lives on the line. In the surroundings, the sea monsters charged towards the Steel City and fought with the experts guarding the city. In the middle, there were already thousands of corpses. There are 70 to 80 Eternal Lord level sea monsters.
Wuxia took a glance at the sea monsters. Their strength was several times more than that of Tian Bei Haicheng. On the city wall, there were still many people holding high-tech weapons. They were attacking the sea monster with an embarrassed expression.
The rescue has been sent out. If the strong ones don't come, our Tian Beihai city will be destroyed.
Even if it isn't destroyed by the sea monster, it will be destroyed by this hurricane.
On the city wall, there were more than 10,000 people holding high-tech weapons. An old man said with a heavy tone,
"Oh no, there's another sea monster over there. It's the ice drill alligator. Why is the ice drill alligator here?
Isn't this kind of sea monster in the extremely cold sea?"
Someone noticed an ice drill alligator flying over, and his expression changed drastically.
The hearts of the surrounding people also sank, and despair appeared on their faces. "You bunch of animals. How dare you invade my land of battle techniques? I'm invincible in battle techniques, and today, I'll destroy you bunch of damn animals."
A furious roar came from the position of the ice drill alligator.
This is. At this moment, everyone from Tianbei Haicheng was slightly stunned. Invincible in battle techniques?
Could it be the young master?
What's the situation with the ice drill alligator? That young master's pet?
No, that young master can't suppress a pet of this level, right?
Some people looked over with confused faces.
Boss Wang, there are 5 level 5 Eternal Masters. Help us defend against 3 of them. At this moment, Invincible, who was standing on the ice drill croc, noticed the sea monsters on the battlefield. He spoke to Wuxia with his strength.
The risk is too great. 5 level 5 Eternal Masters elixirs. Wuxia said calmly.
Boss Wang, we humans are showing weakness in the Tianzi continent. When we encounter sea monsters, we should.
10 level 5 Eternal Lord elixirs.
What the fuck? Alright, 5 then. But Boss Wang, you have to hold on. Oh right, you are an array master. It's best for you to defend the city and wait for reinforcements. Boss Wang, summon the other ice drill crocodile.
Invincible battle technique said with a dark face. Following that, he waved his arm and a small particle flew above him. Wuxia flew to the side and another ice drill alligator appeared beneath him. He raised his head and looked at the small particle that was aiming at him. It seemed to be a video recording particle.
Was this guy trying to record his heroic appearance?